and it is a cool one outside. Temperatures just about 40 degrees right now. Expected to get a little bit higher. But myself, Kyle Stroud, filling in for Dave Nathan, and Deems May come to you live from the Carolina Club right here in the heart of campus. A stone's throw, a football throw away from the stadium. Maybe if you're Sam Howell. I don't know that I can do that one. But pleasure to have you guys along with us, whether you're here in the Carolina Club or listening on the airwaves. A lot to unpack here in this pregame show, just an hour to do so, Deems. Not just is it the last home game, that means you have Senior Day festivities, Carolina looking to become bowl eligible as they currently sit at 5-5, and we'll preview Wofford. But first, I want to recap the Pitt game. It feels like it was forever ago, and it's because it kind of was. They played on Thursday night last week. Carolina struggles early, which is something that they have done on the road, and fall down 17-0 after the first quarter and 23-7 at halftime, but really showed some heart, battled back, got the game to overtime. You wish you could have come away with a win there, but unfortunately, it's another loss on the record.
Yeah, I tell you, that one was one where you just kind of looked up at the beginning and was like, do we really care? You know, it was one of those ones. I think that first quarter was probably the most frustrating because it seemed like we had been making some strides along the way, and we, you know, just were coming off a big win off an undefeated top 10 team, and just to come out there flat. Our offensive line was just horrid. The first couple of series, Sam had no time, gets sacked a lot, punting it low down the middle of the field. Special teams were bad. Defense actually was not that bad. You can't put that start on them. They had a short field to work with. And then all of a sudden, you know, as cool as Sam's always been all 3 years he's been here, never flinches, never worries. Now the offensive line starts to feel a little bit better. Our defense was not looking at the sideline the whole, you know, first half, getting a signal. It seemed like we had a go-to call that we got locked up. Kenny Pickett and those guys tried to do what Wake did. And I tell you, the defense was a turnaround, and the second half shutout says it all. And that's kind of what we've been hoping all year. Maybe we can build on it, but really proud of how the defense played. Pretty simple, lined them up and shut down, I think, the number one offense in the country. So from that side, great job. Overtime, that's just a whole different ballgame. Weather, everything else, you know, 2-yard line, you got to be able to get it in. There's things that we can talk about all the time right now, but let's concentrate on the positives and what we built on defense last week.
Carolina, after that rough start in the second half, outscores Pitt 16-0 in the third and fourth quarter, and then ultimately falling in overtime. And for Mac Brown, he has talked about this kind of throughout the season, another game where you don't get the complete package. You never really know who's going to show up.
That was my next point.
It was defense first and then the offense coming in the second half. How do you correct that with just a couple games left on the season here?
I tell you, it's always we talked about this forever. It's three parts. It's offense, defense, and special teams. And if you win 2 out of 3, you're going to win the game. First half, we did not win special teams. Those were bad kicks down the middle of the field. Nobody can cover those. If you're going to kick line drives, you got to cut it to a quarter of the field or another quarter of the field. Offense did not show up. Defense won the game. I really believe they won the game, but Pitt won 2 out of 3, and that's just what you have. You got to find a way, and what better way to get ready for your arch rival, win a state championship, than have a day where hopefully today you can get all 3 of those wins.
It's football season, time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Alongside Deems May, I'm Kyle Straub. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff here in the Carolina Club, and you just alluded to it. You've got a game here in front of you today, non-conference. You don't have a game that really means a lot in terms of where those standings are going to be, but it's Senior Day, and it means that Carolina can become bowl eligible if they win against a Wofford team who's just 1-9 on the season.
Yeah, I tell you, sometimes you got to look at games like these type of games. It's like this is. It's not about the other team. It's not about their record. But, you know, the levels are not that different anymore. I mean, there's great football players all over the country. I think Wofford took Samford, you know, down to the wire. Samford scores 50 on Florida. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things you can look at. Sure, we should win. Sure, we should blow them out. Sure, we should have an easy sailing game. But these kids – they have a chip on their shoulder. They weren't offered here. They're going to play hard. But this game is going to be more about our seniors. It's going to be more about Sam Howell, his last game, how he's turned this program. This game is going to be about the quarterback of the future and which one it's going to be.
Another thing with Wofford is this is their last game of the regular season, so it is literally a leave-it-all out on the field game. When you have an opponent coming in like that, maybe you're overmatched and they don't really have anything to lose. What's the biggest key for North Carolina?
Be ready for anything. Onside kick to start the game. Fake punts from minus 20, 25, fake field goals, fake extra points, whatever you want to do to try to get some life. That's where you have it. If you just go toe-to-toe, play vanilla defense, vanilla offense, you're going to beat them on talent alone. But you got to be ready for anything, reverses, pass, everything that they can get maybe to get some momentum going. But, again, these are the type of games where a lot of people, we've seen it year in and year out, in the SEC, where they would always schedule, a non-conference game right before a rivalry game, right? So we've kind of adopted that. I like it. I don't know if I like starting at Virginia Tech. Maybe we wouldn't want to start with Wofford. But, I get it. And this is a time right now where we have some transition going in. This day is not going to decide the quarterback of the future, but it's going to give everybody in the stands and all Carolina fans a glimpse of what the future is going to be. And one game's not going to decide it, but there's practice guys, Kyle, and there's game guys. And I think Coach Brown, although it's at Sam's detriment being dinged up, I think he's excited to see how these guys perform out there on live conditions.
We'll get into Sam Howell, whether he'll be on the field, if he is, how long he's going to be on the field, who else we might be able to see. We'll also get into some of the Senior Day festivities that surround the game. Coach Brown announcing that this will be Sam's last game, so he'll be involved in those pregame festivities as well. And we'll also get around the ACC, check out their schedules and the top 25. Carolina sitting at 5-5 on the season, have an opportunity to not just win the last home game, but get themselves bowl eligible, get those extra 2 weeks of practice, and secure one more game on the schedule after the regular season concludes. We'll get into all of that when we come back here from the Carolina Club. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to janetkingrdu.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
When the holidays really get going, I keep up with Dunkin's new Pancake Minis. 6 fluffy and delicious pancakes served with dipping syrup, packed and ready to go. During traffic, in the middle of shopping, even while making a costume for the holiday play. This season, I've got Pancake Minis to take on the holidays, wherever they take me, and a creamy white mocha hot chocolate to sweeten the season. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments, the firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves, because every milestone matters, and we promise to be with you for every one of them. This holiday, shop Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines.
And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recall devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Because you never know where life is going to take you. We have been taken into the Carolina Club.
Bacon smells good, doesn't it?
It does, man. It just got it going. The wind outside blowing it in.
It is great here.
Inside the Carolina Club here on campus alongside Deems May. I'm Kyle Straub. We previewed it just a little bit, talking about Sam Howell, whether he'll go or not today, having the backups. Coach Brown earlier this week had his press conference, and this is what he had to say in terms of Sam and where his status stood.
Sam will be with the doctors this week and see if he can practice. He wants to play Saturday. If he can, he will. He feels like he'll be 100% for next week, but he and the doctors will make the decision day to day and a game day decision whether he'll play this weekend or not. Obviously, that puts into question your young backup quarterbacks. So you have to get them ready to play. They'll get the heavy load of practice this week, and we'll just have to decide during the week how we play them, because the most important thing is to win the game.
A couple of things that really stand out from what Coach said, and there's been a few days since for them to kind of get a little more clarity on the situation. One, Sam wants to play. Right. I don't know that anybody's going to be surprised by that. And then he did not name a specific young backup. There's multiple of them. So let's start off at the top. Everybody wants to know, is Sam going to be out there? If he's going to be out there, is he going to be healthy? And then you also have Deems in this kind of a game. Things get out of hand and he happens to be on the field. How long do you actually keep him out there?
Yeah, I don't anticipate seeing Sam today. I just don't. If we can't beat Wofford without Sam Howell, then we've got some problems. And that's just how it is. And when you've got a guy you know that's going to turn, a guy that's done so much for this program, but you also have to think about the future. All right, there's a lot of people out there that are great practice guys. A lot of people that are ranked really high. How do you feel? How do you play when there are people in the stands? You're not going to get that in spring. You're not going to get that in fall camp next year. I think this opportunity for these two young quarterbacks, and we're talking about Criswell and May, of course, to go out and see how they respond with people in the stands. I think that's the biggest thing. You don't want to go into the first game next year without having some live experience when it counts. Not at the end of a mop-up game when nobody's playing hard or the defenses are done. You want to win a 0-0, or you want to win a 7-0 or 14-0 or 14-all in the first and second quarter. How do they respond? Because you know they're going to throw all kinds of things at a young quarterback. So I think from a future standpoint, this is be an exciting time. It'll be a great evaluation time for everybody to see what we have in those two young QBs.
A game that means a lot because you can become bowl eligible, but as you mentioned, also being able to kind of glimpse the future. Jacoby Criswell, the only other quarterback on the roster that's attempted a pass 2 for 2 this season, and then Drake May, big-time 5-star recruit that comes into Carolina. Those are the two main guys that we'll see out there, but Russell Tabor and Jefferson Bose on the roster as well. 4 guys that are kind of in the mix, obviously the 2 up top, but you look at some of the numbers that Sam has put up on the season with the passing yards, obviously leading the team 2,700, but also the rushing yards that he has added to this team. How does it affect the team beyond just the quarterback position if he's not able to go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying Sam wants to play, and I know he wants to play. Everybody that knows him knows he wants to play. I mean, he's a gamer. He's tough as nails. But I think prudence is going to dictate this. And I tell you, how do we do it? We got Ty Chandler. We'd love to get him 1,000. I mean, I think we got to split him out up front and run right downhill at him. I think you're going to get in there and see a big dose of him. He's given a lot to this team. He gave a lot of boost to his program coming over from Tennessee. I think we might have to, find some linemen in there. Maybe some younger linemen. There's going to be all kinds of different dynamics going on offensively to get points on the board. But, Kyle, I'm thinking run, play action, some simple screens, some things to settle both these quarterbacks down before they start throwing downfield.
Look at the numbers on Ty Chandler, the lead running back, 955 yards. So getting to that 1,000, it's only 45 yards. He's broken off some longer than that this season.
I'd be very, very surprised if we don't see 3 straight runs to start the first offensive series. Very surprised.
How big, when the young guys are in there, do you think getting the ball in the hands of somebody like Josh Downs, who leads the country in yak yards this season, how important is that to make it easier on these guys?
Just from a comfort standpoint, very important. And these Wofford kids, these corners aren't going to press. They're not going to get up on our guys. So quick pops out to them. Let Josh make some noise. Get you kind of a rhythm in. Feel the snap. Get the ball out of your hands quick. Get it to your playmaker. Let him make some plays. You complete a 2-yard pass, and he goes for 40. Looks pretty good on your stats. So, all of a sudden you got confidence. I can do this, and you got bouncing around a little bit. But a big day for the future of Carolina at quarterback right now.
Hey, UNC fans, this football season, come try make-to-order burgers, barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. Find us in Kenan Stadium in the smokehouse right next to Gate 6. It's hellaciously good. Talking about Sam Howell, possibility, probability that he's not able to go, the backups behind him that will go out there. If you had to pick between Criswell and May, do you think Coach Brown splits halves, or do you go with one, and if it's hot, stick with that hand?
That's a great question. I believe they have a plan. I believe they, unless somebody really separated themselves in practice, which I heard did not happen, I think there's going to be a plan. I don't think any fans or anybody should take any stock in who starts. I think what you're going to do, I think even if somebody gets hot, I think both kids are going to get an equal amount of reps. Now, how they do that, I don't know. I would imagine 2 series. Excuse me. That would be my guess. 1, that doesn't give you enough rhythm. And if you go 2 series and you score twice, maybe you get that third, But who starts from front of whom, that does not going to matter. It's going to be who makes the right decisions, who gets the calls out, who makes the right adjustments pre-snap. I think all those things that we're not going to see a whole lot of will be the evaluation come tomorrow and Monday.
Cool but very sunny day here in Chapel Hill for the final home game for the North Carolina Tar Heels this season. Noon kickoff, usually you want a little bit later one, get the energy going in the crowd, but with the cool day, a noon kickoff has got to be pretty good. The temperature's expected to be in the 50s here this afternoon. Should make it a little bit easier for those young guys getting out there.
Hell yeah. It's beautiful, perfect football weather. Nothing wrong with this at all. They're going to be excited. Senior day, so it's not just about Sam. It's about a lot of guys that have seen this program turn a little bit. Surely this year was disappointing, but there is a chance to go ahead and go to a bowl game. Enjoy the camaraderie with your fellow seniors and other teammates. So this is a big game. Come out, play well. Let's just get out of the bed and go play. I think it's a good start time for sure.
We will get into senior day when we come back here from the Carolina Club, maybe get some memories from Deems when he went through his senior day here as a Tar Heel football member. We'll be right back here from the Carolina Club. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff, presented by Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Dunkin' is here with your holiday helpers. Take on the season with a holiday classic like a peppermint mocha signature latte or a rich and creamy toasted white chocolate signature latte. Bold, smooth Dunkin' espresso and holiday flavors come together. Classic notes of mocha balanced with cooling peppermint or flavors of white chocolate topped with caramel and cinnamon sugar for a touch of holiday magic that will help you seize the season. Sip through the holidays with signature lattes from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina, and you don't even have to be a UNC alum because everybody is welcome here at the Carolina Club. You can visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club. If you do it, make sure you do it pregame, although this is our last one here from the Carolina Club this season.
Yeah, make sure you get when they're cooking the bacon on the grill right now, man. It's got the best smell in here now.
It's really not easy to do this when that smell is tantalizing.
I keep looking at that buffet over there. I'm going to slide over there on the next break.
Alongside Deems May, I'm Kyle Straub. Last pregame here from Carolina Club, and it's because it's the last home game. Always kind of brings along some emotions. Seems like it was yesterday that we had our first home game of the year, and here's the end of the season. You've gone through it on senior day, and my question for you is, what is it like as a senior to know that your time as a player here is done? This is the last time you're going to strap up and go out on that field again.
Yeah, I tell you, so many emotions, especially back when I went through was Coach Brown's kind of turnaround as well. We started 1-10, and then went 6-4-1, and then 7-4. And beat Duke pretty handily on our home field for my last senior game, whereas 2 years earlier it was 41-0 with Spurrier. So the turnaround felt really good. Just a huge mix of emotions, as you can imagine. Sadness, but pride, being happy to be there, being happy to get 4 years of playing in, all the great memories with teammates and turning a program around, knowing you left the program better than when it started. And that, I kind of think that dynamic in narrative is the same for these seniors right now.
Is there a specific memory or two that really stand out to you when somebody asks you about senior day or you think back to your senior day?
Probably just walking out with your dad. You know, I mean, everybody that's got a dad or mom that came or any kind of person that was important in their life, to be able to have them walk out and you got your jersey, you know, and all that, and Coach Brown coming up and giving you a hug and all that. That's probably the biggest memory, more so than the football. It's just because your parents or whomever raised you gave so much to get you to where you were, driving you to millions of practices, workouts early, you know, high school this, staying on your butt about grades, everything they've done to get you to where you are and where you're being able to graduate from the best university in the country. There's just something about it that just makes you just, you know, smile and be proud.
Earlier this week during the press conference, Coach Brown mentioned his thoughts on this senior class and some of the guys who maybe aren't seniors but getting ready to leave and kind of what they have meant to him and the program. And take a listen and see what he had to say.
You think about these guys, they've meant so much to our program, and they've been so good to us. Some guys left, some stayed. It's very tough when you lose your coach and all the assistant coaches, and you have different guys talking to you about a different offense and a different defense and who recruited you and what you meant to them. These guys have stayed, and they fought. And I see Garrett Walston and Tamon Fox and even Jordan Tucker, who didn't start the game like he wanted to. They're on the sideline Saturday night fighting to try to win the game. And I appreciate that so much. So they go from 3 wins and 2 wins to 2 bowl games and a chance Saturday to put themselves in a 3rd bowl game. So the transition's been hard, especially with the transfer portal. but I really, really appreciate that these guys are going to leave the program much better.
Got cut off there a little bit at the end, but what he was finishing was they've left the program in a better spot than where they found it, and that's ultimately the goal of every person that comes through.
No doubt, and I tell you, you look around and there's so many negative stories in sports, whether it's in college football or pro football or whatever, and, knock on wood, these kids we've had, man, they haven't performed like we had hoped, some, and the record does not reflect it. But, man, what a good group of guys. I mean, you knock on wood and you think about it all the time. We haven't been in the paper, and there's been not a whole lot of negative stuff talked about, and our grade point averages are great. And everything that really matters in life has been great. And that's due to coaching and the leadership and the leadership within the locker room, telling each other, hey, after a bad loss, don't go out and do something stupid. Or after a great win, don't celebrate too hard. Let's stay out of the paper. Let's keep concentrating. And although the record doesn't show what we had hoped, the type of young men that were a part of this program and are leaving after today or next week ultimately or bowl game are the type you want to recruit.
It's football season, time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. One of the things that I think kind of gets overlooked sometimes on a senior day because everything is on those seniors, and rightfully so, is what it means to the guys that aren't seniors, the underclassmen. Because from my perspective, they've got to have a real burning desire to not disappoint those guys who they've looked up to and are leaders.
That's a great point. You want to play your best for your buddy that's playing his last game in Kenan. And I tell you, that we talked about it a little bit. Let's see if we can have everybody on the same page on offense, defense, and special teams, and let some of these seniors that may be playing their very last game, that are not going to play against NC State, are not going to play in a bowl game, especially if it's close, and are not going to play in NFL. Let's get some of those guys in, and let's cheer for them on the sideline. So the juniors, sophomores, freshmen that are playing right now, let's all contribute. Let's find a way to go into the second half and get every senior that's put so much heart, whether they're a walk-on or scholarship player, the ability to get out there and let their parents see them play a little bit. That'd be awesome.
Off the field, there's been so much these past couple of years with the pandemic that has gone on that it kind of makes you lose track of how long things have been actually going on. In the Mac era round 2 here, Mac Brown era round 2, it hasn't been the entire career of these seniors, and he kind of touched on that.
Yeah.
For them to have been recruited, come to Carolina, have a different coaching staff, have the turmoil of change, and still be here. Do you think that gives them a little bit of an extra soft spot in Carolina fans here?
I would think. I think anybody that survives the last 2 years, when you're being part of a team and you just never know which way it's going to go, whether you're going to play that game, whether somebody's going to get sick, whether you're going to get quarantined, and then all of a sudden you have the variant, back in August, and all of a sudden you're looking up and saying, here it comes again. So, you're always getting pulled in different directions emotionally, and the kids have just they've been great. Again, there's so many chances to be out there and get in trouble, and there's so many things that you can do wrong, and just not to hear these kids' name in the paper negatively is just a testament to Coach Brown and the staff and what they've done and how they've held it together. And although expectations were probably too high, we still got a chance to finish strong here.
Carolina 5-5 on the season, taking on Wofford, who is 1-9 here this afternoon. Noon kickoff from Kenan Stadium. Not just senior day and a chance for them to go out on a high note, but also secure one more game on that schedule so they can stick around and wear the uniform just a little bit more. And that's got to be another big motivating factor of, hey, if we win, we get 2 more weeks of doing this.
Yeah, and that bowl game, no matter where you go, they make it fun. They make it fun. You get gear, you get electronic stuff. You get, a lot of good sweats. You get a chance to just go have fun wherever you are. Hopefully you maybe can get a shot in a Florida Bowl or even something cool like the Pinstripe Bowl and go play in Yankee Stadium. There's so many great bowls right now, and there's so many great times that you'll have that you can look back at. Hey, you remember our senior year when we went to the Pinstripe Bowl, or we went down to Orlando, or we went to the Gator Bowl, or whatever bowl it is. And we were hanging out, we're doing different things, and just great memories. There's no better team sport than football, and to have a couple more weeks to share with your teammates is just something special, and you got to take care of that, and you got to come out ready to go today.
I'll tell you one thing that kids won't be able to get when they go somewhere else that they do here, and I think you and I can rival anybody in this. It's the shoe game.
Yeah.
Both of us have on the same Jordan 1's the Carolina Blue. I know Matt gets a lot of credit, so need to throw our hat in there as well, representing over here.
Always keep the Jordans on now.
Yes,
the kids
sir.
love them.
Yes, sir. As soon as I told my wife about them the first time, she said, "Are you kidding me?" I said, "Hey, you have yours, I have mine."
There you go.
We'll be right back here from the Carolina Club. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
When the holidays really get going, I keep up with Dunkin's new Pancake Minis. 6 fluffy and delicious pancakes served with dipping syrup, packed and ready to go. During traffic. In the middle of shopping. Even while making a costume for the holiday play. This season, I've got Pancake Minis to take on the holidays, wherever they take me. And a creamy white mocha hot chocolate to sweeten the season. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments. The firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves. Because every milestone matters. And we promise to be with you for every one of them. This holiday, shop Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Crown Honda of South Point is proud to sponsor the UNC Tar Heels. We share a commitment to excellence and a strong desire to be the best. That's why we offer top-notch service, a huge selection, and a 110% guarantee on our already low price tags. Call, click, or come by Crown Honda of South Point, just 1 mile from the streets of South Point in Durham, or visit us online at southpointhonda.com. This is Crown Honda of South Point, wishing the Tar Heels the best season ever. We'll purchase competitive new vehicle at the lower price. Or refund you 110% of difference. Not valid with new rebates. Interest rates, price changes, or trade-ins.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
It's football season, time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Alongside Deems May, I'm Kyle Straub. We are live here for the Countdown to Kickoff inside of the Carolina Club. Heading over to Kenan here, about a little over halfway done with this one. I've already talked about Sam Howell being on the field or not being on the field, some of the guys that could get in, basically the future of North Carolina. But I want to stick on Senior Day and kind of give these guys some recognition because it is their last time they're going to hear their names called in Kenan Stadium. So let's listen to Mac, the head coach, name all of the seniors that will be participating here today.
Grayson Atkins, British Brooks, Adam Buck, Carson Burgess, Ty Chandler, Tamon Fox, who actually came out there for Senior Day last year and decided to stay when they gave him a year back. So this is his second Senior Day. Jeremiah Gimmel, Gray Goodwin, Tyrone Hopper, Sam Howell. This will be his last game at Kenan Stadium. Kurion Johnson is looking at the possibilities of coming back. He's looking at some academic things. Nick Makovic, Marcus McKeithen and both Josh Azudu are going to go through senior day, but they're also getting Coach Moody to look at the evaluations for them with the NFL. If they're drafted high enough, they would like to leave. If not, they'd like to stay. So that's just a decision they'll make. Trey Morrison and Kyler McMichael are best friends, and they want to both look at their NFL status, but they will leave.
Reva Horsick and Garrett Walston also on that list of participants here for senior day. A couple of things that stick out to me when I hear him go through that list. One, Tamon Fox, you kind of have to chuckle to yourself because he's getting go number 2 at senior day. One of those weird oddities that you're never probably going to see again, but because of the pandemic, got an extra year, and he said, hey, let's go ahead and take advantage of it. And then the other ones are guys that aren't seniors, but Coach talked about, hey, they've got a possible future ahead of them. They're looking at possibly going and taking advantage of that, one of which we talked about already a little, Sam Howell. It was at the beginning of the year. They said, hey, this is his last year. He's done what he needs to do.
Yeah, Sam's done. I mean, Sam, I know for a fact Sam's going to turn pro, and he should. He's done enough for this program. He's done so much. And some of these other guys you hear about, they're being prudent and they're being smart. If they're going to – undrafted free agent is not the way to go. And if they get drafted – if something happens and there's like, look, you're 7th round, you're late 7th or undrafted, but if you come back and you play better, you're 3rd or 4th. There you go. I think Tamon had that opportunity. That you look at where you're going to be drafted, how you're going to perform. And the good part about it is you got some time. You can go and you can get a good evaluation. But if it comes back and says, hey, you might be a 5th round, you might be 4th, or you could sneak into the top 3, then of course you got to go. If you want to take care of your family or you're just ready to go play, you can always come back and get your degree. So a lot of different options going into senior day. Again, the pandemic's thrown everything into so many different scenarios. We don't know who's leaving by portal, who's coming this way, who can have another year, what the scholarship limits are. So there's so many uncertainties, and you should leave your options open unless you're somebody like Sam.
Yeah, and especially with the portal from one day to the next.
Right.
You're not really sure.
Exactly.
Another name that stuck out to me, and it's because it's a name that's called a ton over the last few years during Carolina football games, Jeremiah Gimmel, one of those guys that are out there on the field, leaders for the team, and really I feel like for them, this is kind of what the pageantry is about. This is the fans' opportunity to say thank you.
Yeah, I tell you, he has been just a stalwart there. Great leader. Anytime you see a coach, whether it's Coach Thigpen or Coach Brown, talk about Gimmel, their eyes light up. And I tell you, when you have somebody like that, you just think about what he's done for the program and how he's the quarterback of the defense and how he gets everybody lined up and how he's just so integral part of it. And I tell you, those are the type of kids you want, and you wish them the best of luck. We hope he really has a good pro career, and if not, I wouldn't be surprised to see him back on this coaching staff.
Roaming the sidelines, getting that Carolina blue again.
Right.
One of the things that I also wanted to point out is Coach Brown talked about going through the due diligence for these players, finding out where they're going to be drafted. I think a lot of coaches' staff will say that they're going to look out for the best interests of the players, but they're telling you right there, they actually are doing it. If you've got the opportunity before your 5th year or 4th year is up to go to the NFL, they're going to help you in that. And that's got to be big for not just these guys on the team, but recruiting as well.
It does. Everybody has a different socioeconomic background, and there's so many things that factor into it. Whether, if your family needs some money and you got a chance, they're not going to beg you to come back. They know that. They're realistic. I think it helps with recruiting. I think our NIL package that we're having where these kids are going to be able to make a little bit, have a little bit of spending money going in while they're coming through school. I think how we're addressing that right now is great for the recruiting market. Also gives them a little bit of chance. Hey, you know what? I got a chance to make a little bit of money. I got pretty good home life. We're not desperate, so I may stay one more year, whereas – if I didn't have any money coming out and I got a chance to make some now, I'm gone. So there's going to be so many dynamics that work into that factor. And I tell you one thing, and I don't know a lot, but I know Coach Brown and that staff are going to look at each one individually and ask them what's best for them and their family, and they're going to advise them on that. They're not going to advise them on whether or not they're going to make them a better team next year if they come back. How are you going to be for you and your family? And if coming back, that's great, man. We're going to welcome you with open arms. If not, we're going to tell you to go help your family out and go make some money in the NFL.
The great thing about all of these players is the Carolina family truly is that. Even though they'll be done with their playing career, always will be welcome back and on the sidelines, in the booth like you are, wherever they can find a spot. they are always welcome back here in Chapel Hill. Well, Deems, I appreciate you joining us here for Countdown to Kickoff. I know you're excited to get over there for Senior Day festivities.
Yep.
We are going to take a break. We'll come back, preview the schedule across the ACC, some big-time games, some big-time implications for who can win each division, the Atlantic as well as the Coastal. Look at the top 25 as well, and maybe break down a little bit of the mathematical situations that teams need to get to Charlotte for that ACC title game. I am Kyle Straub. He is Deems May. We're in the Carolina Club. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff here, presented by Learfield.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments, the firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves, because every milestone matters, and we promise to be with you for every one of them. This holiday, shop Reed's Jewelers and Reed's.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
WCAB. Welcome back inside the Carolina Club. Kyle Straub with you here on the Countdown to Kickoff. Another thank you to Deems May for joining me for the first half. A little bit more than that. I had him stick around so we could talk a little more Senior Day, as it is Senior Day. Final home game of the regular season. Final home game of the season, period, for the Tar Heels, who sit at 5-5 on the season. A win today not just sends the seniors out on a high note, but also gets Carolina bowl eligible for the 3rd straight year and adds another one on a couple weeks after the conclusion of the regular season, which would be next week as the Wolfpack is on tap against the Tar Heels. North Carolina getting ready for that one, but don't want to overlook a Terrier team who finishes off their regular season here today, looking to end on a high note, just 1-9 so far on the season. Looking around the ACC, start with the standings first. In the Atlantic, Wake Forest still undefeated in the conference at 6-0. Huge matchup with Clemson for them today. If they win, Wake Forest that is, they will represent the Atlantic Division in Charlotte for the ACC title game. First time in a long time that a non-Clemson team would be there. Clemson sitting at 5-2 right now, needs to win that game against Clemson as well as next week, and hope that the Wake Forest Demon Deacons stumble again next week, as at that point they'll own the tiebreaker. The rest of the Atlantic has State at 4-2. Louisville, who finished up their season in the ACC on Thursday, 4-4, absolutely rolled over Duke, 62-22 winners Thursday night. Florida State 3-4, BC and Syracuse both sitting at 2-4 in the Atlantic. On the coastal side, not as much coastal chaos as there has been in recent seasons with Pitt's win over Carolina last Thursday. They sit in control of the coastal at 5-1, Virginia 4-2, Miami and Virginia Tech both at 3-3, Carolina 3-4, Georgia Tech 2-6, and Duke for the second straight year without a conference win, 0-7 on the season in ACC play. As far as the matchups, I told you Wake Forest and Clemson is probably the biggest one on the schedule today. They will kick at the same time as us. Noon start for those two. So will Florida State and Boston College. That is in Chestnut Hill as Florida State looks to get back to 500 on the season in conference play. Georgia Tech will be on the road against Notre Dame, who is looking to continue to pad that resume to get into the playoff here at the end of the season. Notre Dame currently ranked number 8 in the country, playing that one at home, 2:30 kick. Virginia, who needs a little bit of help, has to win out the rest of the season, can help themselves today. They're on the road against Pitt, who comes in at 18 in the country this week. They'll kick off at 3:30 this afternoon over in Raleigh. State will kick off against Syracuse at 4 with Virginia Tech and Miami rounding out the ACC schedule. 7:30 kick tonight for those two, and that'll be on the network, the ACC network, that is. As far as the top 25 goes, a big slew of games with Georgia number 1 overall taking on Charleston Southern. Deems talked about it, especially in the SEC, setting up like Carolina has with a game that's a little bit lighter on the schedule than you would have in head of a rivalry game, as they'll take on Georgia Tech to finish off the season. So Georgia 2 wins away from securing themselves a spot in the college football playoff, you would assume. Oklahoma taking on Iowa State. Cyclones have been in and out of the top 25, looking to get back in there and have a chance against a big-time Oklahoma team. Probably the biggest top 25 matchup this week. 2 top 25 teams at Ohio State, who is 12th in the country. Michigan State will be taking on them. Not just implications for the Big Ten, but also for that college football playoff. Noon kickoff for them on ABC. We'll keep an eye on that one throughout the game and keep you updated. A couple others that stand out. Mississippi State taking on Tennessee State. They are a noon kickoff. Texas A&M, 16 in the country, at home against Prairie View. A&M will kick at noon. Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, I told you 2:30 is the NBC game. Arkansas and Bama, the other top 25 matchup on CBS this afternoon. They will go head-to-head at 3:30. And looking at the ACC and where teams are, I told you it is at the top. Pitt on the coastal side, 5-1. On the Atlantic side, Wake Forest, 6-0. A little bit of a better spot for the Demon Deacons. They would need to lose both of their final games on the season in order to not win the Atlantic. They'd also have to have Clemson win both. Clemson needing to win today, and then next week they'll go against South Carolina. So not a conference game there for the Tigers, but Wake Forest is. They will take on a 2-4 BC team who plays Florida State today, and always a dangerous one when you have to go on the road to finish off a season. BC would look to play spoiler there if the Demon Deacons lose today against Clemson and need that one to secure the Atlantic. As far as Pitt, win today and they're in. It's a Wake Forest and Pitt ACC championship, but they are taking on Syracuse next week. If Pitt loses to Virginia, Syracuse is a team that is a tough one, again, on the road. It's not easy to go on the road. We just saw that going against Pitt. Also had a stumble against Georgia Tech and Virginia Tech. You'd rather be home to finish that season off. And right now, Pitt has the opportunity to finish it off, but have to play tough while they are on the road. That is the top 25 and the ACC schedule for today. If you get into a little bit of coastal chaos, there is a possibility for both Miami and Virginia Tech to sneak up those standings and be tied with Pitt at the end of the season. We're not going to get into all of those tiebreakers. Pitt needs to win, and they're in. It's as simple as that. We'll come back and look around the ACC, take a listen to some of the coaches, maybe hear from the new Virginia Tech head coach as they made a change here recently. We'll do that when we come back here from the Carolina Club. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
Woo!
To offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time to get the flu vaccines, and Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Want to hear from J.C. Price, new head coach over at Virginia Tech. Justin Fuentes' tenure didn't go the way that they were hoping to, so they make a change here towards the end of the season. And this is what the new head coach for the Hokies had to say.
There's a process I think every coach goes through, a young coach. You have to learn how to coach. Your GA, you become a position coach, you become a coordinator, and then you think one day, well, I'm going to be a head coach. And then there's only so many jobs out there. And for me to be sitting here as an interim head coach is just, I don't think I ever in my wildest dreams thought that would happen. And to have my head coach after my name at Virginia Tech, I don't think there's a greater honor.
Not just the new head coach, but an opportunity to get his tenure started off on a high note under the lights. Tonight, they will take on Miami in Miami, 7:30 kick. Big-time matchup of the day here is Wake Forest and Clemson. Wake Forest looking to finish off the regular season and become the Atlantic Division champions. Dave Clawson, the head coach for Wake Forest, had this.
What Clemson is capable of is high-level football. DJ, the collection of receivers they have, their running backs. I mean, Will Shipley was a guy that we wanted. We offered him early. Everybody in the country wanted him. Davis Allen as a tight end is a guy that we offered. They're recruiting at the very highest level of anybody in the country. They're getting the best players. And all these guys are very skilled, very capable, or Clemson wouldn't have recruited them.
Perfect season so far for Wake Forest in conference. 2 weeks ago, when Carolina was able to beat them here in Chapel Hill. That was a non-conference game that was scheduled, so didn't count against them for the ACC. And for Clemson and Dabo Swinney, an opportunity to kind of give themselves a little bit of a chance to get back to the ACC title game once again. Here's Dabo.
This is kind of a game of strength on strength if you look at it. We've been really good on defense. They've been really, really good on offense. We've been inconsistent offensively and not a lot of continuity throughout the year. But both groups have made some strides, their defense, our offense. So I think it's a good matchup.
Stroud with you here, wrapping up countdown to kickoff from the Carolina Club. Appreciate you joining me here this morning. I hope you have bundled up. It's a chilly one out there, but Senior Day festivities at Keenan Memorial Stadium, last home game of the season for the Tar Heels. If they win, they add another game onto the schedule as they will become bowl eligible, but they've got to go out there and get it done against a tough Wofford team.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments, the firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves, because every milestone matters, and we promise to be with you for every one of them. This holiday, shop Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heels Sports Network.
On paper, today's matchup with Wofford may not be the most exciting the Tar Heels have had this season, but that should not diminish the importance of this afternoon's game. Carolina is looking for its 6th win of the season, which would make the Heels bowl eligible for the 3rd consecutive year. The Tar Heels are looking to send out 22 players going through senior day activities on the right note in their final game in Kenan Stadium. And, quite simply, it's another chance to play and improve as the 2021 season nears conclusion. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the first meeting between Wofford and Carolina starts right now.
People are asking about the pressure and the hype. We're just on a roll. Things are good, and I'm excited about it.
I mean, we're all holding ourselves now to a super high standard.
We've got the leadership.
We prepare the same way for every team. No game is bigger than others.
We've got the confidence.
I feel like now nobody can stay with me, and it just rolls into practice.
If you're seeing it in practice, it's going to show up in the game.
I embrace the challenge, honestly.
I just know I got to keep on going.
I'm coming down, making plays.
Anticipate things more.
It's only going to keep getting better.
We're going to be good every year. That's just who we are. That's our program.
This is Carolina football.
And off to the races is Chandler. Steps through a tackle. Touchdown, Carolina. Howe, first down and more. Howe to the 5. Howe to the end zone. 40, 35, 30. Tar Heels will have it inside the Deacon 15. 25, 20, 10, 5. Trucks over a defender. Goodness gracious. 50, 10, 5. Give him 6 more. Holy smokes. Light that bell tower blue.
Let's go.
This is Jones Angel. It is unclear whether or not Sam Howell will play today for Carolina, but even if the record-setting quarterback does participate, the Tar Heels would like to get a long look at Jacoby Criswell and Drake May behind center this afternoon. Brian Simmons was a 2-time All-America at Carolina, has his jersey honored at UNC, and played a decade in the NFL.
Senior day, the day you realize just how fast 3, 4, 5, and in some cases 6 years go by.
It's up at 5, 6, 7, whatever. Just take it at your own pace. Lee Pace authors Extra Points and will be reporting from the crisp sidelines this afternoon.
Wofford College is a private institution of just over 1,700 students with some success in big-time athletic trophy hunting. Witness the Terriers' 2 wins over Tar Heel basketball in 2017 and 19. Football, though, is a different matter for a potential David against Goliath, and we'll find out in an hour just how much resistance Wofford can muster against the Carolina squad with a lot left to play for.
We have all those storylines plus interviews with the head coaches, Mac Brown and Josh Conklin. We'll continue our weekly conversations with Carolina great Jeff Saturday, preview the upcoming basketball matchup against Purdue, and check scores, get you ready for scores around the ACC and Top 25. All of that and a lot more coming up. It's Wofford at Carolina, the senior day version of the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments, the firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves, because every milestone matters, and we promise to be with you for every one of them. This holiday, shop Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish, like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
When the holidays really get going, I keep up with Dunkin's new Pancake Minis. 6 fluffy and delicious pancakes served with dipping syrup, packed and ready to go. During traffic, in the middle of shopping, even while making a costume for the holiday play. This season, I've got Pancake Minis to take on the holidays, wherever they take me, and a creamy white mocha hot chocolate to sweeten the season. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Carolina football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Welcome inside Kenan Stadium. It is indeed the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your hometown jeweler, trusted with life's moments. Maybe you're watching on the Carolina Football Field Pass presented by Wells Fargo. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being with us. We've got a long day of Carolina action for you today. Before we get started here in Kenan, let me just give you a quick snapshot of what's going on. I'm here. I'm Jones. I'm with Brian and Lee and the whole gang here in Kenan. Jody Zeugner, our statistician. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Kyle Straub going to be filling in for Dave Nathan today. That is because Dave is up in Uncasville, Connecticut, along with Eric Montross and Adam Lucas. Those guys will be bringing you Carolina basketball. That game starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon against Purdue. So what we're going to do is after this game concludes, we'll have a little window of time that will wrap up things here in Kenan and then send you up to Connecticut and let Dave, Eric, and Adam get you through the rest of the afternoon. Hopefully a couple of big Tar Heel victories. So a long day of Carolina athletics. We're excited that you're going to be here with us all day long. And, Brian, it starts with Senior Day in Chapel Hill. Carolina has 22 players going through the Senior Day activities, marking their final appearance in Kenan Stadium. It's an emotional day, and it's a day that the coaches and the players take seriously. They try to send these seniors out on a winning note.
Absolutely. Homecoming and Senior Day, 2 games that you absolutely want to win, and you must win, and you feel like as a coach you owe it to the players to send them out that way, and then the younger guys feel the same way. And, after the game, before the game, the emotions don't really get to you, but it's after the game when you're sitting in the locker room and you realize for a lot of guys, one, this will be the last time that I put on a uniform to play football again. And then secondly, even if I do move on for some of these guys, obviously you'll never put on that Carolina uniform, sure. And that means a lot to these guys who've been here, like I said, in some cases 6 years. So a lot of their life has been made here, and they develop who they are, obviously as a football player, but more importantly as a person.
Lee, one of those players that is going through the activities today is Sam Howell, and that brings up 2 topics. One, this is likely Howell's final game in Kenan, and everyone should appreciate the impact that he has had, not just on the field, but as a program builder for Carolina. And then 2, Sam's status for today, not really known following an injury late in the Pittsburgh game.
Well, Jones, I reflected earlier this week on first meeting Sam Howell, my first exposure to him. He was on the sidelines prior to a game early in the 17 or 18 seasons when Larry Fedora was still here. Dre Bly, who was living and coaching in Charlotte at the time, was close to the program before Mac Brown hired him, and Dre introduced me to him. And I looked at Sam and had a nice little conversation with him, but he just didn't impress me as the type of 5-star quarterback that everybody in the country was. He's kind of a short guy, a little extra girth around the middle, you might say, but boy, how did he fool me and fooled everybody else with how good he has been. Mac Brown talked this week about how he has been the face of the program after coming in and beating South Carolina and Miami those first 2 games, and he sent a big-time signal that it's okay to come to Carolina to other recruits when he flipped from Florida State. But what a great athlete he has been, and what a workmanlike mentality he has brought to the program. I remember Aaron Crawford, the big 5th-year defensive tackle 2 years ago. He was a little skeptical of this young kid coming in with with all the stars and the big flip and all the publicity. And Aaron saw how hard he worked, how disciplined he was, how structured, how focused he was, and he said, this kid's going to be really good, and he certainly has. Will he play tonight? Don't know. Or this afternoon? Don't know. Honestly, I'd let him sit. I'd let him take his bow with his parents, sit out the rest of this game, get ready for NC State, and let Drake May and Jacoby Criswell take it.
And I'll say this about Sam. Obviously, we've been here for all the games, and he's put up crazy numbers. But to me, that South Carolina game may be the most impressive game that I've seen from Sam, just because, think about it, he was a couple months out of high school playing against a top SEC defense that had a bunch of NFL players up there, and all he did was went out there and balled out, straight out of high school. And to me, that sent the signal. I don't know. Obviously, I don't think anybody could imagine his career being what it was, but that game told me that this is not going to be too big for him.
Sam is one of the team captains today for Carolina, but also he was not out earlier with the quarterbacks when Jacoby Criswell, Drake May, Jefferson Boaz, they were all out going through some early warm-up throws. Sam was not out there with that group. As soon as we learn a definitive answer, we'll let you know. He was injured late in that Pitt game. It is not a season-ending injury. The word has been that first, of course, he has to be cleared medically, and then if he is cleared medically, that he will then be allowed to make that decision if he feels like he can go out and help the team. So we'll have to wait and see how all that plays out. It truly is a day decision here, and probably a decision, obviously, that's going to be made, has to be made in the next hour or so. Brian, if this game does work out the way the Heels hope, not just Jacoby Criswell and Drake May, like Lee mentioned, but Carolina should have the chance to play a lot of young players, and several of those young players are going to have key roles for the Tar Heels in the very near future.
Absolutely, and that's the great thing, when you schedule an opponent like this, you hope that you can get out of this game is being able to get some of the younger guys exposure. And listen, I don't care how competitive practices are, they're not football games. And to be able to get a look at guys when the bullets are live, especially because now you got to consider today is the start of the quarterback competition for next year, and they have to figure out who's going to be that guy. And so don't take that for granted. Obviously, you'll go through spring ball, but what those guys do today in Keenan Stadium will have a big part in that, especially going into spring. The mindset that the coaches have about the competition for quarterback.
Lee, real quick, Carolina's last action was last Thursday at Pitt, and boy, just another Jekyll and Hyde performance from the Heels. Carolina just didn't do much right in the first quarter. Fell behind 17-0, climbed all the way back to force overtime, and then fell by a touchdown 30-23 in the extra period.
Jones, that game was eerily reminiscent of the first game of the year at Virginia Tech, where Carolina only had 9 minutes of possession the first half and 0 points, and were down 14-0. At intermission, they were down 17-0, as you said. And give credit to Coach Brown, his staff, and the players for resurrecting what had been a disaster the first quarter, fighting back and having a chance to win on the road. There's just something about these night games on the road that has really vexed the Tar Heels, but that's something like penalties that we've talked a lot about. They just got to grow out of it, and I think in time they will.
Carolina facing Wofford today. Both teams starting to go through some pregame warm-ups. We'll take a closer look at the Terriers when we return to the Reese Jewelers pregame show. All coming your way from Learfield.
Hey Carolina fans, this is Kelsey Gomes, Director of Sports Nutrition for the Tar Heels. Did you know North Carolina egg farmers produce over 4 billion eggs each year? Eggs are a part of a healthy lifestyle that keeps you fueled all day long. And eggs are a part of our Tar Heel athletes' diets too. The high-quality protein and essential nutrients in eggs help athletes maintain healthy muscles and strong bones. Visit ncegg.org to learn more about egg nutrition, egg farmers, and to find egg-citing recipes for the holidays.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
WCAB. It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Man, it's a pretty day here in Chapel Hill. Sunny, cool. It's only supposed to get into the lower 50s today. It's actually been pretty warm this past week, but a cold front came through late in the week. It's supposed to be chilly all afternoon, but bright sunny day. Both teams out on the field going through some warm-ups. Wofford to your right. The visiting Terriers wearing solid gold helmets, white jerseys, gold pants. No logo on the side of the helmets for Wofford. Their numbers are in black. No names on the jerseys for the Terriers. Meanwhile, Tar Heels going with their traditional home look. The Carolina blue helmets, Carolina blue jerseys, white pants. The numbers and letters on the jerseys in white. The blue Argyle down the side of the pants, and that white NC logo on the side of the helmets. First meeting between Carolina and Wofford. And Brian, Coach Brown likes to say facts. It's just a fact that it's been a difficult season for Wofford. It has been injury-filled, and they just don't have the record they want. They're 1-9 entering the game today. They are just 2 seasons removed from back-to-back conference championships, but without a win today, they would have lost 10 consecutive games for the first time in school history.
Yeah, and I thought you was going to conclude that sentence by saying for the Tar Heels, but no, it has been a difficult season for those guys, and like you stated, these are a bunch of guys who are used to winning. So, listen, Carolina has to understand, Wofford comes in this building, they're going to be excited to play this football game. This is going to be one game that can correct or kind of smooth over a little bit of the rough feeling that their season has provided for them. So, they're going to face a team that's going to be up and emotionally charged, and Carolina just has to take all that out of them early on, because a team like this, the longer you let them stay in it, the more of a dogfight you're going to have on your hands today.
And Brian, it's not just been a tough season for Wofford, it's been a tough 2021 for Wofford, because they went 1-4 in the abbreviated Southern Conference season that was held back in the spring. So they're at 2-13 in the year 2021, and God bless them. They've had to start 4 quarterbacks this year, Jones. How can you win? How can you do anything playing 4 different guys at the signal position?
And Lee, that's a great point. We talk about, how many games should these kids play and play as safety. These guys play spring football, and then they turn right back around a couple months later and have to play a fall season. Yeah. That's tough, and that's a great point.
And that don't know if these two things are related, but they do have 23 guys that are out for the year due to injury. 23! And that includes starters at quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, and 2 offensive linemen on the offensive side. So, they have really had a tough go, and will be concluding their season here today in Chapel Hill. And, Lee, we've seen FCS opponents here in recent years like the Citadel, Mercer, Western Carolina appear on Carolina's late season schedule. But today's matchup with Wofford, likely the last time we'll face this type of opponent in this schedule window for the foreseeable future.
Well, Jones, it started back with Alabama in 2007 when they scheduled Louisiana Monroe the week before the big rivalry showdown with Auburn. Auburn followed suit the next year, and that spread throughout the SEC and developed into what they call Cupcake Saturday. And Larry Fedora, Bubba Cunningham kind of followed suit here at Carolina beginning 2013 with this 3rd Saturday in November of a Southern Conference team or another football bowl subdivision team. Mac Brown came in. He does not like playing this game this late in the year. He wants to play it early in the year. He thinks it's short shrift to the seniors to every other year to have a very this kind of atmosphere for their final game. So from now on, Carolina's going to try and schedule its one FBS team up earlier in the year. So this is probably the last time you'll see a Southern Conference team coming to Chapel Hill the third weekend Saturday.
Yeah, Carolina plays an FCS opponent next season in the opening week. In fact, I think it's a week 0 game where they host Florida A&M here in Chapel Hill. So that will be the operation moving forward, at least as long as Mac Brown is leading the Tar Heel program. Brian, real quickly here. Brian, bowl eligibility in play. Carolina, as the Tar Heels look for their 6th win of the season. It would make them bowl eligible for the 3rd consecutive season. Not going to the Orange Bowl like they did last year, but still trying to get that extra game.
Absolutely, and that's what you want. You want to play and earn the right to play one extra game, because at this point that's all you can get, and that's the goal. And listen, for a lot of people, I hate to hear the term, well, they don't have anything to play for. Well, if you tell me we're kicking off at 12 o'clock, we have something to play for, and that's what Carolina has today.
It'll be against Wofford coming up in just a couple minutes here in Kenan Stadium. All right, we're going to take a break, come back. Kyle Straub will take you the rest of the way this morning. Dave Nathan up in Uncasville, Connecticut with Carolina basketball. Kyle will guide you through the rest of the Reese Jewelers pregame show. That starts with a conversation with Jeff Saturday after this break. All coming from Learfield.
This is Jones Angel Voice. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes. You look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the home medical department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Off time today is noon. Reed's Jeweler, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. Kyle Straub with you here inside Kenan Memorial Stadium as we get ready for kickoff at noon. And up next on the pregame show, Jones caught up with former Carolina lineman Jeff Saturday. Here's what he had to say.
Time again for Carolina football. Tar Heels, their final home game of the season, hosting the Wofford Terriers. And with that final home game, that means it is Senior Day. To help us talk about that and more, always enjoy our time with Tar Heel great Jeff Saturday. And, Jeff, I ask you this every year, but Senior Day, an emotional day. What do you remember from your Senior Day in Chapel Hill, and what's going through these guys' minds right now as they prepare to potentially play for the last time in Kenan Stadium?
Incredible day, Jones. Like, man, when you're walking out there with your parents or your family, and you're getting this walk, the fans are going crazy. You're seeing all the guys that you came in with, and the relationships that you've built for a number of years and kind of have come to fruition, man. And it's just an incredible day, man. As you walk out there, you're looking at your room dogs, man, and you're hugging each other, and the parents are hugging each other, and it's just, it doesn't get better, man. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's a passing that you're so appreciative of and so grateful for, and I just think it's one of those moments in your life. You talk about marked moments. That's one of them. And it's just I couldn't. It makes me smile right now just thinking about it. So it's just fantastic.
Jeff, the opponent today is Wofford. It's an FCS program. They've had a tough year. They're just 1-9. They've lost their last 9 games. So Carolina is understandably heavily favored in this game. Coach Brown has talked a lot about not worrying about the opponent and playing to your own standard, fixing things that need to happen for yourself in this game. How big of a challenge is that to do when you are going to be heavily favored just physically with your opponent this afternoon?
Yeah, shouldn't be at all, right? Like with the season that we've had, these quote get right games. You want to get right. I remember as a starter, for a number of years, I'd see how fast can we put up 28 points and blank them so that I can be watching some of my boys get some time. You know what I mean? And those were the conversations we have, and that's what's got to be expected, man. You need to go out there, and especially on senior day, as emotional it is, you don't want to leave this team in it, man. Go step on them early, man. Hurt their feelings, hurt their hearts. Have their fans go ahead and trickle out by the end of the first quarter. Put a lot of smiles on people's face.
Jeff, last thing, Sam Howell, one of 22 players going through the senior day activities today. Sam has left the door a little bit open about a potential return, but the belief is that he is likely going to be in Chapel Hill for the last time today, or in Kenan Stadium for the last time today. I understand this is from afar, but what have you seen from Sam, both on the field and the impact that he has made for Carolina football?
Just an incredible career, Jones. Like when you think about when he came in, I mean, it seems like yesterday I'm watching him run around as a freshman, and people talk about how great he was, and now this is the last one. It's an incredible an incredible impact he's had not only on the football field but just on the Carolina community, man. That he and Mac and kind of starting this thing together, and the way that recruiting and the way that everything's kind of fostered off of the success that he's had, man. It's been awesome to watch. I'm appreciative that he's been a Tar Heel and been one that you're proud to hoist that helmet, man, every Saturday. He's been a special kid. He's done it the right way. I mean, I don't know that you can give anybody a compliment any more than that, right? I mean, everything he's been asked to do, he's done it and then exceeded those expectations. So if it is the last one, man, so appreciative of him and what he's done for Carolina and for our Tar Heels, man, and we're going to be pulling for him for years to come, brother.
That's the voice of Jeff Saturday. Jeff, always appreciate your time. You're generous with it every single week. We really appreciate that and look forward to talking with you again next week.
Appreciate you, brother. Go Heels.
That interview with former Tar Heel Jeff Saturday, presented by IHOP. Start your Saturdays off with IHOP. Get 20% off a feast for pickup or delivery with code GameDay20. Get your fill, Chapel Hill. Long day here on the Tar Heel Sports Network, but it's Carolina everything. I'll preview the men's basketball game as they take on 6th-ranked Purdue later on this afternoon. When we come back, you're listening to the pregame show here from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim... Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Every sack is a sack to give back. Every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in the Triangle. I'm Kyle Straub with you on the pregame show, and fans, make sure you're buckled up for the long haul today. It's not just football, but it is also going to be men's basketball. We'll roll over our coverage right into that one after the conclusion of the football game here today. In terms of the basketball team, they'll take on the 6th-ranked Purdue Boilermakers in the Hall of Fame tip-off. Carolina off to a 3-0 start in Coach Davis's first year, but tough test in a Purdue team that features three players over 6'10", one of which, Zach Edey, listed at 7'4", and leads the Boilermakers at 18.7 points a game so far this season. Coach Davis spoke about the matchup earlier this week and specifically about those bigs, and here's what he had to say.
Yeah, he does a really good job of getting position really close to the basket. It's something that we have to prepare for. It's something that we have to be willing to compete against. We want them to catch the ball further away from the basket, but he poses a lot of problems, and so it's gonna stretch our bigs defensively on every possession, but also on the one of the things that I always say is the challenge of defending them around the basket and in the post, but
little technical difficulty there as it was
a problem for us and a challenge for us. We do the same thing on the other end.
Davis. Sam Howell, a game-time decision here today. Lee Pace is down on the sidelines here in Keenan Memorial. Lee, any update on his status for the game?
Kyle, actually, I'm standing at midfield behind the Tar Heel quarterbacks, and Sam Howell is just a few feet away from me. He is dressed out completely in sweatpants. He will not play today. Jacoby Criswell, number 6, will be the starting quarterback for the Tar Heels. He'll get time along with Drake May, number 10, both of them right here in front of me. The only other personnel note of interest, Kyle, is number 15 on offense. Bo Corrales is finally dressed out. He has not played since Game 5 of the 2020 season with several injuries, but hopefully he's been fighting his way back. Hopefully can get in and maybe play today, next week, and perhaps in a bowl game, apply for an exemption and get yet another year for next year. Beautiful day here in Kenan Stadium, Kyle. It's going to be fun. 50 to 55 degrees. Leading up to bright sun, so it's going to be one of those days where if you're in the sun, it's going to be comfortable. If you're in the shade, you're going to want to bundle up.
Carolina loses Howell, but has Corrales back. We'll see the future of the Tar Heels behind quarterback under center for today's game. When we come back, we'll have part 1 of Jones Angels' conversation with the head coach, Mac Brown, on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments. The firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves. Because every milestone matters, and we promise to be with you for every one of them. This holiday, shop Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful and stylish, like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
WCAB. It's time to send it down to Jones Angel and Coach Brown for this installment of the Continental Tires Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tires, innovative technology. Driving confident. For a dealer near you, go to continentaltire.com.
Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, along with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown, Carolina closing its 2021 home campaign this afternoon against Wofford. And, Coach, it is senior day in Chapel Hill. 21 Tar Heels playing for the final time in Kenan Stadium. What has this group, Coach, meant to you and to your staff?
When you take over a program that's obviously struggling like ours was, you need guys to buy in. And this group did. We had some leave that didn't want to. And I understood all of that, because it's a very difficult time for young teams when their coach and all the coaches are gone that recruited them and told them, you're going to do this, and we're going to run this offense, we're going to run this defense, and here's where you're going to fit. And then they've got some new staff coming in that they don't know anything about. Right. They have to buy in. And then you have some good games and bad games, and we were lucky to have a good first year. And then we had a great second year. And then this year it's been good. Not what we expected, not what we wanted, but we're getting better. And that's why today is very, very important for these seniors to finish strong and then go play a really good rival game with NC State next week.
Coach Sam Howell has announced that he will be going through the senior day activities today in Chapel Hill, and obviously he has been terrific on the field, but man, he has been such an enormous part of your full program rebuild at that quarterback position.
Yeah, you got to have a guy. You got to have as Steve Adazio used to call them, dudes. And Sam's been a dude for us. He's been the face of our program. He's done so much for us to get us from where we were to where we are nationally. People recognize us. People talk about us. And a large majority of that reason is what Sam Howell has done for us. So this being his last game at home, obviously we're making a game day decision today on a upper body injury that's been sore for him. So he and the doctors will tell us here in a few minutes whether he's going to play or not. But we're so appreciative for everything Sam's done.
Coach, last time Carolina was in action was the Pittsburgh game last Thursday night. What has been the schedule since then for your team, and what has been the focus this week for your team as you've prepared for this matchup with Wofford?
We gave the guys off after class on Friday and Saturday. They had required watching of Wake Forest and NC State on Saturday night, had to bring notes back to us. But then we've had the regular week of practice that we would normally have starting on Sunday and working up till today. This is a critical game for us to see how we play. We're supposed to win the game. We're supposed to win it by a huge margin. I want to see energy. I want to see us playing. I want to see us correct some of the mistakes that we've been making. And I want to see us get better today. Honor the seniors today. Win and get eligible for a bowl game today. But I also want to see us play better. And that's in all phases. So had a great week's practice, put a tremendous amount of pressure on the guys this week. This would be a really easy week to let up since they had the 3 games against ranked teams in 13 days. They're tired. They've got a lot of emotion spent. But today we need to play because it's the next game and we need to get better.
Carolina and Wofford coming soon in Chapel Hill. Coach will rejoin me a little bit later in our pregame show.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are 2 words synonymous with flavor: Penn Station. Just those 2 words probably triggered your taste buds and started your mouth watering. Your stomach starts to growl just thinking about those hand-cut fries. It's flavor that triggers your senses, creates memories. It's flavor that makes every Penn Station sub, hot or cold, leave you fully satisfied and full. Flavor is everything, and if you're willing to sacrifice it for anything, you're missing the point. For lunch or dinner, choose Penn Station East Coast subs, where it's flavor overall.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Carolina football is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Kyle Stroud with you here in Kenan Memorial Stadium. Time for Kenan Moments, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels.
Kenan Moments from Lee Pace, author of Football in a Forest, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels.
The 2021 football season marks the 50th anniversary of one of the best teams in Carolina football history, the 1971 squad that posted a 9-3 record and won the ACC championship. Coach Bill Dooley's program steadily improved from his first year in 1967, going 2-8, then 3-7, then 5-5, and then 8-4 in 1970 with a berth in the Peach Bowl. That set the stage for the 1971 team that was built around the seniors who'd come to Chapel Hill in Dooley's first recruiting class. Quarterback Paul Miller and linebacker John Bunning were the team captains and led the Tar Heels to a 9-3 record. Carolina was 6-0 in the ACC and lost only at home to Tulane by and on the road to Notre Dame by 16. They dropped a close game to Georgia, 7-3 in the Gator Bowl, but a nucleus of players returned in 1972 and led the Tar Heels to an 11-1 mark and another ACC title.
It's 15 minutes to kickoff, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Wofford, the opponent today for the Tar Heels. Terriers head coach Josh Conklin spoke earlier this week with the media. Here's what he had to say about this matchup here today.
If the players will execute and do their job, and what I mean by that, I'll give you an example. Offensive line, okay? Are we going to be able to double team and move their defensive line every single snap? Probably not. They're going to win some, and we're going to win some, and they may win more than we do. But if we're executing and we're giving great effort and a guy beats us, then I can live with that as a head coach. You can live with that. If a guy's just better that day, or he's better on that given play, I can live with that. Same thing defensively. If we're using our hands up front and we're trying to come off the ball and giving great effort, and we can't win a one-on-one battle, or we can't tear off and make a play, then I can live with that. But the lack of execution is what I don't want to see. And that's kind of what's been my charge the last 3 weeks, really, is just execute. I want to see if the coaches can teach it. I want to see if the players can execute it, and I want to see what it looks like on Saturday. And it's everybody involved. It's the coaching staff, it's the players, and I don't care if it's a senior, I don't care if it's a freshman. If it's a young guy and they can't do what we need them to do, then let's do what they can do, so I can evaluate if they can do it, and if we can do it as a staff and as a player. So that's kind of what I'm looking for.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey, psst. Yeah, you want to buy some low-priced groceries? Just follow me into this well-lit Lidl grocery store. Here at Lidl, we buy in bulk and cut down on costs wherever possible. Then we pass the savings on to you. Trust me, everything's done totally legit and above board. Nothing to be worried about. Yep, Lidl's pretty great. It's just your run-of-the-mill grocery store, except with way lower prices. Lidl. Suspiciously low-priced groceries.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
WCAB. Kyle Stroud back inside Keenan Memorial Stadium. Senior day here for the Tar Heels. Lee's 24-hour towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. Take a look at the ACC schedule today. 6 other games. A couple of them at noon. Florida State against BC. That'll be in Chestnut Hill. Wake Forest and Clemson battling at noon in Clemson. If Wake Forest wins, they'll be the Atlantic winners of the division and move on to the ACC championship game. Georgia Tech at Notre Dame at 2:30. Virginia at Pitt, another one that is big for the Coastal Division. Pitt currently sitting at 5-1. They'll kick at 3:30. Syracuse against State at 4. And tonight, Virginia Tech against Miami at 7:30. Handful of games in the top 25 that will kick at noon with us. Number 1, Georgia at home against Charleston Southern. Iowa State taking on 13th ranked Oklahoma. Michigan State and Ohio State at noon on ABC, with Texas A&M, Prairie View A&M, and Mississippi State and Tennessee State the others. Coming up next, we'll be back with the Coach Brown and Continental Tires Coach's Corner here on the pregame show.
For the last 4 years, BMW has helped provide 9.3 million meals to Feeding America. With this year's program alone, we hope to continue to grow and further build connections with the local food banks in your community. So right now, during BMW's Drive to End Hunger Test Drive event from November 18th through the 22nd, your test drive will help provide 200 meals to Feeding America, and you'll receive $1,000 towards a new BMW. Visit your local BMW center for details.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, go to continentaltire.com.
Carolina and Wofford meet for the first time on the football field. I'm inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Coach, scheduling an FCS opponent at the end of the season, that was part of a previous scheduling philosophy here in Chapel Hill. Is that something you would like to continue or not something you would like to continue moving forward?
Jones, I totally understand why Coach Fedora wanted to do it. It gives you a lesser opponent the week before you play NC State. So I totally get it. What I would rather do is play the FCS opponents early in the year. And next year we open up with Florida A&M. And we'll play an ACC opponent right before NC State. So that's a difficult thing. But to me, it's just better because you should be a better football team at the end of the year than you are at the beginning. We had the tough opener with Syracuse last year and didn't play very well. We ended up winning. And then we had the tough opener on the road this year with Virginia Tech and got beat 17-10. So my feeling is try to get an opener at home against an FCS opponent to get started on the right foot, and then you should be a better team by the end of the year.
Coach Wofford is the opponent today. Been a tough season for the Terriers, but this is their final game of the year. They will be excited to be in Chapel Hill, and so I know that you guys have to be ready for just about anything from Wofford this afternoon.
Yes, all the FCS programs are better. They're getting transfers. They've been the proud recipient of a lot of transfers with the transfer portal like it is, and all those guys, a lot of these guys would want to play here. So they would be angry that we turned them down and we didn't look at them. And this is their chance to show everybody that they can play at this level and they can beat a good team. I go back and told the team this week, Samford nearly beat Florida last week. It ended up 70-52, and Samford beat this Wofford team 27-24. So you better get ready to go, and you better get ready to play, and you better play with emotion and play well.
And it is just about time to play here in Kenan Stadium. Coach, as always, thank you for your time, and best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you, Jones.
Final home game of the season for the Tar Heels, just a few minutes away. And for Carolina, a win not just means that they send the seniors out on a high note, but also they secure a bowl-eligible season that gives them a couple more weeks of practice and one more game to tack on to the end of the season after they finish up next week against the Wolfpack. It'll be a tough one, even though Wofford team is just 1-9. This is their last game of the regular season. Nothing to lose, leave it all out there on the line. And as they said a little bit earlier during the pregame show, if they can go ahead and somehow get that win, it really erases a lot of the struggles that they have had here in this 2021 season, having played in the spring and again here in the fall. We're going to step aside. We'll come back, and we'll have our keys to the game for Carolina today. We'll be right back on the pregame show here in Keenan Memorial Stadium, presented by Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
As we get ready to wrap up the pregame show, Carolina ready to take on the Wofford Terriers here in just a few minutes. We'll have our keys to the game as well as Jones, Lee, and Brian join me, waiting for the marching Tar Heels to get ready for the national anthem on a really nice day here in Chapel Hill. It was cold this morning, but clear skies. Temperature is going to warm up throughout the day, get into the low to mid-50s. We'll make a nice cool day, but a nice crisp one for the guys out on the field. Take a quick sponsor ID down the lines.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherfordton.
This Keys to the Game segment brought to you by Honda Dealers of Carolina. Score big with huge savings on your favorite Honda models. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. Mike Key Jones, Carolina's got to get off to a quick start. Can't let a team like Wofford hang around, get the ball outside to those skill position, especially Josh Downs, who leads the country in yak yards, and let him do what he's going to do, make it easy on those young quarterbacks.
I'm going with just meeting the standard Carolina wants to meet. You know, the Tar Heels are the better team today. Wofford has good players, though, nothing to lose. Brian, if Carolina plays hard and executes, it should win this game, but the Tar Heels have to play hard and they have to execute.
Absolutely, and for me to put those two things together, they can't give a team like this any hope by turning the football over. Carolina has to keep their possessions and don't turn the football over, and they should be able to take care of the rest.
Before we go to Lee, let's listen to Marching Tar Heels and the national anthem here in Keenan. All right, let's head down to Lee. Lee, how about your key to this one? Carolina and Wofford coming soon in Kenan Stadium.
Well, Jones, assuming those first three keys do come to fruition, my key is just for the young guys that's getting a little bit of an audition today just to play loose, play free, play focus. I'm looking forward to seeing Jacoby Criswell, maybe Drake May. Over on defense, gosh, the names are endless of the young guys that are going to be the future of the program. I really would anxious to see number 11, Ra Dilworth, big number 6, Keyshawn Silver, among others.
All good ones as we prepare for the first meeting between Carolina and Wofford. Thanks again for being here, Jones. Brian Lee's down on the sideline. Jody Zeugner, our statistician. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. John Essick back in our studio. Kyle Straub filling in for Dave Nathan today. Let's get to the starting lineups, and haven't had the coin toss yet, so let's go through the offenses for both sides first. Carolina expected to start Jacoby Criswell, the 6-foot sophomore from Morrilton, Arkansas. It would be Jacoby's first career start as a Tar Heel and his 10th appearance as a Tar Heel. We'll make sure that he's the first one out there, but that is the anticipation with Howell not dressed today after the injury late in the Pittsburgh game. Ty Chandler, the graduate transfer from Tennessee, needs just 74 yards for 1,000 on the season. He'll be the starting tailback. Antoine Green, Justin Olson, and Josh Downs, the 3 Tar Heel wide receivers. Downs is right on the cusp of a couple of records as a Tar Heel as well. He enters this game 3rd in single-season receptions. He is 4th in single-season yards and tied for 7th in single-season receiving touchdowns. So he is right there on the edge of a couple of big numbers here as this season comes to a close. Tight end will be Garrett Walston. Also, we'll see a bunch of Kamari Morales there. Walston, the senior from Wilmington. Morales, the redshirt sophomore from Buck Lake, Florida. On that offensive line, Awesome Richards, Josh Izudu. We'll see if it's Brian Anderson or Kieran Johnson at center. Both those guys getting healthier. Anderson actually played more snaps than Johnson did a week ago in that Thursday game at Pitt. Marcus McKeithen, the right guard. Jordan Tucker is the right tackle. Now for Wofford, it has been a rotating door at quarterback. We expect Peyton Derrick, the 6'2 senior Appalachian State transfer, to be the man who gets the start, but we will have to wait and see. He is listed as the starter, but as Lee referenced in the pregame, 4 different players have started at that spot. Wofford starts 2 running backs. They play kind of a shotgun option offense. Irvin Mulligan and Nathan Walker are the 2 running backs for the Terriers. Alec Holt and R.J. Ko expected to be the 2 starting wide receivers. Holt is the leading receiver with 20 on the season for the Terriers. Wyatt Bartkowiak is the tight end. And then left to right on the O-line, Josiah Cromer, Nick Russo, Anthony Garcia, Chad Gardner, and Quayshawn Greenlee. Defensively, Carolina will have Kamen Rucker, Reva Hassick, and Miles Murphy up front. Outside backer, Tamon Fox. The 2 inside backers, Jeremiah Gimmel and Cedric Gray. Jaquarius Conley would be the nickel. Corners, Kyler McMichael and Tony Grimes. The safeties, Cameron Kelly and Trey Morrison. 2 teams are meeting at midfield. Marcus Woods, our referee today. Let's listen in.
Heads is the call. It's heads. Wofford has won and elected to defer. You want the ball?
So, Wofford wins the toss. They elect to defer, so that Carolina offense that we referenced a moment ago will be out on the field. So the only unit we haven't told you about yet is the Wofford defense, and they'll be starting out there as well. The Terriers list their defensive alignment as a 3-4 with Michael Mason, Brandon Mena, and Chuck Smith as the 3-down linemen. Chuck Smith's dad, really good player, was a defensive lineman at Tennessee, second-round draft pick by the Falcons back in the 90s, played almost a decade in the league between the Falcons and the Panthers. The 4 linebackers on the outside, John Beckley and Harrison Morgan, and then the 2 inside backers, Camden Gray, and the leading tackler on this team, Joe Beckett. He has 72 tackles, Joe Beckett, one of their inside backers. That's 32 more than the next guy on Wofford's team, so he's there a bunch. The 2 corners, Jaheim Hazel and Donovan Anderson. The 2 safeties, Tahir Anor and Okachi Imenwuri. So, Carolina will have the football first. Tar Heels will be returning the kick from right to left. Back to receive this kick will be Jaquarius Conley. He'll be on the far hash. DJ Jones on the near. Kickoff man for Wofford is Atkins Roberts. He comes up to it, boots it away, and here we go in Kenan Stadium. Final home game of the 2021 regular season. Conley receives the kick at about the 2, and he's taken down hard on the return by Eli Purcell. And Conley is shaken up on the play as he was chopped down hard, short of the 25-yard line. And Conley is shaken up. It was a big hit by Purcell. And looks like with Conley receiving medical attention on the field, we are going to go ahead and take a full timeout. So just 5 seconds into the game, we'll go ahead and take a full break here. Carolina going to be starting back on its own 18-yard line after the hard tackle on Conley on the return. Mac Brown out, looking at Conley as well. We'll be back to Kenan in just a minute. All eyes on Jaquarius Conley after the hard hit on the kickoff return. No score, just 5 seconds into the game from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available. There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
WCAB. Carolina Northside High School helped off the field. Looked like a left leg issue as Conley was heavily favoring that left leg as he was helped off. He did kind of start walking a little better the more he walked as he headed toward the Tar Heel sideline, but we'll see if Lee can get us an update from down there. Conley, the starting nickelback, one of the kick returners, shaken up on that initial return. So Jacoby Criswell is the starter for the Tar Heels. He gets the shotgun snap, and he's throwing on the first play. Flat near side to Walston. Cuts back at the 20. Walston close to the 30-yard line. That'll be a gain of 11. And Brian, nice, easy pass there. Get Criswell in a little bit of a rhythm here to get things started.
Absolutely. That's how you want to do. You're a quarterback who's inexperienced. Get him some easy throws early on to his tight end and get him some confidence going on.
Criswell fakes the screen pass. Now he just takes off up the middle, and he's tripped up. And the last line of defense for Wofford was John Michael DiRoberto, a safety. He tripped up Criswell at the 46-yard line after a gain of 16 yards on the run by the Tar Heel QB. Criswell now, he is a big dude, 6 foot, 220, throws again in the flat right side, this time to Chandler, who crosses the 50. Chandler spun down close to the Wofford 45 by Eamon Worry. It'll be officially at the Terrier 46-yard line and a gain of 8 on the play. Phil Longo this week said he thought Criswell was built physically like a linebacker out there. He's kind of a little bit shorter, a little bit thicker, but a strong dude as he hands off to Chandler, who slips through the right side of the line. Chandler has the first down as he dives near the 40. Joe Beckett, the leading tackler for Wofford, makes the stop. It's a gain of 6 and a first down.
Yeah, right now Carolina is going with the run game, the quick passing game, get the quarterback confident, and then let's see now if they decide to take a shot as they cross midfield.
Heels going right to left, ball on the far hash, first down from the 40. Criswell will throw, again a short pass caught by Antoine Green. steps through the first tackle, but then is wrangled down. And they're going to say just a gain of a yard on the play. Beckley with the stop, one of the linebackers for Wofford. So a gain of 1, 2nd and 9. First meeting between Carolina and Wofford. Wofford out of the Southern Conference. Tough year, 1-9 overall, winless in conference play. This will be the final game of the season for Wofford. Carolina hopes, of course, Carolina going to state next week and hopes to get win number 6 and become bowl eligible. Handoff to Chandler. He just plows forward. Delivered the hit on the tackle as he was dropped at the 34-yard line by Camden Gray. Gray more just kind of caught Chandler than tackled him as the two fell forward for a gain of 5. It'll be 3rd down for the first time today. Ball on the Wofford 34. Carolina needs the 30 of the Terriers for the first down. Criswell with Chandler to his left. Antoine Green wide right. 3 receivers to the open side of the field. That's the left. Criswell going to keep it on the ground with Chandler. Has the first down and more. Chandler at the 25 and tripped up at about the 21-yard line by DiRoberto. But Carolina converts on its first 3rd down opportunity on the gain of 13 on the run.
Yeah, good vision and cut by Chandler right there. Now, if he can make that guy miss, that's 2 plays where Jacoby had a chance to score, I think, from out.
Little pitch to the near side, Brian, to Chandler. Oh, my goodness. Chandler drills DiRoberto inside the 10, lowering his shoulder and punishing the Terrier safety. Carolina goes down to the 8 on the run, another 13 yards.
Absolutely. Great way to finish the run right there by Chandler. Lower your shoulder and get the extra yardage through contact.
Criswell in the shotgun. This will be 1st and goal at the 8. Chandler to his left. 3 receivers in the formation. Criswell claps his hands. He'll keep it on the ground with Chandler. Stretching to the right side. Chandler hit it. The 4 can't quite keep his feet. DiRoberto tripped him. And Chandler kind of stumbling and bumbling forward and falls down to the 1. It will be 2nd and goal from there. Told you Chandler needed 74 yards. He's already at 44. Needed 74 for 1,000 on the season. So closing in on that here on just the first drive. 2nd and goal from the 1. Criswell in the shotgun with Chandler to his right. Tar Heels trying to punch it in on the initial drive of the ball game. Criswell looks to the sideline with 8 on the play clock. Goes up to say something to the line of scrimmage. Now backs up. Play clock at 3 as the young quarterback claps his hands. Criswell keeps it himself and dances into the end zone right side. I'd say that's a pretty good way to start your first Carolina start as Criswell finishes off the impressive drive with the run for 6.
And I was impressed by Criswell, just his command of the offense, his timing on his throws, even though most of them were short throws, but still the timing with him, and he was accurate with the short passes.
10 plays and 82 yards for the Tar Heels. Score comes at the 10:34 mark of the first quarter. Extra point is up and in. 10:82 and 4:26 off the clock. Criswell with that 1-yard touchdown run. That is his first rushing score as a Tar Heel. So, Tar Heels hit pay dirt on their first drive. Wofford will have the football for the first time when we return. Heels up 7-0 early from Learfield.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Carolina marches down the field on its initial drive. 10 plays, 82 yards, about 4.5 minutes off the clock for the touchdown. Criswell from 1 yard out on the run gets the Heels up 7-0, 10:34 to go first quarter. This week's UNC Health Kid Champion, 8-year-old Samantha. I know Samantha's good people. She's from Jacksonville, North Carolina. Has 3 older siblings, 2 sisters, a brother. She's got a dog named Bella, likes to watch TV, likes to read, spend time with her family, and is a big Tar Heel fan. Samantha, I hope you're having a great time enjoying the Heels today. That's brought to you by UNC Health, dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds to help keep you in the game and at your very best. You can see their lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. Lee Pace, Samantha, our kid champions from Jacksonville. So is Jaquarius Conley. And unfortunately, Jaquarius shaken up on that initial kickoff return. What have you seen from down on the sideline?
Well, he was in the treatment tent for 5 minutes. He finally came out, was helped back into the locker room with support on both sides. He's walking very gingerly, no weight at all on his left side. That left looks like an ankle and knee, something along the left side as Jonathan Kim kicks off and Wofford returns the ball up until about the 15, 16-yard line. So it'll be interesting to see what the Tar Heels do on defense. DeAndre Boykin is listed as the backup at nickelback if Carolina goes to the 5 DB set.
Yeah, so that return was by Amir Anor, and thank you, Lee, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. And Anor got it out to the 18-yard line, so that's where Wofford will start. Trying to take a look here at Carolina's defensive alignment. So Duck and Grimes are going to be the 2 starters at corner. Kelly and Biggers will be the 2 safeties. Chris Collins is out there right now along with Tamon Fox. So Carolina with a little bit of a unique formation as Wofford's going to run on first down, handing off to Nathan Walker. And Walker out to close to the 25-yard line. So a good run there. Tamon Fox with the tackle. So it's a gain of 7. Carolina was subbing really late. After they had sent an initial personnel grouping out, the Tar Heels then changed that grouping. So the Heels do have a true 3-4 out there right now. So not the nickel where Conley's injury would have come into play. Handoff on second down, and this time nothing doing as Chris Collins makes the hit for Carolina. Collins, the junior from Richmond, Virginia. And it will be third down for Wofford and 3. Carolina up 7-0. After a first drive touchdown, a 1-yard run by Jacoby Criswell getting the start today. Heels making some subs. Here comes Trey Morrison and Kamen Rucker for Carolina for this 3rd and 3. Wofford converting at 36% on third down this year. Quarterback is Peyton Derrick, as we told you earlier, for the Terriers, and he will hand off. Spinning away from the initial tackle of Cedric Gray and getting the first down is Ryan Ingram. Ingram, a backup running back from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Had Gray made the stop in the hole, it would have been short of the first down, but Ingram able to spin away, gain 6, and pick up the first down. So yeah. Wofford converts, Brian, on its first third down.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to say. As Cedric makes that play right there, Carolina gets off the field, at least forces the punt, and those are the plays that you have to make moving forward when you play better teams.
Tar Heels up 7-0. Wofford, though, with its first possession of the ball game. And they'll keep it on the ground. Firing up the middle is Nathan Walker, the senior from Ridgeville, South Carolina. Walker came in as the 3rd leading rusher on the team. Urban Mulligan's the leading rusher for Wofford with over 850 yards on the season. He hasn't seen the football yet. Walker has carried it a couple times. He came in with more than 200 yards on the game, on the season. That was a gain of 6, 2nd and 4. So, Brian, this isn't a true triple option. But Wofford in the shotgun with a running back to either side of the quarterback. So there are plenty of option principles in what they're doing.
Yep. Everything offensively, what they do is based off the RPO. So they're gonna have the run-pass option on every play.
And this time the quarterback, Derrick, keeps it. goes around the left side and just kind of sat down on the turf by Tamon Fox for no gain. And it'll bring third down. Wofford converted a 3rd and 3 a moment ago. This will be a 3rd and 4. Clock running, 7:42 and counting first quarter. Heels up 7-0. 3rd and 4. A back to either side of the quarterback, Peyton Derrick. In the shotgun. The App State transfer awaits the snap from Anthony Garcia. He gets it and hands off. Stretching to the near side is Ingram, but he does not get there. Cedric Gray, Miles Murphy, both able to take down the 5'11 running back for the Terriers. No gain, and Wofford will send out the punting unit.
Yeah, good job by Carolina. After giving up the first down, then they were able to come back on the second, third down opportunity.
So Josh Downs back to receive the punt of Atkins Roberts, the kickoff man and punter for the Terriers. Carolina up 7-0 and crowding that line. Carolina, at least with the body language, looks like they want to come after this thing. They get some good pressure on Roberts, but he is able to shank it away. Not a great kick, although it gets a good roll. Downs will pick it up after a couple bounces. Can't get by the initial tackle attempt, though, for Wofford. He was taken down by Zy Abercrombie at the 31-yard line. And Carolina will start there on its second possession. 38-yard kick. Downs able to scamper ahead 6 yards after picking up the bouncing football. Tar Heels up 7-0, 6:32 to go, first quarter from Learfield.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. Window World and their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
Think about the last time you moved. Remember how you said you'd never do it alone again? We know moving is tough, but at 2 Men and a Truck, we make it easy. We're the movers who care, and we'll prove it with our 96% referral rate and courteous background-checked movers. We're local and affordable. When you're ready, give us a call or find us online for a free estimate at 2menandatruck.com. For home and business moving, call the movers who care. 2 Men and a Truck. Tar Heel supporters serving the Triangle for 15 years.
6:32 to go, first quarter. Carolina 7, Wofford nothing. Tar Heels may not get a ton of opportunities for sacks today. The Terriers don't throw it very much, but every sack is a sack to give back. Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need for every sack the Heels have this year. Their proud partner, Food Lion, is of Carolina football. Will donate up to 30,000 meals to Interfaith Food Shuttle this season. So let's cheer on sacks to give back. And in fact, during that last time out, fine folks from Food Lion were here and presenting the check that they have already donated to this point, 21,000 meals to Interfaith Food Shuttle this season. Awesome. Thank you, Food Lion, and hope the Tar Heels can add to that total here with a few more sacks down the end of the season. Carolina starting on the 31-yard line. Sunny, cold day here in Keenan for the home finale. Tar Heels will be over in Raleigh. Remember, that's a Friday game coming up, so it's a Black Friday game. We'll be on there 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock kick between the Heels and the Wolfpack. State plays later today. Also at home, they'll host Syracuse. Criswell ready to go. Hands off. Chandler coming to the near side. He's out into the secondary. Chandler runs over a man at the 45. Finally knocked into the Tar Heels sideline by T.J. Neal around midfield. Another strong run for Chandler, who has been active early in this one. That is a gain of 19 out to midfield. So Chandler already at 63 yards. He needs just 11 more to get 1,000 on the season. And he'll get another opportunity. Chandler fires up the middle. Cuts back at the 40. He's going to be down at the 39. That's exactly 11 yards for Chandler on the run, and that means Ty Chandler has hit 1,000 yards for the season. It is the 31st time and 20th different Tar Heel and third consecutive year that a running back has gone 1,000 or more yards. Michael Carter did it in 2019. Both Carter and Javonte Williams did it last season. So now Ty Chandler at 1,000 yards for the year, and he's not done. He's in there standing to the right of Criswell, and no surprise, he gets the football again. This time stretching to the near side, taken down short of the 35, down at the 37 for a gain of 2. Let's check in with Lee, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
And Ty Chandler had a nice warm embrace with Mac Brown coming out of the tunnel before game. He was a great find by Tommy Thigpen, the Tar Heel linebackers coach who had recruited Chandler to the University of Tennessee when Tommy was back at Tennessee 2016-17 era. So that relationship was already established, also with Robert Gillespie, the Tar Heel running back coach at the time.
Criswell with the play action, Lee, looking deep, nothing there, so he rolls out to the right. Tried to dump it off to DJ Jones, who had checked in and slipped out of the backfield, and Criswell just sailed it over his head. And that will bring up third down for the Tar Heels on the Wofford 37-yard line. So this will be 3rd and 8, 4:52 to go in the first quarter. Heels up 7-0, but now facing a 3rd and long from the Wofford 37. DJ Jones remains in the game. He'll stand to the right of Criswell. 2 receivers to either side of the formation. Carolina's converted its only third down opportunity to this point. Heels lead at 7-0. Criswell in the shotgun, takes a look to his right. Ball on the near hash as the Heels go right to left. Criswell's the design quarterback draw. Reads the block in front of him, has the first down and more. Cuts back at the 15. Criswell down to the 10. Good block by the center, Kieron Johnson, as he was ushering Criswell down the field, blocked the man at the linebacker position. Criswell hesitated for just a moment, read the block, moved to the left of it, and got a bunch of yards. Ended up gaining 20. Let's see, they're going to mark this. Where did they put it officially? I think they put it at the 11, so that's going to be a gain of 26 on the run and a first down.
Yeah, and early on, I'm impressed with Criswell. Obviously, he's athletic, but he can spin the football really good. The ball he overthrew to the running back over on the sideline, he wished he could get that one back, but all in all, I think it's been impressive to start the game.
Hand off to Chandler, this time not much doing as he's caught from behind by Cameron Woolery, a defensive lineman. It's going to be no gain on the play, and it will be 2nd and 10. So with them marking that ball at the 11, the reason that's a big deal is Carolina can get a first down without scoring. Tar Heels could get a first down at the 1. Should they need to. Yeah, Criswell, I think his reputation is that of, a runner, but he's a really talented passer. He's got a big, strong arm, strongest arm on the team. We'll see if it comes into play today. This time he's going to hand off to Chandler. Runs into traffic in the middle of the line and stood up at about the 8. So gain of 3, but it will bring up third down. This will be 3rd and 7 for the Tar Heels at the 8-yard line. Carolina up 7-0. Fast-moving first quarter, 3:13 and counting. As the Heels attacking the west goal, that's to the left here in Kenan Stadium. Bright sunshine covering the field on a crisp November afternoon. First meeting between Carolina and Wofford. Heels looking for their 6th win of the season to get bowl eligible. 3rd and long 7, short 8. The ball's marked between the 8 and the 9-yard line. Criswell looks to his left, throws left. Downs can't make the grab. The throw was a little low. Downs couldn't make the squeeze down near his shins. He was popped afterwards as well. So incomplete, and Tar Heels going to send out the field goal unit.
Yeah, good drive by Criswell. Once again, that's just a throw, and obviously he's going to have some jitters early on. But I'm still impressed, and you talked about his arm strength. You can tell the way the ball comes off his hands that he can throw the football with a lot of velocity.
So this will be the 9th play of the drive. It will be a field goal attempt straight away, just about 26 or 27 yards for Grayson Atkins. Snap back, spot down, kicks right through the gut, and Carolina extends the lead to 10. So at the 2:43 mark of the first quarter, Atkins, from what will officially be 27 yards out, caps off the drive with 3. So Carolina up 10-0. Let's check in with Lee again on the sideline. Lee, what's up?
Well, Jones, as we expected, it didn't look good for Jaquarius Conley. He is out for the game with a lower body injury. Official word from the Tar Heel medical staff on that. Otherwise, as the band plays to my left here in the Tar Pits, pretty good showing by Carolina students. They're probably filling up about 2/3 of the west end zone. The rest of the field rest of the stadium about 50% full. So not a bad overall turnout for Wofford for senior day here in Chapel Hill.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason Mac Brown wants to move this game. I think Lee said that in the pregame and this is not, I'm not trying to say anything negative about Wofford, but it's just when you get to the end of the year and you have an opponent that is very unfamiliar, an FCS opponent, doesn't generate the same type of excitement that perhaps a conference game would here at this time. As a low kick, Kim, who's been very good this season, didn't hit that one very well, and Honor will be able to field it on the bounce at around the 10, and he advances it over the 30. Cameron Roseman Sinclair makes the tackle. Roseman Sinclair is kind of quietly the redshirt freshman from Charlotte. He's been really active on special teams this year for Carolina. Done a nice job in the punt coverage in particular, and he gets the stop there. But Wofford's going to get pretty good field position. They'll start on the 32-yard line on the second possession of the game for the visitors. Tar Heels up 10-0 on a Criswell 1-yard run, and then a field goal by Grayson Atkins from 27 yards away. So, same quarterback, Peyton Derrick, gets the shotgun snap. He's going to throw for the first time. Looks to his left. Kind of fluttered one over there, but it was caught. And then advancing up the far sideline for the first down is R.J. Kao, a junior from Cincinnati, Ohio. It's going to be a gain of 11. Tony Grimes, Cedric Gray combine on the stop for the Tar Heels. Kao, that's his 16th catch of the season. Wofford's had a bunch of injuries, including guys who play heavily at the wide receiver spot. Handoff on first down. Hester is finally able to catch the Wofford tailback, Jamari Broussard, in the backfield. Hester popped through the line, was right there, and was kind of pawing at him, grabbing at him, and eventually was able to catch him and drag him down for a loss of 1. It'll be 2nd and 11.
Absolutely, and what he did, what you tell all defenders, run your feet through contact, and he couldn't get him with the reach. And it's okay to reach as long as you keep running your feet. The problem is when you start reaching and you kill your feet, that's where the missed tackles happen, but he kept his feet running, was able to come home with the tackle.
So 2nd and 11. Broussard again in the backfield. The running back gets the handoff. He's able to move forward to the 45. Cameron Kelly with the stop for the Tar Heels. Gain of 3 on 2nd and 11, so it'll be 3rd down and 8 for the Terriers. Tar Heels up 10-0. A touchdown and a field goal on Carolina's first 2 possessions. Wofford has punted after 6 plays and is looking at a 3rd and long here on the 4th play of this drive. Moving left to right, ball on the far hash at the Wofford 45. Derrick in the shotgun, claps his hands once, now twice, gets the football. Heels will rush just 4. Derrick's throw sails over the head of his intended receiver, Alec Holt, at the Carolina 40. Incomplete, and the Tar Heels will send out the punt return unit after Wofford does get a first down, but has to punt after 4 plays.
Yeah, good job by the front for Carolina, just condensing that pocket, didn't give Derrick any chance to step into that throw.
So Downs will be back again to receive it. You may hear the official making an announcement on Carolina's punts or punt returns. The reason is Tar Heels have Ra Dilworth on the punt return unit. He wears number 11, as does Josh Downs, so Dilworth has to put on a secondary uniform or jersey when he's out there because you can't have 2 guys with the same number. Downs fields it inside the 20, but he had nowhere to go. Wofford had 3 different players corralling Downs. And he caught it, looked forward, saw those 3 guys, tried to juke, and then said, you know what, I'm not really going anywhere. And he just went to the turf. And Carolina will be back at the 17-yard line for this next drive. Carolina and Wofford today. Part of our coverage, of course, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. That's Lee Pace. Lee, what's going on?
Well, Sam Howell is not playing today, but he's still very much engaged. He was sitting on the sideline along with Jacoby Criswell and Drake May facing Phil Longo that entire defensive series going over the grease board. So he is helping out Criswell and will also give some help to May when he gets his chance.
DJ Jones with the carry Lee on the first down for the Tar Heels. And the Fayetteville native able to get over the 20 to the 21 for a gain of 4. Tar Heels up 10-0, and with the football, Criswell's still in there, and Phil Longo said he does want to play both quarterbacks today, but he didn't want to rotate and have go like two series. Said he wanted each guy to really get settled in and be able to play multiple series in a row. As Criswell shows off that strong arm over the middle to Downs, making the catch at the 31. Downs tries to circle through traffic, is able to get an extra yard on the play, gain of 11 and a first down. So I do believe that if Carolina is able to get a quality lead in this game, that you'll see Drake May as well, but it will likely be second half or something like that where each guy can have some extended time behind center. After that first down to Downs, first quarter play clock game clock expires, so we're heading to the second quarter here in Chapel Hill. Tar Heels up 10-0, and we'll have a 1st and 10 on their own 32 when action resumes. A Criswell touchdown run, a Grayson Atkins field goal as the Heels up 10 through quarter number 1 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There's nothing better than the mouth-watering barbecue of Backyard Bistro. It's hellaciously good, and this season you can see for yourself at the concession stands at Kenan Stadium. With award-winning barbecue highlighted in Cary Living Magazine, Destination America TV, and WRAL.com as a Voter's Choice winner, Backyard Bistro is the fastest-growing caterer in the Triangle. Try it out at your next Carolina tailgate or drop by the restaurant in Raleigh off Interstate 40. Backyard Bistro. It's hellaciously good.
Lee's 24-hour Towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service, and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Back inside Kenan Memorial Stadium, Kyle Straub with you here, getting ready for the second half. Carolina with a 10-0 lead, but a quick look at some ACC scores. Florida State at BC. The Seminoles with an early 16-yard touchdown pass have a 7-0 lead. Still a couple minutes to go in the first there. Wake Forest and Clemson, big implications on the Atlantic side. Wake Forest with just one first down so far in that game. Clemson out to a 10-0 lead. Shipley most recently with a 1-yard touchdown run, Jones.
Wake needs one win in its final 2 games to clinch the Atlantic Division, but it won't be easy. Clemson this week in Boston College, who has their quarterback, Jerkovic, back and is playing better. So that'll be a challenge for Wake Forest. NC State still alive in that Atlantic Division as well. So Wake has the inside track after that win last week, but certainly not done in that half of the league. Pitt is in the dominant position in the Coastal. Virginia still in the mix, as is Miami there as well. Quarter number 2, Carolina up 10-0, has the football and handing off to DJ Jones. Lowers his shoulder as a flag comes in. Jones keeps those feet going, crosses the 35, but that flag thrown in the area of holding. Let's wait and see.
Holding. Offense, number 72. 10-yard penalty, first down.
That's Awesome Richards. And so Carolina will be looking at a 1st and long. So just to finish up, Wake can win the Atlantic with a win in either of its final 2 games. Clemson, if it beats Wake and Wake loses to BC and State loses once, can win that half. State needs to win its final 2 games and then have Clemson beat Wake Forest as well and Wake lose to BC. So there still are a lot of different possibilities on that half of the league. Swing pass to the near side is Josh Downs. Weaving through traffic, Downs is sent into the Tar Heel sideline by Okachi Imenwuri over the 30. Downs got back to about the original line of scrimmage on this drive. In fact, got a little extra than that. It'll be a gain of 11 on the play. That was 1st and 20, so it is now 2nd and 9. Carolina back up over the football. We'll check in with Lee in just a second. But the Heels looking at a 2nd and 9 from their own 33. Up 10-0, moving left to right with the ball on the near hash. Quick screen to the far side to Downs, and he's taken down by Imenwuri for no gain, maybe even a loss of 1. And it'll be 3rd and long. Let's check in with Lee. Lee, what's going on?
Brian Anderson in at center for the Tar Heels, Jones. Interestingly, he has had a redshirt year. This is his 4th year of competition, but he did not go through senior day ceremonies earlier today. He has announced that he is coming back next year. He gets the benefit of that 6th COVID year. Meanwhile, Kieron Johnson, the other center who started, did go through senior day activities.
3rd and 10 for the Tar Heels. Criswell to throw. Wants one deep down the far sideline. Uncorks it, and just a little too long. Justin Olson was in a one-on-one battle down that far sideline with Amir Anor, and Criswell's throw just a yard or two too strong. So for the first time today, the Tar Heels are going to have to punt. It will come at the 13:25 mark of the second quarter with the Heels up 10-0.
Yeah, for me, Justin Olson has to keep running instead of looking back at the quarterback too early. If he does that, now he's able to cover more ground, and now I think that ball has a better chance of being completed.
So Ben Kiernan out for the first time today. Receives the snap, drifts to his right, and sends it towards the left sideline. Picked up on a bounce there by, I believe it was R.J. Kao, who was able to field it for Wofford. Advances up near the 30, and the Terriers will start right around there for their 3rd possession of the ball game. But first, we need to take another timeout. Carolina up 10-0 over Wofford. 13-16 to play in the second quarter from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
When the holidays really get going, I keep up with Dunkin's new Pancake Minis. 6 fluffy and delicious pancakes served with dipping syrup, packed and ready to go. During traffic, in the middle of shopping, even while making a costume for the holiday play. This season, I've got Pancake Minis to take on the holidays, wherever they take me, and a creamy white mocha hot chocolate to sweeten the season. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Back in Kenan Stadium, Carolina with the 10-0 lead over Wofford with 13-16 to go in the second quarter. Reminder about syncmygame.com. You can watch the Tar Heels on TV, but listen to us here on the Tar Heels Sports Network. Syncmygame.com with easy instructions on how to do it. That is SYNC, mygame.com. So far, Jacoby Criswell making his first start for the Tar Heels. 6 of 9 passing, 40 yards. Also has 43 yards on the ground. Ty Chandler, 10 carries for 78 yards. Through that first quarter, Carolina had 157 yards of offense, 125 rushing. Wofford had just 33 yards of offense in that first quarter. Terriers will be starting on their own 29-yard line, now going from right to left in the second quarter. Ball on the far hash. Peyton Derrick, the QB's gone the whole way. He fakes the handoff, pump fakes to get Morrison in the air, and now Derrick is off to the races. He crosses the 50. Boy, how did he end up with so much space to run as he gets all the way down to the 43 of the Tar Heels? So the scramble by Peyton Derrick, the best play Wofford's have thus far. It took good effort by Cedric Gray to chase him down, just to take him to the ground.
Yeah, Trey Morrison on a nickel blitz off the right edge for the Carolina defense. He has to stay on his feet and run through it. Don't jump in the air. Don't try to bat the football. Go hit the quarterback in the chest.
28 yards on the scramble as Wofford now keeping it on the ground, coming to the near side. Another big play as Nathan Walker able to cross the 30 to the 27-yard line. So back-to-back big plays for the Terriers. That one gained 16, and they have their first trip into the Tar Heel side of things, and they're getting pretty deep at the Tar Heel 27. Yeah, if Morrison just stays on his feet, I think he goes and sacks Peyton Derrick, but instead the pump fake got Morrison up in the air, and Derrick took off. That last run was by David Leggett, who has checked in. I said it was Walker, but it's Leggett who gets it back. He's trying to stretch it to the far side, and Gio Biggers just won't let him do it. Jeremiah Gimmel was in pursuit as well, but Biggers got there first and spun Leggett out of bounds for a loss of a couple. Back to the 29-yard line on the play. Carolina up 10-0, but Wofford with its best drive of the game. They have it at the Tar Heel 29, 2nd and 12. So Wofford all-time, once they were classified as FCS, they've played FBS teams 23 times. Wofford 1 win and 22 losses. They beat Louisiana Monroe in the year 2000. Handing it off again, this time to Ryan Ingram. Ingram running physically, but he needed to because there are a bunch of Tar Heels swarming around him. Kamen Rucker eventually able to take him to the turf. And it'll bring up 3rd and long. Ingram did fight back to the original line of scrimmage on this set of downs, which is the 27. So 3rd and 10. Wofford at the Carolina 27. Have to think this might be 4-down territory for Wofford. Down 10 early on in the second quarter, but some good penetration on this drive. Tailback is Ryan Ingram, standing to the left of Derrick. The senior quarterback for Wofford awaits the shotgun snap. 3rd and 10. Derrick will pull it from his tailback, run it himself, get some good yardage, not enough for the first down, as he crosses the 20 to the 18. And that will bring up 4th and 1 for the Terriers. They are now 1 of 4 on 3rd down, and it does look like they'll keep the offense on the field. 10-17 and counting, second quarter. Heels up 10-0, but Wofford inside the red zone for the first time today, and the 27th time on the season.
Yeah, Wofford feel like they're moving the football pretty good this drive, especially with the run game. So they're deciding to go for it here on 4th down and 1, feeling that they can get 1 yard and get the run play.
Wofford 4 of 11 on the season on 4th down, and the Terriers will take a timeout before snapping it. That'll be the first timeout called by either team in this ball game. So 10-0 Carolina. Tar Heels have had the ball 3 times. Touchdown, field goal, then did have to punt. Wofford had run 10 plays on its first 2 drives, had to punt both times. But the Terriers, thanks to an explosive run on a scramble by their quarterback Peyton Derrick, has moved into Carolina territory and down now to a 4th and 1 on the Carolina 18-yard line.
Yeah, Carolina last drive, if you want to end your drive, have a penalty on 1st down that puts you in a negative situation. Most of the time, that's going to kill a drive and cause you to have to punt.
And Tar Heels had 1st and 20 on that last drive, thanks to a holding call. And penalties have been something that have really been a problem here down the stretch for Carolina. 4 out of the last 5 games, Heels have had double-digit penalties. Wofford's going to have Derrick under center this time with a true eye behind him. Ingram, the tailback on the backside of the eye. Walker is the fullback. It will be a handoff to Ingram, and he has the first down as he plows over the 15 to about the 13-yard line. So the Terriers keep this drive going, and now it's up to the Tar Heels to get a stop. As Wofford has it 1st and 10 on the Tar Heel 13-yard line, 9:40 and counting in the second quarter here in Keenan. Tar Heels defending that west goal. Carolina blue helmets, Carolina blue jerseys, white pants. Wofford in gold helmets, white jerseys, gold pants today. Wofford with a tight end on either side of the offensive line. Derek in the shotgun with 2 backs with him. Hands off, and Miles Murphy blows up the offensive front for the Terriers and wraps up Nathan Walker after no gain. 2nd and 10. Miles Murphy, really talented young sophomore on that D-line. Heels just trying to get him to be a little more consistent in his play. The sophomore from Dudley High School in Greensboro. Be 2nd and 9.5 here. They did give Walker a little bit of a push forward on that last play, but not much.
Yeah, with Murphy, the consistency will come with as he gets older and he starts play. This is his most significant time this year. So as he plays more football, he'll become more consistent in his play.
Hand off to Walker again, stretching to the left. Jeremiah Gimmel wraps him up and drops him down at the 10. So it'll be 3rd and 7 now for Wofford at the 10-yard line. Clock continuing to move. It's at 8:23 and counting in the second quarter. Carolina is going to sub. Out go Tamari Fox and Chris Collins. In come Kamen Rucker and Trey Morrison. 3rd and 7 for the Terriers. They're 1 for 4 on 3rd down conversions today. Derek in the shotgun with the back to either side. Ingram to his left, Walker to his right. It's going to be a handoff to Ingram. I think Wofford was trying to give it on a reverse, but Carolina had made so much penetration. Well, now a bunch of flags come in. As Carolina had made so much penetration on the play, they blew up the potential reverse, but I think Carolina may get flagged for an unsportsmanlike late hit.
Play. Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness. Defense number 51. Half the distance to the goal. Automatic. 1st down.
Well, that's a tough call on the Tar Heels, as Carolina really made a great defensive play, and it was Vohasek who got whistled for the penalty, who made the play as he just slipped right by his blocker, blew up the potential reverse, but he's going to get the penalty as well. And so now Wofford has a 1st and goal at the 7.
Yeah, Vohasek, I think if he just tackles him, he's all right, but I think it was the kind of slam to the ground motion that kind of got the ref's attention.
Wofford will hand off to Walker, and he stood up. Multiple Tar Heels, including Cedric Gray. Gio Biggers in the mix, too. No gain. Maybe even a loss on the play. Tar Heels up 10-0. Wofford, though, a couple of big runs and a key penalty have moved inside the Tar Heel 10. 7 minutes to go, second quarter. Walker, the running back, standing to the left of Peyton Derrick, the Wofford QB. 3 receivers in the formation. It'll be a sprint option to the near side, and Kamen Rucker defends it well. He's able to wrap up Derrick in an awkward tackle on the play, and Derrick's still down at the 4-yard line where the play ended. So it'll be 3rd and goal, and Derrick shaken up. He's on his hands and knees trying to get up, but is struggling to do so. We'll take a break. Rucker wrapped him up around the waist and then dragged Derrick down, and as he did so, Derrick kind of bent backwards as he was falling down and is a little uncomfortable after that. Wofford a 3rd and goal when we return. Heels up 10-0. 6:44 to go first half from Learfield.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
For the last 4 years, BMW has helped provide 9.3 million meals to Feeding America. With this year's program alone, we hope to continue to grow and further build connections with the local food banks in your community. So right now, during BMW's Drive to End Hunger Test Drive event from November 18th through the 22nd, your test drive will help provide 200 meals to Feeding America, and you'll receive $1,000 towards a new BMW. Visit your local BMW center for details.
6:44 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels up 10-0, but Wofford has a 3rd and goal from inside the Tar Heel 5. Kyle Penix, a freshman from Reidsville, North Carolina, actually 3-time state champion at Reidsville High School. In those 3 years, their record 44-1. So a dude who has won a lot in this state, he comes in and will be the quarterback for this 3rd down play because Derek's slow to get up after that tackle on the previous down. It'll be 3rd and goal from about the 3.5 for Wofford. Penix, 6'1", 185 pounds, will be in the shotgun with Ryan Ingram standing to his right. 3 receivers to the left and a tight end, Bartkowiak, on the left side of the line as a wing. Penix is going to keep it himself, sprints to the right side, and he'll score. So Penix gets Wofford into the end zone, and Tar Heels now up just 10-6 with the extra point on the way.
Yeah, Carolina, they put the trips, Wofford put the trips to the left side, you know, knowing that they're a running team, especially with a new quarterback. You expect for them to try to get you to go over to the trips and then run it backside of the trips, and that's exactly what they did.
Impressive drive for the Terriers. They go 12 plays and 71 yards. The extra point is good. So Tar Heels have not had the football very much this quarter. Wofford on that long drive holds the ball for nearly 7 minutes. And they're back within a field goal. 10-7 the score, 6:22 to go here in the second quarter. Carolina will have the football after this from Learfield.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
WCAB. Heels have controlled the game, and yet on the scoreboard it's just 10-7 as Wofford goes 12 plays, 71 yards, and 654. Every play was a run. There was that key personal foul call, and Carolina ends up giving up the touchdown. Of course, remember, there were the two big runs right at the start of 28 and 16 yards for Wofford that really got them into Tar Heel territory, and then they just kind of plugged their way along, plus that penalty, and ended up scoring. So this is a big drive here for Carolina. Talked a lot about in the pregame not letting Wofford hang around and get confidence, and you kick the ball to them in a 3-point game. If you can't score here, if you're Carolina, then all of a sudden this feels a lot different. Tar Heels will call for the fair catch. Ty Chandler back to receive the kickoff, calls for the fair catch. So Carolina will have it on the 25. Let's check in again with Lee.
Jones, that extra point by Wofford was by Walker Glearmus, who is one of the sons of Lee Glearmus, a Tar Heel place kicker from the mid-'80s, and also the grandson of Dick Glearmus, who you and Brian are both Eastern North Carolina guys. You're well familiar with Wilson, North Carolina's Dick's Hot Dog Stand, a big institution that part of the state. It is now celebrating its 100th year of business, so hats off to the Glearmus family, and I know Lee Jr. is excited to see his son Walker make that extra point here in Kenan Stadium.
That PAT made it 10-7 as Carolina going to run it on first down. Hand off to DJ Jones. Muscling over the left side of the line, crosses the 30 to the 31-yard line. A gain of 6, and it'll bring up 2nd and 4. Jack Scroggs, Michael Mason combine on the tackle for Wofford. So 10-7, Carolina's lead is down to just 3. And an important drive here. It's just the 4th drive of the first half. This clock is moving quickly with so many runs. We're already under 6 minutes to play in the second quarter. Swing pass to the near side to DJ Jones, and a lot of room to run. Gets close to the 40 on the near numbers. DiRoberto with the hit. It'll be a gain of 8 and a first down. I will say, Brian, one thing Wofford has done well is tackle. I feel like the first guy that has gotten to the Tar Heel ball carrier a lot has been able to bring him down.
No, I agree with you, especially the guys in the secondary who normally, especially against running backs, you feel like you have a chance to make those guys miss, but they've done a really good job of making plays.
Criswell, nice pass right side to Josh Downs. Downs with the catch into Terrier territory. And that will get it close to the Terrier 40. Downs had a linebacker, Camden Gray, guarding him, and Criswell dropped it in right in there for the reception. In fact, that's going to move it to the Terrier 38-yard line, so a gain of 23 on the play. Carolina with the football, up 10-7, 5 minutes to go first half. That catch for Downs has now moved him into second place in a single season for receptions. Handoff coming to the near side. This is British Brooks who's loose. Brooks, 10-5 touchdown. The senior comes in on senior day, and his first touch results in a touchdown. And 38 yards away, Brian, for the score.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off, but as soon as he got the football, he looked like a man that wanted to score.
That's right.
He looked like a man who knew he had an opportunity, and he wanted to take advantage of that opportunity.
So the Gastonia native.
Gas House.
That's right. He looked like a Gas House native right there. He ripped across that around the right side of the line and took it in for the touchdown to give Carolina the 16-7 lead. Extra point by Atkins is up and through to make it 17-7. For British Brooks, that is his second career touchdown. He had one during the 2019 season as well. So the Heels go up 17-7. We'll catch you up on what I was about to tell you about Josh Downs in just a second. We'll do that and more when we return. Carolina up 17-7, 4:47 to go first half from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
We're celebrating Rivalry Week on and off the field by teaming up with NC State for the Pantry Bowl. Together, Carolina, NC State, and our supporters are working to reduce food insecurity on our campuses. From now until November 26th, you can help Carolina raise the bar to see who can receive the most donations to their campus food pantry. Support the Carolina Cupboard today at pantrybowl.com. And remember, we all win when it comes to supporting our communities.
4:47 mark of the second quarter. British Brooks from 38 yards out gets the touchdown run for the Tar Heels, capping the 4-play, 75-yard drive in 1 minute and 35 seconds. Josh Downs has also moved up the record books. We'll tell you about that after we break 10 seconds for Station ID. Down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
The best of both worlds. WCAB 100.9 FM, 590 AM. Playing the classic oldies.
So Josh Downs today already 4 catches for 45 yards. That gives him 86 catches on the season. Moves him into second place all-time single season for the Tar Heels. The only man with more, Ryan Switzer, had 96 catches in 2016. Downs is also now for the year at 1,154 yards. That puts him in third place all-time in single-season Tar Heel history. He passed Ryan Switzer in that category today. The only 2 players in front of him, Hakeem Nicks with 1,222 in 2008, and Dwight Jones, who had 1,196 in 2011. But assuming Downs stays healthy, you think that he has a good chance to own the single-season record for Carolina in both receptions and receiving yards. All right, Carolina ready to kick this off, now up 17-7 with 4:47 to go in the first half. And Kim, who didn't have a great kick his last time that he booted away, this time he reverts back to form and rips it through the end zone for a touchback. Wofford will start on the 25. And, Bryant, I'm sure that Tar Heel defense would like a little better effort than last time where it allowed Wofford 12 plays and a touchdown, all of them on the ground.
And that's the key point, all of them on the ground, and they have to do a better job against the run against this Wofford football team. And, knowing what they're going to face next week in NC State, who's going to be a physical team up front. So, they have to get those things fixed.
Wofford has rushed for 85 yards so far, thrown it just twice, 1 completion for 11 yards. Derrick is back in there at the quarterback spot. He'll hand off on first down to Jamari Broussard, a senior from Jacksonville, Florida. Gets a couple up the middle. Des Evans with the stop after a gain of 4.5. We'll call it 5 and 2nd and 5 for Wofford. The Terriers used to be a triple option team, but Josh Conklin, former defensive coordinator at Pittsburgh, so he does have some ACC ties, trying to transition them into a team that is more capable of throwing the ball, but with option tendencies offensively. That's where you've seen Derrick spin in the shotgun most of the day, and yet Wofford has still run it a large majority of the time. They came in running it on about 71% of their plays on the season, and they'll run it on this play too and get enough for the first down, dragging out to the right side for a gain of 7 to the 37-yard line. It was Broussard again. And so it will be a fresh set of downs for the Terriers. 3:52 to go first half. Heels up 17-7. Carolina defense looking to the sideline as now they're set and ready to go. Carolina still with a bunch of regulars in there. Of course, this is just a 10-point game. Why would they not be in there? As Wofford runs it again with Broussard. And he is able to get 5 yards up the middle. So 2nd and 5 coming up, and you get 5 yards on first down, you can do a lot of things on second down.
Yeah, Wofford's done a good job on first down. The last 2 drives is picking up very good yardage on that first down, and like you said, that allows you to be more flexible, which they haven't really been, but at least you're ahead of the chains, and you have more flexibility with play calling.
Terriers averaging about 4.5 yards per rush so far here in the first half. Now, they did have a couple of big ones that have aided that. Handoff to Broussard, and he just never had his footing. Eventually, Jeremiah Gimmel going to be credited with the tackle, but that was more the turf here in Kenan Stadium as Broussard just never could get his feet underneath him. Ends up getting no gain on the play. It'll bring up third down. 3rd and 5. 2:35 and counting. Wofford scheduled to get the ball to start the second half. Carolina does have 3 timeouts, should they choose to use them. 17-7, Carolina with the lead. Wofford on a 3rd and 5. Derrick in the shotgun. Has a running back Ingram to his side. Derek's going to throw. Now he scoots out of the pocket and slides down short of the first down. He started the slide at the 45-yard line. That is 2 yards shy of the first down. And so Wofford will send out the kicking unit. Carolina will respond by taking a timeout to stop the clock at the 2:05 mark.
Timeout, North Carolina.
There was a Tar Heel that was closing in on Derek. It was Gray closing in on Derek to try and make the hit. And Derek saw that coming and decided to get down. But as we've discussed a time or two this year, on quarterback slides, it's not where you end up, it's where you start the slide. And Derek started that at the 45, 2 yards shy of the first down. So punt unit coming on. Carolina scheduled to get the football. When we get to half, Kyle will take you through, get you up to date on those scores, most notably that Florida State, BC, and Wake Forest Clemson game. Check the stats here from the first half. As the Tar Heels lead it by 10, we're going to try and get a word from Mac Brown as he heads into the locker room as well. Don't forget, we've got a full day of coverage today. Carolina basketball coming up after this matchup with Wofford. Terriers are going to punt it. Wobbly kick off the side of the punter's foot. Oh, gets a great bounce, though, for Atkins Roberts, and it'll go inside the Tar Heel 15. And it's going to pin the Heels back. In fact, inside the 10. Looks like the Tar Heels will start on their own 9-yard line after that punt of 46 yards for Roberts, with a lot of them coming on the ground after it had initially hit at around the 25. So we'll see how Criswell and the Heels do backed up a bit here. British Brooks is back in at the running back spot for the Heels after getting that 38-yard touchdown run on his first touch of the day. 17-7 Carolina. Criswell's going to throw, has his feet in the end zone, dishes it underneath high to Josh Downs, who was coming across the field at the 15. Dangerous because Downs got his hands up and tipped it. Fortunately for Carolina, it fell incomplete. Downs was there. Criswell's throw just a little too high.
Yeah, and that's one of the ones we talked about, Criswell's arm strength, and that's one of the ones, well, seeing the replay, he didn't put on as much on it as I thought he did, but, you know, he'll have to learn certain balls. Sometimes you need the fastball, and other times you need a changeup.
That does stop the clock as well at 1:53. As Criswell now has to dance out of the pocket. He's going to tuck it and try and run. Now he throws it down the field and caught. Walston around the 25, advances close to the 30. Criswell got out of trouble, started to run, looked like he was going to take off, then he threw it, and the Heels end up getting a sizable gain of 20 yards. So out to the 29. Carolina trying to play with some pace with the clock down to 1:35 in the first half. Carolina up 17-7. Criswell fakes the throw. It's a design quarterback run. Criswell dragging a Terrier, steps through a tackle, and eventually down at the 40-yard line. Joe Beckett was the Terrier hanging on for dear life. He was like old Terrier nipping at his ankles there, and eventually did take Criswell down. We said this earlier, Criswell's a load now. I mean, he is a big guy. Run there of 11 yards to the Tar Heel 40. Clock still moving. Carolina does have 2 timeouts. Criswell fakes the throw to the left, looking down the field, uncorks it down the sideline. A little too strong down that far sideline for Garrett Walston. Pretty good coverage on the play by the Terrier linebacker as well. That was Rhett Russell who was trying to defend Walston down the sideline. So that does stop the clock on the incompletion. 1:06 to go. Heels going left to right. Ball on the near hash at the Carolina 40. Tar Heels up 17-7. And looking at a 2nd and 10. Criswell now 9 of 14 for 94 yards. He also has 54 yards on the ground. He's in the shotgun with British Brooks again to his right, but it's going to be a throw. Wofford rushes 4. Criswell over the middle. Downs able to cradle it in over the 50. Diving to the ground at the Terrier 48-yard line. Gain of 12.
Yeah, Josh Downs did a good job of getting down as soon as he caught the ball, feeling the defender and avoiding the contact after the catch.
Bills have 2 timeouts, not taking them. Clock moving. It's at 49 seconds. 1st and 10 at the Wofford 48. Criswell, play action. Looks like he's going to throw again. Wanted to go deep. Couldn't pull the trigger. Now Criswell going to get out of the pocket right side. Criswell spins around a tackle at the 40 to the 36-yard line. Let's see if Carolina takes a timeout. They will. Brian, you saw somebody open down the field on that one.
Absolutely. Antoine Green had from right to left of the formation a crossing route, and if Criswell is just a little more patient, he has him on the other hash, and he's able to make a big play on that one if he completes that ball.
Instead, Criswell ends up getting out of the pocket. He does gain 12 yards on the run to the 36. There's an injured Wofford player, and I believe Carolina also took a timeout. The injured Wofford player is Cameron Woolery, a defensive lineman for the Terriers. Trying to see if Carolina was charged with that timeout or not with the injured player. Mac Brown is out talking to the officials. I'm not sure the Heels were, as the scoreboard here still lists them with 2, and I think that's right. Yeah, they have wound the clock. So Carolina's still with 2 timeouts. Criswell going to throw. Heels up 10, looking for more. Goes deep. Antoine Green tripped up at the goal line, and no flags come in. The throw, I think, was going to be too strong anyway, but Green ended up getting tangled up with the defender, Amir Anor, at the front portion of the end zone. No flag, though, on the play. And it's going to be 2nd down and 10. Clock stops with 21 seconds left. And now a timeout taken, I believe, by Wofford.
Timeout, Wofford. There's second.
So Wofford will have 1 remaining. As Carolina trying to sneak some points here before halftime, leading at 17-7. Just a low possession game. This is only the 5th time Carolina's had the ball. The Tar Heels have moved it fine. They have 2 touchdowns and a field goal. They did have to punt once. Wofford's had the ball 4 times, 3 punts and a touchdown. The touchdown drive included 2 long runs and a really important personal foul call on Ravo Hassick. Keeping an eye on Wake Forest Clemson, and Kyle will get you through the whole North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard in just a bit, but Clemson up 10-3 in that one. Our score here, 17-7. Heels have 2 touchdowns and an All-State Good Hands field goal, brought to you by Allstate, which will contribute to the Tar Heel General Scholarship Fund. Thank you, Allstate. Criswell 2nd down. Going to throw again. Has time to do so in the pocket. Uncorks it to the near side, downs inside the 20. I think I said uncorks or rips or something. I mean, his arm, it's effortlessly strong. And gets the completion there to Downs at the 17-yard line, a gain of 19.
Yeah, and I love the play call. Go ahead with the intermediate routes to get. You don't have to go chunk yardage right now with 2 timeouts. And the ball was only at the 36-yard line, I think it was. So you have time, and you don't have a lot of real estate to have to cover.
6 catches, 76 yards for Downs. 15 seconds left, 2 timeouts. Carolina at the Wofford 17, 1st and 10. Criswell looks to his left after getting the shotgun snap. Still dancing in the pocket. Rolls to the right now, and he's just going to throw it out of bounds to stop the clock with 8 seconds left. So now, if you're the Tar Heels, tough choice here. You go for it, or you can kick. Do you feel like you have enough time to run one more play is the question. You have the timeouts, but that doesn't really matter.
Yep.
It's how long the execution of the play takes.
Yep. And I think they're going to try to throw it in the end zone right now and then call the timeout. But, you know, I'll be surprised if they throw the football here that they keep it outside of the paint.
Just 8 seconds. Carolina is going to snap it. Criswell, play action's got to let it go, and he throws it deep into the far corner of the end zone. Incomplete. Clock stops, 1 second left. He was trying to find Olsen, but some pressure coming his way forced the inaccurate pass. And so Carolina will have to settle for a field goal attempt on the final play of the first half. Up 17-7, trying to get a 13-point lead going into the break. Grayson Atkins will be kicking off the near hash. This is about a 34-yard field goal attempt. Snap back, spot down. Atkins' kick is up, and it is through. He continues his strong play as he's made now 11 of his last 12 attempts in field goals. So the field goal for Atkins closes the scoring in the first half. Tar Heels lead it 20-7 over Wofford. We are going to get a quick word with Coach Brown, so let's stay right here. Lee is going to get into position to talk to Coach Brown here before he heads into the locker room. So, again, the number of possessions just way down in this half as both teams ran the football pretty liberally, Wofford in particular. Carolina only had 5 possessions in the half and had 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, 1 punt. Criswell getting his first start as a Tar Heel, goes 11 of 19, 125 yards passing, and also 66 yards rushing with one of the touchdowns today for Carolina, a 1-yard rushing score for the young QB. So, Brian, I think pretty good half there for Criswell.
Yeah.
And we'll talk more about it at halftime, but Mac Brown just about to join Lee in a moment. Also be interesting to see if we see Criswell again in the second half or if the Tar Heels do go to Drake May. With this game still relatively in the balance, you'd think Criswell would be the guy at 20-7. All right, let's check in with Lee and Coach Brown. Lee.
Jones, Coach, everybody wants to see the backup quarterback. Got a good look at Jacoby Criswell today.
Yes, I think they told us Sam wasn't going to play this morning, probably about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and we've been practicing the other 2 all week. I think Jacoby did a good job. He missed a couple of deep balls, but he's done a good job the first half. We really would like to see Drake May get in some of the second half as well.
Good deal. Thank you very much, Coach Brown. You heard, that's it, Jones. You hear Coach Brown say, decision made this morning, 9 a.m. Would like to see Drake May in the second half.
Yep, we'll see if Carolina is able to get to that point. Tar Heels lead at 27 through the first half in Chapel Hill. Kyle Straub will take you through the Wells Fargo halftime report after this from Learfield.
Football fans, in addition to helping you save all season long, Geico can help you relearn how to sport. Just call the Geico Fanstructional Hotline. You've selected How to Chest Bump.
Puff out your chest invitingly towards a fellow football fan. Then, in unison, jump upwards, pushing your rib cages together at the apex of your respective leaps. An accompanying yeah, woot, or grunt is welcome.
The Geico Fanstructional Hotline, helping you save and sport all season long.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of North Carolina and Learfield.
Kyle Straub with you here in Keenan Memorial Stadium. Halftime between the Tar Heels and the Terriers. A 20-7 lead for North Carolina, scoring the first 10 points of the game and the final 10 points of the half with a field goal as time expired. Take a look around the ACC for some scores as well as the top 25. Had one final coming into today as Louisville and Duke hooked up on Thursday night. A 40-point win in that one for the Cardinals, 62-22. They finished the ACC at 4-4 on the season. Duke without a win for the second straight season in conference. Other games going on in the ACC at the same time as us, Clemson and Wake Forest. Big matchup in terms of Atlantic standings and who will represent the Atlantic Division in Charlotte for the ACC Championship. Clemson got out to a 10-0 start, really has limited this Wake Forest powerful offense. Just 3 points for the Demon Deacons, as Shipley for Clemson has not just a rushing touchdown, but also a passing touchdown, as they just got on the board 17-3. Still about 5 minutes left in the second half, or the second quarter of that one. Other game in the ACC that got underway the same time as us, Florida State and Boston College. The Seminoles at 3-4 in the conference, BC 2-4, although they have their quarterback back this week. Still has been a struggle, though, for BC. 14-7, Florida State on the road and leading that one. Boston College about to kick the ball away. A little over 2 minutes left in that one. As far as the top 25 goes, really two big matchups, one of them later today, including Alabama, but one that got underway the same time as us, Ohio State taking on Michigan State. Both teams 9-1, both top 10 in the country. It has been all Buckeyes in the horseshoe, 35-0. They are still in the second quarter with 8 minutes to go. Ohio State put up 21 in the first quarter. So far, 14. They've got the ball and are driving right now in Michigan State territory. Georgia looking to stay undefeated on the season. Have two matchups left, playing Charleston Southern today, and absolutely running away with it. 42-0 for the number one team in the land. As we will step aside here from Keenan. We'll come back with some stats from the first half between North Carolina and Wofford. You're listening to the pregame, or the halftime show here on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
This is Jones Angel voice. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
Hey, psst. Yeah, you. You want to buy some low-priced groceries? Just follow me into this well-lit Lidl grocery store. Here at Lidl, we buy in bulk and cut down on costs wherever possible. Then we pass the savings on to you. Trust me, everything's done totally legit and above board. Nothing to be worried about. Yep, Lidl's pretty great. It's just your run-of-the-mill grocery store, except with way lower prices. Lidl. Suspiciously low-priced groceries.
Heel football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Look to get themselves bowl eligible with their 6th win of the season, leading Wofford. Not a lot of possessions in that first half. 5 for Carolina, 4 for the Terriers, and with Jacoby Criswell getting the start for the Tar Heels under center with Sam Howell out for the game, did a pretty good job there in the first half. Carolina with 317 total yards. Of those 5 drives, 4 of them were scoring, including the very first one, which was for 10 plays, 82 yards. and eventually running that ball in. It wasn't really until the final drive of that half where they opened things up with the offense and Criswell started throwing the ball around the field. 11 of 19, 125 yards for him in his first start, and showed some good mobility on a ball where he rolled out to his right and was able to connect with Walston for a long completion and a first down. As far as the rushing numbers go, a couple of touchdowns for two running backs. Ty Chandler had 78 yards in that first half. Needed 74 to get to 1,000. Added a couple more on. Helped to really facilitate the first drive, which Criswell ended up getting the rushing touchdown on a 3-yard scamper. Had 5 attempts, 66 yards for second most on the Tar Heel team in that first half. British Brooks just one carry so far on senior day, but he made the most of it. A 38-yard scamper, scoring the second touchdown of the game for the Tar Heels. Total, North Carolina with 192 yards on the ground, 125 through the air, as Josh Downs has hauled in 6 for 76. And with those 6 receptions brings his season total up to 87, moving him into second all-time for the Tar Heels, just behind Ryan Switzer, who had 94 a couple of seasons ago. He's also raised that reception total in terms of yardage, now sitting in third in single season history for Carolina, just passing Switzer here tonight. A couple more Tar Heels in front of him. Probably should be able to get to both of them, but we'll see how the rest of this one goes, as well as next week against State. For Wofford in the first half, just 116 yards of total offense. The only touchdown scored on the lone run from Kyle Penix, a 3-yard run that got them into the end zone for the lone score in the first half. All running for Wofford in that first half. 105 of their 116 yards came on the ground. We'll see if the Carolina defense will make some adjustments and try and slow up that rushing attack of the Terriers, which really helped to move the clock along and limit possessions in the first half. Going to step aside. We'll come back with some highlights from the first half. You're listening to the halftime show here on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
We're celebrating Rivalry Week on and off the field by teaming up with NC State for the Pantry Bowl. Together, Carolina, NC State, and our supporters are working to reduce food insecurity on our campuses. From now until November 26th, you can help Carolina raise the bar to see who can receive the most donations to their campus food pantry. Support the Carolina Cupboard today at pantrybowl.com. And remember, we all win when it comes to supporting our communities.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
WCAB. North Carolina with a 27 lead over Wofford as they had 4 scoring drives in that first half, and Jacoby Criswell in his first start gets things started off right. 10 plays, 82 yards, took 4 minutes and 21 seconds as he marches the Tar Heels down the field and culminates that drive with a 1-yard scamper himself for a touchdown.
Play clock at 3 as the young quarterback claps his hands. Criswell keeps it himself and dances into the end zone right side.
Tar Heels got a field goal on their next possession, punted on their third, and then after Wofford scored, they needed to get some offense as it was just a 3-point game. Handed the ball off to the senior British Brooks, and he took care of the rest.
Handoff coming to the near side. This is British Brooks who's loose. Brooks, 10-5 touchdown. The senior comes in on senior day, and his first touch results in a touchdown.
4 plays, 75 yards, and a minute 35 for Carolina to make it a 17-7 game at that point. Wofford got the ball back. Carolina defense able to hold them, and with the timeouts, Criswell able to lead Carolina from their 9-yard line down in deep into Wofford territory. Took a shot at the end zone with a second left on the clock, couldn't get it, so they bring out the kicker, and Grayson Atkins connected for his second of the first half.
Snap back, spot down. Atkins' kick is up, and it is through. He continues his strong play as he's made now 11 of his last 12 attempts in field goals.
34-yard field goal on that one for Atkins. The one earlier in the half, a 27-yarder. And that gets us to where we are now, 27 in favor of the Tar Heels. It will be Terrier ball when we get back and start the second half. We'll step aside just a few minutes before the second half is underway here in Kenan Memorial Stadium.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in 4A City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines. And November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of 4A City.
Halftime. A couple of quick things to go through with you. First of all, a reminder that LS Tractor is proud to sponsor the Tar Heel rushing attack this season. LS Tractor commends the powerhouses and workhorses that clear the path and fight for every hard-earned rushing yard. And just like Carolina football's rushing attack, LS Tractor are proud to get your ground game going by offering landowners unparalleled strength, horsepower, and traction with their quality-built and reliable tractors. You can experience the LS difference, do more for less, by visiting lstractorusa.com. Find a dealer near you. Those rushing totals in the first half, Carolina 192 yards, Chandler with 78, Criswell 66, British Brooks 38, DJ Jones 10. And speaking of DJ Jones, just getting word from Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, DJ Jones out for the rest of this game with a lower body injury. So we'll see who fills in his spot. British Brooks played some there late in the second half or second quarter, including a touchdown run. Quick check of the Trusted Choice of the game, brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. They want you to stay safe behind the wheel, put down your phone while driving, and let's have a hands-free NC. To learn more and find an agent near you, you can visit trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. Brian, as Carolina about to kick it off, what do you think will be important here in half number 2?
Keep running the football and trust the short passing game. I thought early on that was really effective for Carolina. They was moving the football and no need to stay away from that.
So Wofford will have the ball first, and as we talked about some in that first half, and as Coach Brown mentioned, Tar Heels do have the desire to get Drake May in the game as well. We'll see when Carolina has the football if May comes in or if it will be Criswell, who played well in that first half. It's going to be a touchback on the kickoff. Wofford will be moving from left to right to start the second half. Jones and Bryan here with you. Reminder that after the game, we will transition up to Uncasville, Connecticut. We'll keep it here some. We're still going to talk to Coach Brown, go through the stats, things like that. But eventually we'll transfer you over to Uncasville, Connecticut, Carolina, and Purdue as part of the Hall of Fame tip-off. That's a big-time tournament. Carolina will be playing 2 ranked teams, one today, one tomorrow. Purdue today, and then either Villanova or Tennessee tomorrow afternoon. Dave Nathan, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas are in Uncasville. They'll get you through that event. Wofford will run on first down and get a couple. 5 good yards up the middle for Ingram. And we have not seen Irvin Mulligan at all today for Wofford, so have to assume that we did not get word of this, but have to assume that the junior is out. He had been the leading rusher for the Terriers. 124 carries, 859 yards. Have not seen him at all today. It's been mostly Ingram and Walker, the 2 ball carriers for the Terriers to this point. 2nd and 5. Quarterback Peyton Derrick in the shotgun. He has Walker, that's Nathan Walker to his right. He'll pull it away from him and run. Kamen Rucker can't catch him from behind. So that opens the field up left side and sliding down where Peyton Derrick close to midfield. Even if Rucker would have gotten to him, it would have been a first down, but would have saved some yards. Instead, it's a scramble gain of 17. Derrick can run. He came in to the ball game on the season with about 200 yards rushing from that quarterback position. And he's had a couple of big runs today. In fact, he's by far Wofford's leading rusher with 63 yards. The Terriers in total have 127 yards on the ground. 20-7, Carolina with the lead. Wofford, though, first down on their own 47. Derrick going to throw, and his pass is intercepted through the hands of an intended receiver and picked off by Kyler McMichael. McMichael returns it to the 45-yard line. There is another Tar Heel down. And it is Jeremiah Gimmel who is pounding the turf in frustration, as now he is up and limping to the sideline. Looks like a right leg issue for Gimmel as he goes to the sideline angry that something happened negative to him on that play. For McMichael, the interception comes at the 13:27 mark of the third quarter. It is McMichael's first career interception. And now it is Drake May in at the quarterback spot for the Tar Heels. He's going to get great starting field position at the 45. Hands off to British Brooks, showing some speed. And Brooks carrying some tacklers to the Wofford 38-yard line. Brian, how about British Brooks? He had some giddy up there.
Absolutely, some explosiveness through the hole right there and running hard at the end. British Brooks, being mostly a special teams guy in the past, we know his physicality, but right there showing a little explosion through the hole.
Alec Holt was the intended receiver on that interception when the ball bounced off his hands and was picked off by McMichael. So Drake May in there, hands off again. British Brooks ahead of steam. Again, makes a tackler pay the price for daring to get in his way as he pounds forward to the 30-yard line for a gain of 8 to bring up 2nd and 2. Let's check in with Lee.
Jeremiah Gimmel is going in the training tent, and a reminder that Jaquarius Conley went out first play of the game. Does not look good for the Tar Heel defense right now.
Kyler McMichael with that pick had 9 yards on the return. Drake May's first completion as a Tar Heel goes to who else? Josh Downs as he came near side. Downs advances it to the 25-yard line for a gain of 5 and a first down. So Tar Heels still leading 20-7, and now after that interception, have the ball in the Terrier territory at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 for Drake May and Carolina. May going to throw it. Standing tall in the pocket, lets it go near side, tiptoeing the sideline, and making the catch is Justin Olson on the near side. Olson, a nice job keeping his foot in bounds. Cradled it in at the 14 for a gain of 11. First down.
Good job by May on the deep curl over there, showing good patience in the pocket. Every time I think of May, I want to say Luke.
Yeah, he's got a pretty deep bloodline here in Chapel. Of course, his dad, Mark, a former Carolina quarterback. We know Luke, and a national champion in Chapel Hill. And now his brother, Drake, handing off to British Brooks, slipping through some tackles and finding the end zone yet again. Touchdown, Carolina. Boy, what an impressive showing from British Brooks in this game. The senior from Gastonia, been a special teams demon for years for Carolina, and is getting his chance to carry the football and showing off. He's now at 78 yards on just 4 carries and has 2 touchdowns as well.
Yeah, what I like about it is he's going out there within offense. A lot of times you see on senior day or days like this where they try to force the issue for a certain player, but not for British Brooks, just going within the offense, and he's just running hard and picking up well-earned yardage.
British Brooks has 4 carries, 38 yards, 17 yards, 9 yards, 14 yards. Don't know what happened on that 9-yard run. See if we can
and
get
2 touchdowns.
And 2 touchdowns. So Carolina now up 27-7, trying to stretch this thing out on senior day. Wofford will get the ball back when we return. 11:41 to go, third quarter. Tar Heels up by 20 from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Together, let's celebrate the big occasions and the little moments, the firsts and forevers. Let's celebrate others and celebrate ourselves, because every milestone matters, and we promise to be with you for every one of them. This holiday, shop Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com to find the perfect gift to celebrate your life's moments. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments.
27-7. Tar Heels up by 20 here early third quarter, 11:41 to go. First meeting between the Tar Heels and Wofford. Do you own or rent your home? Well, sure you do. Fortunately, Geico is making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Good thing, too, because having a home, that's hard work. Go to geico.com, get a quote, see how much you could save. Geico.com, easy. The bad news here today, and maybe Lee Pace about to tell us more about this on the sideline, Lee, is injuries. We've seen Jaquarius Conley shaken up. Jeremiah Kimmel appeared to be injured on that interception. Anything you know from down there, Lee?
Well, Jeremiah has at least come out of the treatment tent. He seems to be in good spirits. He is limping around, and he's put his helmet underneath the bench. I think he's probably done for the day. Mac Brown came over, grabbed him by the neck. They had a nice hug, and I think Jeremiah has probably played his last snap in Keenan Stadium, regular season anyway, and he'll be down here coaching and hopefully be ready to go next Friday night at NC State, along with Jaquarius Conley, which we've got no more information about.
Kickoff from Kim, kind of a squirreler, but hit at the 5. Wofford let it bounce to see if it might go out of bounds, but it didn't. It went into the end zone for a touchback. So Terriers will have the ball on the 25-yard line. And I mean, you never want anybody to get injured. Frustrating to see injuries in a game like this where the Tar Heels are going to be heavily favored, but it's not as though you felt like Carolina was doing something crazy with their personnel. Power Eccles is now in, replacing Gimmel. First down handoff for Wofford, and it's going to be Des Evans who gets the tackle, spinning down Walker. And, Brian, I guess my point is, I mean,
it's part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you get injured in any game.
No
I'm
question.
sure with some people are going to say, oh, gosh, why was Gimmel in there? Well,
Right.
Of course he was. It was a 13-point game
Yep.
early in the third quarter.
Absolutely. And really, he just I was trying to see how he got hurt. He was just taking on a block or either trying to block after the interception, and then he kind of just went down. So, like you said, nothing crazy, and it's just part of the game. That, unfortunately, those are the plays that happen.
We'll see how Eccles does, getting some significant time, as it will be a first down for Wofford. They ran the football with Walker. Kevin Hester makes the tackle, but it is a gain of 6 up the middle, so Terriers keep the drive going. Heels up 27-7. See who's out there defensively for Carolina. Hester, Ritzy, and Evans will be the 3 on the front line. Outside backer is Collins. 2 middle backers are Eccles and Gray. Morrison at the nickel, Kelly and Biggers at the safety spots. Another run. Gray sticks his nose in there to get the tackle. Evans involved as well after a short gain. 2 corners are Grimes and McMichael. So these are still regulars for Carolina. A lot of starters, couple second-team guys like Ritzy and Hester, but certainly guys who get in frequently for Carolina. So Tar Heels have not started emptying the bench, and why would you? This is still just a 20-point game, 27-7 with 10:10 to go in the third quarter. Wofford now looking at a 2nd and 7 at the 39-yard line. Moving from left to right here in the third quarter, ball on the far hash. Terriers send a man in motion, hand it to him on the jet sweep. That is Alec Holt. He's able to get through the arm tackle from Cedric Gray, but then is pushed out of bounds short of the 45-yard line by Power Eccles. Gain of 5 on the play, maybe even 5.5. We'll say that it is 3rd and 1, although it is truly about 1.5 yards that the Terriers need for the first down.
And Jones, if you look at personnel on the offense, they really haven't, they got Ty Chandler his 1,000 yards, it seemed like, and then they're going to sit him out. And then obviously with Sam not playing, you have to play the 2 younger guys. But other than that, the starters are playing on offense also.
A lot of movement up front. Let's see who this is on.
False start. Offense, number 74.
Now, that's the first penalty
penalty
today on Wofford. And the Terriers came into today as the least penalized team in the nation at the FCS level, as far as yards lost per game due to penalties. They only were giving up about 32 yards per game of penalty yardage. That was best in the country at that level. Carolina, on the other side of things, giving up 77 yards of penalty yardage per game on average. That's worst in the ACC and 121st in the country. Speed option near side, nowhere to go for the Terriers. Javari Ritzy going to be credited with the tackle for the Heels, but there were multiple blue shirts closing up that avenue for Carolina. Really nice team defensive effort on that one. Will force the punt.
Absolutely. It's hard to run speed option when the other side of the football, everybody has more speed.
Yeah, I was about to say, when there's more speed on the other side, that speed option might be tough. So Wofford, that false start hurt them. That made it from 3rd and 1 to 3rd and 6. And then Carolina does a nice job getting off the field. And the Terriers move on the punt as they had a man, Eli Purcell, move early.
False start. Offense, number 31. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
It is still Downs back to receive the punt for Carolina. That'll move the ball back to the 34-yard line on the penalty. Heels up 27-7. Third quarter in Chapel Hill, 8:21 and counting. Wofford about to punt it away. Tar Heels doing a lot of shifting and moving with the 10 men they have at the line of scrimmage. Wofford gets the snap back again, heavy pressure on the punt, but they are able to get it away. Downs just clears out of the way at the 25. Another great roll for the Terriers. It'll be down at the 16-yard line. Whatever Atkins Roberts does with his punts, he seems to get some good roll. That ends up being a 50-yard kick, even though it didn't look particularly terrific off his foot. So good kick, flips the field. Carolina will have to start deep in its own territory with a 27-7 lead. 8 minutes to go, third quarter from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Third quarter in Chapel Hill. Tar Heels 27, Wofford 7. 8 minutes to play in the quarter. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina is the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics, and they believe an inclusive community is a healthy community. They resolve to be a champion for women everywhere by supporting women's athletics to help empower our future leaders. So Jacoby Criswell played the first half for Carolina, 11 of 19, 125 yards. He had 66 yards rushing and a touchdown. Drake May started the second half, guided the Heels on a 5-play touchdown drive on his initial possession, and he'll be in now not nearly as good starting field position. On the first drive, Heels started at their own 45 after an interception. This one after a punt. They'll start back on their own 16-yard line. Well, Caleb Hood is in the ball game at the running back position. He'll get the handoff from May and power ahead over the 20. A little curious to see Hood. We just hadn't seen him. He hadn't played in the last 6 games. Had heard that he may or may not be available today, but he's out there and gets a good run on first down of 6 yards to the 22-yard line. So really young backfield. 2 true freshmen, Drake May and Caleb Hood. 3 receivers in the formation, but it's going to be a handoff to Hood. Hood steps through a tackle and is able to cross the 25-yard line. But there is a flag down as Hood had advanced it 5 yards for the first down. But let's see on the flag.
Should add 15 for a face mask, I think, what they got.
Everybody's kind of milling around.
Holding.
Oh,
offense, number 52. 10-yard penalty, second down.
52 is Jonathan Adorno. So the sophomore out of Raleigh has checked in. Let's look at that O-line for you. Left to right on the O-line. Awesome Richards, Ed Montelis in at left guard. The center's Brian Anderson. Then you have Adorno at right guard and Jordan Tucker at right tackle. So Carolina's starting to make some subs. 2 receivers to either side of the formation. The penalty moves the ball back to the 12. Drake May on a design quarterback run, steps through a tackle, and May is going to cross the 25, running between the hash marks out to the 30. And as we talked about in the first half, how Criswell's arm is probably better than you knew about. Drake May's legs are probably better than you know about. He is an athletic player, 6'5", 220, but he is a true dual-threat player, and he gained 18 on that run.
Yeah, look, a lot better as a runner than I expected on that one run. Obviously, it's just one, but, you could tell a lot by a guy just a fluid runner.
May rolls out to the right, avoids pressure in the backfield. Now he's going to tuck it and move to the left and ends up losing a couple yards as he's dragged down by T.J. Neal. So that'll be a sack as May moving in the pocket, eventually loses 4 on the play. Back to the 26-yard line. So that'll bring up 2nd and 14 for the Tar Heels. 6:15 to go in the third quarter. Carolina up 27-7. Caleb Hood standing to the left of May. 3 receivers to the right, including J.J. Jones, the freshman from Myrtle Beach, who is in. Drake May gets the snap, looks right, doesn't pull the trigger. Now he comes back over the middle, caught by Josh Downs. And Downs has another grab, this one out to the 35-yard line for a gain of 9. And it will bring up 3rd down and about 5 for the Heels. So Downs continues to have a good day. That's his 8th catch of the day for the Tar Heels. That means he's had 8 or more catches in 10 of the 11 games that the Tar Heels have played thus far. 3rd and 5. Carolina was 2 of 4 on 3rd down in the first half. May looks to his right, throws to his right, caught by J.J. Jones. Jones trying to fight for the first down.
Good job.
Reaches the ball out, and he does it. So the tall freshman, 6'2 rookie out of Myrtle Beach, made the catch, was being wrestled to the ground, but reached that ball out for the extra yard to move the sticks.
Yeah, great effort, but also great awareness by him, understanding that he was short of the first down, and then as he's falling down to reach with the football to try to pick up the first down.
Heels going 5 wide here, 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Ball on the far hash as Carolina moves right to left. Olsen, Nesbitt, and Downs over to the left. May fakes a quick pass to that side. Now he runs right up the middle, trucks a tackler, gets into Wofford territory. He ended up running over DiRoberto at the end of things to get it to the Wofford 44-yard line. Gain of 15 on the run.
Yeah, Drake, they have him listed at 220, but, another year from now, he's going to be a 240-pound kid, so he's going to be a big quarterback.
He's out of Charlotte, Myers Park High School, highly recruited, had originally committed to another school, changed that commitment late to the Tar Heels. And is getting his first extensive opportunity here. He'll hand off on this play to Caleb Hood. And Hood rockets over the right side to the 39-yard line for a gain of 5. And, Brian, there's going to be some skill position opportunities in the future coming up for Carolina. And J.J. Jones, Bryson Nesbitt out there, Drake May, Caleb Hood. I mean, these are guys who are going to be in the mix in the very near future for the Heels.
Absolutely. And for everybody and the player included, don't worry about who's the starter, right? We're going to have a bunch of guys, and everybody can't start, but we're going to have a bunch of guys that can do something with the football or have the ability to get guys who can create with the football, and it's going to be great because guys like May and Criswell and Nesbitt and Josh Downs still here and Caleb Hood, like a bunch of young guys and they're big and they're physical players.
Heels miss a swing pass to Downs there on 2nd down. The ball was just a little too low and in front of Downs, so incomplete. 3rd down coming up from the 38-yard line. It is 3rd and about 4. May goes to the far side, and another nice play by J.J. Jones, this time diving to the ground to scoop up the low throw and again get a first down. As Carolina hustles to the line, let's break 10 seconds. Station ID. Heels up 27-7 on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Tar Heel football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Drake May, 5 of 6 for 39 yards passing thus far. That one was a pass of 9 yards to the 29. Looking for something more this time. Goes to the right corner of the end zone, knocked away from J.J. Jones. The ball maybe just a hair underthrown, just a hair. That allowed Wofford's defender, Damian Curtis, to get in there and punch it away from Jones, incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 29.
Yeah, May threw it. He was looking for the fade and kind of wanted the back shoulder, and Jones did a good job of putting on the brakes and adjusting to the football, and then right at the last minute kind of relaxed a little bit, and the ball hit him in the hands, and he just made the drop.
Stephen Gosnell is in at one of the wide receiver positions, but this is going to be a run with Caleb Hood trying to stretch it to the near side, and Wofford sniffs it out and drags him down. Loss of a couple. Camden Gray, Zy Abercrombie combine on the stop for a loss of 3. So Carolina, which has converted a couple of third downs on this drive, now looking at a 3rd and long. This is 3rd and 13. May claps, which gets Wofford to move, and Carolinas will get a couple extra yards here, get a little closer. That's a couple penalties now in the last few minutes on Wofford. Told you they were not very penalized team.
Outside, defense, number 91. Jumping the neutral zone, causing the offense to react. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
91 is James Garnett for Wofford. So it's still 3rd and long, but that makes it 3rd and 8 instead of 3rd and 13 as the ball moves to the Terrier 27-yard line. May going to keep it on the ground. That's British Brooks again. He's had a good game, and he is carrying Wofford players, trying to fight for the first down. He's going to be just a yard shy at the 20-yard line, but yet another quality physical run by British Brooks, the senior from Gastonia. Gets Carolina 7 yards on the play. It'll be 4th and 1, and looks like Carolina's going to keep the offense on the field. Clock moving, just 1:46 to go, 3rd quarter. Tar Heels up 27-7. Just their second possession of the second half. May's going to go under center with Brooks behind him on 4th and short. Hand off to Brooks. He's hit in the backfield, but he's able to carry the Terriers, I think, enough for the first down. Camden Gray hit him in the backfield, but could not get British Brooks to the turf. And the Tar Heels do continue the drive.
Yeah, right there, Carolina wanted to run power, and sometimes when you pull that big offensive lineman, sometimes they just get in the way of the running back, and that's kind of what happened on that play. But Brooks showed good patience and then had the strength to kind of run through contact and drag the defender to the first down mark.
Brooks now at 86 yards rushing on the day. 1st and 10 from the 19-yard line. May. Play action to Brooks, looks left, can't pull the trigger. Now he's going to roll out to the right. Go to the end zone, and incomplete. And here comes the flag. Antoine Green was the intended receiver, and he was being blanketed to the point of a penalty by Donovan Anderson in the end zone.
Pass interference. Defense, number 20. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
So Carolina will have a goal-to-go situation after the penalty. No catches today for Antoine Green. But he has, one catch today for Antoine Green. He has had such a big second half of the year, 14 catches in his last 3 games coming in. Tar Heels have not had to throw the ball as much in this particular game. Penalty moves it to the 4-yard line, where Carolina will have 1st and goal. Drake May started in shotgun. Now he's going to go under center. 2 tight ends in the backfield. May, play action, rolls out to the right, fakes it to Copenhaver, and instead dumps it off to Morales for 6. May had both of those tight ends out of the backfield. Copenhaver wide right, he pumped to him, and then threw it to Morales right at about the hash mark right side, and Kamari knew what to do with it once he caught it at about the 3-yard line. Carried it in for his 5th touchdown of the year, and the first passing touchdown for Drake May in his Carolina career. Extra point for Grayson Atkins is up and through. 14-play drive for the Tar Heels. That is the longest of the season. And 7:05 off the clock. That also the longest of the season for the Tar Heels. 14 plays, 84 yards, 7:05 off the clock. It's now 34-7 Carolina from Learfield.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
Come see us in store or order online. Penn Station East Coast Subs. It's all about good taste.
Back in Keenan, Carolina up 34-7, 55 seconds to go, third quarter. Today's senior day in Chapel Hill, 22 Tar Heels playing their final game in Keenan Stadium, but it is also the final appearance in Keenan Stadium for one of our Tar Heel Sports Network family members, as Jody Zeugner, our incomparable spotter and statistician, part of our Tar Heel Sports Network team, at least in Keenan, for the final time today. Jody started working with the network in 1989, meaning that other than a 2-year respite, Jody Z's been an instrumental part of football and basketball broadcast in Chapel Hill for more than 30 years. Fortunately, Jody's going to be with us next week in Raleigh. He'll be with us through the basketball season. We're going to try and convince him to stick with us on the basketball side moving forward, but ready to have some fall Saturdays to spend time with his wife, Kim, cheer on the Tar Heels without having to chart every detail of the game, although knowing Jody, he probably will do that from the stands anyway. So, Jody, thank you for your dedication to the Tar Heels. Thank you for your dedication to the Tar Heel Sports Network and for helping so many of us. Woody, Mick, Rick Steinbacher, Stephen Gates, Lee Pace, Ken Mack, Don McCauley, Ethan Albright, William Henderson, Brian Simmons, and myself sound as good as we possibly can by helping us so much along the way. We're going to miss you, Jody Z. Thanks for all your help and your hard work.
Absolutely. In 89, I wasn't even born yet.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
I
was a baby listening to the games back then. Kickoff goes through the end zone. It will be a touchback. Wofford starts at the 25. Lee Pace, Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, pretty good showing there from Drake May.
Yeah, a couple things, Jones. I'll give you one right now. Yeah, Sam Howell was over here talking with Drake, giving him some direction on how to take contact and avoid contact, because Sam's gotten pretty good at that over the years. I'll continue that in just a minute.
Yep, handoff on first down for Wofford is to Ingram Lee, and good hard running for Ingram. He was hit after about 3 yards, but ends up getting 8 on the play. So Lee, it's 2nd and 2.
This is the most significant football Drake May has played in 2 years, Jones, and it's interesting that he and Caleb Hood were in the backfield at the same time. Their respective schools, Myers Park and Richmond County, met in Rockingham 2 years ago. Richmond County won by 3 points over Drake May and Myers Park, but they've been good friends ever since and good friends on the 7-on-7 circuit.
They certainly look good together there, as holy cow. Ray Vohasek just pushed his blocker into the backfield, and together they drilled Ryan Ingram back at the 30 for a loss of 3. Vohasek, he didn't necessarily make the tackle as much as he just pushed everybody into the ball carrier.
He absolutely made the tackle, and he made it with a 300-pounder in front of him. If we talk about weight room plays, that's a weight room play right there.
What a play by Vohasek. That will send this game to the fourth quarter. It loses 2, so it'll be 3rd and 5 for Wofford after the break. We go to the fourth with the Heels up 34-7 from Learfield.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a broken traffic light. Stop and go is the name of my game. It's easy. You go, they go? Or was it, they go, you go? And if you have the wrong car insurance, these repair costs could stop you in your tracks. So get Allstate's new low auto rate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Not available in every state, based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
WCAB. Back here in Keenan Memorial Stadium, Carolina in control as we head towards the fourth quarter. Looking at those ACC scores, Florida State had a 19-3 lead at the half. They get the ball first to start the second half, march down the field, and punch it in for a touchdown. Now out in front of BC by a pretty good margin. Wake Forest and Clemson, though, really the one that we're keeping an eye on, Jones. 17-10, Wake Forest starting to get some offense going thanks to some turnovers from Clemson. And out of the half, Clemson got the ball, marched down the field, and looks like they may have just turned it over again.
Yeah, they're reviewing a pitch play where Wake actually knocked down an option pitch and recovered the loose ball. They're reviewing to see if it was a forward pass or a lateral. If it's a lateral, of course, the Deacs will get the football. And that's important because if Wake wins that game, they win the Atlantic Division. If they don't, then Clemson and NC State are both still alive to win that division. Quick check of the stats brought to you by Duncan. Football runs on Duncan. America runs on Duncan. Tar Heels run on Duncan. We'll give it to you after this third down play, though, because Wofford is ready to snap the ball from the 30-yard line, now going right to left in the fourth quarter. And it is going to be a throw for Derrick, still standing in the pocket, and caught over the middle in front of a couple of Tar Heel defenders. Alec Holt able to jump up and bring it in for the first down out near midfield. It'll be a gain of 17 on the play. Through three quarters, so this doesn't include that last play, Wofford had 163 yards on 37 plays. Carolina 446 yards on 56 plays. British Brooks, the leading rusher, with 86 yards. Downs, 8 catches, 89 yards, the leading receiver for the Tar Heels. Into the fourth quarter, Wofford with the football, Carolina with the big lead. Terrier's going to run it and get a good chunk of yardage close to the Tar Heel 45. Jamari Broussard gains 8 on the play, and so it is going to be 2nd and 2 from the Tar Heel 45. Taking a look, defensive personnel, Carolina still a lot of starters, although Asante is now in with Power Eccles at linebacker. Also DeAndre Boykins, freshman from Concord, is in at the nickel spot. Storm Duck and McMichael are the corners as a run is going to be close to the first down. Eccles got into the backfield, missed a tackle, then Boykins was able to drop down the ball carrier, Broussard again, and it is short. So it's going to be a gain of 1 and bring up 3rd and 1 for the Terriers from the Carolina 44. So Heel's starting to bring in some different personnel on the defensive side. Front three, Murphy, Vahasek, Des Evans. Outside backers, Chris Collins, Asante, and Power Eccles, the middle backers. Kelly and Biggers, the safeties. Duck McMichael, the corner. And then Boykins is the nickel. A run with Ingram, and he gets enough for the first down. Didn't get a lot, but enough to move the chains as he came up the middle. So that's 2 third-down conversions. Miles Murphy with the tackle for Carolina. That's 2 third-down conversions on this drive for Wofford. That's as many as they had in the ball game up to this point. That moves it to the Carolina 42, fresh set of downs. Terriers going right to left, fourth quarter, heels up big, 34-7. Tar Heels have scored on 6 of the 7 possessions that they have had in the ballgame. 4 touchdowns and 2 All-State good hands field goals. A run, Ray Vahasek stops it quickly. Nathan Walker, the ball carrier. Vahasek beat a block and sat Walker down for a short gain. It'll be 2nd and 9. Busy day, busy weekend. We've got this one for you today. As I've said a few times, we're going to carry our post-game coverage into pregame coverage up in Connecticut, where Dave Nathan, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas will get you ready for Carolina and Purdue. Then the Tar Heels will play again tomorrow. The time of that game depends on the outcome of today's game for the Heels. Football coming up on Friday as well next week, Carolina and NC State. Another run for Wofford. This one gets to about the 36-yard line. I believe it was Ingram, the ball carrier. Cameron Kelly with the stop. And it's a gain of 5. It'll bring up 3rd and 4 for the Terriers.
And Jones, these are the type of games as a defender. Obviously you're up big, and you hate that you're playing a team that don't want to throw the football to try to get back in, because I know, Vahasek and those guys, they're tired of playing the run right now. They want to rush the pass a couple times.
39 runs, just 4 passes for Wofford in the ballgame. And run number 40 will be with Walker, and he gets the first down. Gio Biggers and Asante combine on the hit, but Terriers will move the sticks for the 3rd time on this drive on 3rd down. They needed 4, they got 6, and the drive continues. Clock still moving too. 10:50 to go in the 4th quarter. This is going to be the shortest game of the year by far, time-wise, assuming nothing crazy happens here over the final 10-plus minutes. Carolina's had a game, that Wake game almost took 4 hours. This one is threatening to be done in about 2:45 or so.
Well, the Wake game, they had to stop and fix the lighting in the scoreboard.
That's right. They had to review every play, I think, too, on that one. It's a run on 1st down. Chris Collins makes the stop at the 25-yard line. Ingram, the ball carrier. Gain of 5. So it'll be 2nd and 5. Both teams have all 3 timeouts, but Tar Heels are up 34-7 here in the 4th quarter. Carolina and State next weekend. Again, it's Friday, 7 o'clock. We'll be on the air at 6. This game will end the Terrier season. And unless things dramatically change on the scoreboard, they're going to finish the year a disappointing 1-10, including 0-8 in the Southern Conference. First time they have gone winless in the Southern Conference in their history. As the quarterback, Derrick, keeps it and advances over the 20 for the 1st down. So, Wofford's moved it into the Tar Heel red zone here. Mostly runs on this drive. There was one pass on 3rd and long that they were able to convert to keep the drive alive. And since then, 8 straight runs for the Terriers. This drive has been 11 plays thus far, with 10 of them being runs. 9:10 to go in the 4th quarter. Carolina up 34-7. Terriers keep it on the ground again, and this one's going to go for a touchdown. Ryan Ingram able to slither through the Tar Heel defensive front and head into the end zone from 19 yards out. So Wofford gets on the scoreboard again to make it 34-13 with the extra point on the way.
Yeah, Cam Kelly went upfield a little too much, gave the running back an opportunity to cut the ball off tackle, and Cam Kelly was an unblocked defender in the box, and he has to be a little tighter, squeeze the hip of the tackle on the down block and be able to make that tackle.
For Ingram, that is his 3rd touchdown of the season, the sophomore from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Carolina came close to blocking that extra point. Gio Biggers came flying in there, but couldn't quite get there. PAT is good, and Gliarmis adds the extra point to make it 34-14. Tar Heels up 20. Wofford, its best drive of the day by far, gets 5 first downs on that drive alone. Tar Heels up 20 and due to get the football. 9:04 to go, 4th quarter from Learfield.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching The Grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays. Unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. On Saturdays, your team needs you. Your sofa needs you. And you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
9:04 to go in the ball game. Wofford able to get on the board there with a 12-play, 75-yard drive. 11 of the 12 plays were runs. 6:51 off the clock. The last two drives, Carolina went 7:05, 14 plays, 84 yards and a touchdown, and then Wofford 12 plays, 75 yards, and 6:51 off the clock. That's why we have just 9:04 remaining. Carolina up 34-14. Tar Heels have led the entire way. Scored a touchdown on the opening drive, led 10-0. Wofford did get within 10-7, but then after that, Carolina ran off 24 straight points to go up 34-7 for that score there from the Terriers. So let's see how Carolina responds. Short kickoff. They'll have an opportunity for the return, but instead call for the fair catch. They've already seen Jaquarius Conley on the opening kickoff of the game get injured. And with Ty Chandler back there now receiving the kicks, Tar Heels don't want to mess around with any potential problem there. So they'll take the fair catch and have it at the 25. Tar Heels starting to bring in some subs on that O-line. Let's take a look here. It is still Awesome Richards at left tackle. Left guard is going to be Malik McGowan, redshirt freshman from Charlotte. Brian Anderson at center. Jonathan Adorno, sophomore from Rollsville in Raleigh, is the right guard, and William Barnes is the right tackle. Drake May still at QB. He's going to have Elijah Green now in at tailback, standing to his right. I think the play clock ran out. Carolina may have taken a timeout before it did it. Let's see here. And that is the case.
Timeout, North Carolina. They're first.
Tar Heels were getting low on that play clock, so they take the timeout, and we'll stretch to a full. Still 9:04 to go. We'll set the rest of those offensive players for you when we return. Carolina in control, 34-14 from Learfield.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recall devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith's Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
14 as heading to the first possession of the fourth quarter for the Tar Heels as they lead it by 20, 9:04 to go in at the quarter. Wofford just got on the scoreboard after a 75-play, felt that way, 75-yard, 12-play drive. So, again, that O-line told you Awesome Richards, Malik McGowan, Brian Anderson, Jonathan Adorno, William Barnes. The receivers, J.J. Jones and Tylee Kraft are going to be the two outside receivers. Kraft is the sophomore from Sumter, South Carolina. He's to the left. Wide right, Jones, the freshman from Myrtle Beach. John Copenhaver, the tight end, redshirt freshman from Roswell, Georgia, is in the slot right. Elijah Green standing to the right of Drake May. Also Stephen Gosnell in the backfield. He's going to go in motion, but Carolina will keep it on the ground with Elijah Green and not much doing. It'll be no gain on the play. James Wells with the tackle. So no gain, 2nd and 10 upcoming. So Gosnell was actually back in the backfield standing to the left of May. Gosnell, a sophomore from Pilot Mountain, North Carolina. Elijah Green was the running back there. He's a redshirt freshman from Roswell, Georgia. Again, May out of the shotgun, keeps it on the ground with Green. Starts right, cuts up, has good yardage over the 30 to the 32 for a gain of 7. That'll bring up 3rd and 3 for the Tar Heels. Clock moving, 8:20 to go in the fourth quarter, with the Heels leading 34-14. May claps his hands, but now will ease up and look to the sideline. Jefferson Boaz shields Phil Longo as he gets the call in. Elijah Green slips a tackle right at the line of scrimmage, but is stood up a yard shy of the first down at the 34-yard line. We'll see what Carolina wants to do here. I think they're going to keep the offense on the field. So Carolina looks like going to go for it on 4th and 1. They're up by 20, 34-14. If you don't get it, you are giving Wofford the ball relatively deep in your own territory.
Absolutely.
And whistle's going to blow. I think maybe Wofford took a timeout. That is the case, and that will allow us to take another full break as well. So Carolina trying to finish this thing off with a 4th down conversion, up 20 in the fourth quarter. We'll see if they keep the offense out there after this full break. 34-14 the score from Learfield.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Really been pressured today, although this is an interesting situation. Carolina going for it, 4th and about half a yard. Heels need the 35-yard line. They're at their own 34.5. And still a lot of time on the clock, 7:24. This would give Wofford great field position should Carolina not get it. Heels have a bunch of reserves in the game, including Drake May at the QB spot. British Brooks is the running back. Carolina now flips a couple tight ends, and everybody gets tight to the line. May turns, hands to Brooks, and he is going to push the pile forward for the first down. So after all the buildup, limited drama on the play. Brooks ends up getting 2-3 yards, and drive continues. It will be marked at the 37-yard line, so it was a gain of 3 there by British Brooks. Caleb Hood now in the game at the running back spot. We've seen multiple guys back there. Chandler, Elijah Green, Caleb Hood, DJ Jones, British Brooks. And it's Hood this time up the middle for a couple. Gets to the 39-yard line. Pair of yards there. For Errol Hood's son, Caleb the freshman from Rockingham. Errol, of course, former DB. I was going to mention this earlier, talking about the Carolina shielding the signals from the sideline. They do so with a couple of poster boards with different pictures on them, and they'll even have Jefferson Boaz, big, tall quarterback, do so as well. As the Heels going to, well, May's going to keep it. Comes right side, shows some good speed, and dives out close to midfield for the first down. That'll be a gain of 10 on the run to the 49, first down. So the reason the Tar Heels do that is they feel like sign stealing has really become a problem in the league. And they try anything they can do to try and shield it both from TV cameras and in person.
Yep.
Mac Brown has been adamant that he wants the college level to do what the NFL does, which is allow direct communication through a headset to the quarterback. Drake May trying communication down the field to J.J. Jones. It is a fight down there, and Jones makes a terrific catch down the near sideline. One-on-one battle with Donovan Anderson, and Jones wins it for the explosive catch. Heels are inside the 10.
And it's good to see a receiver to be able to play through contact, track the football, and be able to make the catch like J.J. Jones did. And I like the fact that he got away with a push there,
yeah,
too.
A little bit. There was some pushing and shoving from both sides now, Brian. Come on. 46-yard pass play. Handoff to Caleb Hood. Barreling towards the goal line. He's going to be half a yard shy. So just to finish that thought, as Carolina now have 2nd and goal, the hindrance there is the financial aspect of it. Not all schools, if you're trying to do something at every level, can afford that technology for the communication from coordinator to quarterback. Mac Brown's point is, well, the ones who can should do it. The ones who can't shouldn't. So we'll see, as he has been particularly concerned with some sign stealing here this season. May goes under center, turns and hands to Caleb Hood. Hood trying to find that goal line and can't quite do it. It'll be 3rd and half a yard for the Tar Heels. Carolina up 34-14 with 4:35 and counting. Joe Beckett did a nice job keeping Carolina out of the end zone there. As the Heels will try again.
Yeah, Jones in the whole signal stealing, that's old. That's nothing new. It only becomes a problem when you use technology to help your team steal the signal.
Hand off to Caleb Hood, and he doesn't get it again. This time he was hit pretty early in the backfield by James Garnett.
Actually lost yardage on that one, I think.
So Carolina just tries to pound it in from the 5-yard line. Hood got to about the half yard to make it 2nd and goal. Then couldn't get anything, and then loses a yard back to the 2, and Carolina's going to go for it on 4th down. See if they try something different or if they keep just trying to hammer it in with Hood. And somebody took the timeout.
Timeout. Wofford. Their second.
Wofford takes the timeout. It will allow us the opportunity to take another full break. 3:45 to go. Carolina trying to add one more score here late, up 34-14 from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
WCAB.
Carolina Athletics. Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tar Heel game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Tar Heels. StubHub, be there. Carolina trying to finish off what has been a long drive. This is the 11th play of the drive. 9 of the previous 10 plays have been runs. There was the one explosive pass Drake made to J.J. Jones for 46 yards. That's the one that got Carolina inside the 10 to the 5. Heels went from the 5 to about the half-yard line, but since then have run it twice and lost a yard in total. The two quarterbacks have both looked good. Criswell, first half, went 11 of 19, 125 yards, 66 yards rushing. Drake May's gone the second half. He's 7 of 9, 89 yards, a touchdown pass, and 38 yards rushing. Let's see what Carolina decides to do here. May in the shotgun with Hood to his left. Carolina has 3 tight ends. Copenhaver, along with Will Crowley, actually in the ball game, as well as Bryson Nesbitt. Nesbitt on the right side of the line. Crowley a wing on the right. Copenhaver a wing on the left. Play action. May rolling out to the right. A flag comes in, and May does not get there as he rolled right side. And let's see what the flag's about. Might be defensive holding in the end zone. Let's see.
Holding. Defense, number 17. Half the distance from the end of the run. Play down.
So that will be not a new set of downs for Carolina. I think it should be, though. Although the official said it is replay the down. But they're going to say it's 4th and 1 from the 1. Drake May goes under center. Short yardage to go. Caleb Hood, nowhere. Ran up the middle, didn't get anything. And the Tar Heels are denied at the goal line. Michael Mason with the stop. Wofford celebrating as they get a nice mini victory within the game, keeping Carolina out of the end zone. That one, Caleb Hood never even had a chance. I mean, there was just a wall of bodies in front of him.
Yep. I was thinking that Carolina was going to do the hard play action and hit the tight end, or either, because Wofford was slamming down from the outside so hard, play faking and let May bootleg it out, or naked bootleg, one of the two. But they kept trying to, I guess they wanted to be physical up front and see if they could get some movement from the offensive line and run it right up the middle.
That's, I believe, a 12-play drive in total that the Tar Heels end up turning it over on downs. Wofford with a play action and a dump out into the flat on the far side. Good open field tackle by DeAndre Boykins. And there's some chattiness between the two teams. Ra-Ra Dilworth came over there and had something to say, the young linebacker who's in the ball game. The play gains a yard to the 3. It was Bart Kowiak, the tight end, who made the catch on the play. Clock still moving, 2:55 to go. Carolina up 34-14. So Wofford starting this on the 2-yard line, now at the 3. Derrick in the shotgun with a back to either side. He's going to throw again and caught by, this time it is Jim Welsh who makes the catch at the, Welsh, excuse me, at the 10. It is a gain of 7, still not enough for the first down. Wofford needs another 2 yards here as this game limping to the finish line with the Tar Heels up 34-14. Carolina had Kedrick Bingley-Jones in the ball game. He will check out. Carolina continues to try to get some reserves in. Keyshawn Silver now out there for Carolina, talented freshman out of Rocky Mount. Figures to play a big role defensively for Carolina in the future. Play clock down to 1, and I think Wofford maybe took a timeout. They did. So Wofford has used all of its timeouts now.
The third and final.
This one comes with a minute 54 on the clock. So stations after the game, we will keep it here, go through our post-game rotation, talk to Coach Brown. We're going to have play of the game, player of the game, get Brian's thoughts, and then eventually we will send the broadcast up to Connecticut, where Dave Nathan, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas will then, with whatever breaks we have remaining in our post-game football inventory, use those to help get ready for Carolina-Purdue basketball coming up in just a bit. So, 3rd and 1, and third about 2. It's about 1.5 needed. Terriers need the 12. The ball is being snapped between the 10 and the 11. Derrick going to hand it off, and no, sir. Ra-Ra Dilworth came knifing into the backfield and tripped up Jamari Broussard for no gain on the play. Now, we'll see what Wofford wants to do. Looks like they may go for it. So this could be 4th and 2. Wofford snapping it from their own 10-yard line, it appears. It will be the case. Peyton Derrick in the shotgun. Will hand it off, and I believe getting enough for the first down was Nathan Walker, as he got just a couple before Alex Nobles, a junior from Rocky Mount, tripped him up. But it is a gain of 5 on the play, so they gave him a good spot there out to the 15. That will keep the drive alive. Wofford out of timeouts, and we're under a minute to go. 34-14. Tar Heels never in doubt today. The way the game has played out, it's just been a fast game in total, but no real explosive play, just kind of constant action, as both teams have really relied on the run in this ball game. Power Eccles blitzing on the play, but Derrick able to get it away and caught by Alec Holt, short of the 30, but it is a first down for Holt at the 28, maybe the 29. Cameron Roseman Sinclair in the ball game made the tackle. It's going to be a gain of 14 on the play, under 30 seconds to go here in Kenan. Tar Heels going to become bowl eligible with this win. Peyton Derrick going to throw again. Right side, caught by Welsh. He's then shoved out of bounds by Obi Egbuna, who is in. Gain of 9 to the 38-yard line. So Carolina out there defensively. Kedrick Bingley-Jones, Keyshawn Silver, Alex Nobles up front. Power Eccles and Ra Dilworth, the middle backers. Colby Doreen is out at one of the linebacker spots for Carolina. Also, Tamir Brown, Dante Balfour at the corners. As here comes another throw for Wofford. They're going to dump it off in the flat right side, and hustling out of bounds with 7 seconds left after the first down is Nathan Walker. At the nickelback spot is DeAndre Boykins. And at the safety positions, Cameron Roseman Sinclair and also Dontavius Nash out there for the Heels. So a lot of reserves on the field for Carolina. Wofford has moved it to their own 46-yard line with 7 seconds left. Heels leading at 34-14. Carolina led this 34-7 entering this quarter. Wofford, though, able to punch it in early in the quarter. And Carolina got stopped at the 1-yard line on its last drive. Terriers over the middle. A couple of Tar Heels run into each other as the catch is made at the 35. And advancing to the 30 is Jim Welsh. That will be the final play of the ball game, though. Wofford runs out of time on their final possession as Carolina comfortably wins this one 34-14. Never really in doubt this afternoon. Carolina against the Terriers. The Heels send their seniors out the right way with the victory and also become bowl eligible with their 6th win of the season. Carolina improves to 6-5, 3-4 still in ACC play with that matchup against State coming next weekend. Wofford's season will end 1-10, lost 10 consecutive games for the first time in school history. They also finished 0-8 in Southern Conference play. First time in school history they went winless in the Southern Conference. Carolina wins it 34-14. Stations, we still have one more in-game break to take. We will do that, come back, and then get you set for the postgame. But this is our final in-game break of our inventory that we will take now. Carolina wins it 34-14 over Wofford from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, when you love your house, you want to take it all the way. Are you dreaming of a bathroom refresh, kitchen upgrade, new home gym? A refinance with Rocket Mortgage can turn your home's equity into cash to cover that renovation.
It's good.
Get in the game at rocketmortgage.com. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of UNC Athletics.
Rocket. Call for cost information and conditions equal as lender license in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Two teams ran the ball 84 combined times in this game. And because of 84 rushes, this game moved pretty quickly in total as far as time of game. Came in at under 3 hours. And the Tar Heels never really challenged today. They led it 10-0 after their first two possessions. They did see Wofford cut it to a one-score game at 10-7. But from that point forward, Tar Heels ran off 24 consecutive points to lead at 34-7. Had a bunch of subs in the game after that. Wofford did score a touchdown in the fourth quarter to make the final score of 34-14. You know, interesting, Mac Brown went and stood with his team, spoke to TV for a moment. Now he has come all the way back across the field and is going through with the Wofford team and speaking to a lot of those individuals. He's been shaking hands, checked on a Wofford player who had some crutches. He has really been taking his time to go over there and make sure that he sees a lot of players and coaches from Wofford to congratulate them on a good effort today. As the Terriers played hard, Carolina just outmatched the visitors from the Southern Conference this afternoon, 34-14 the final score. Okay, we're going to get to now our regular post-game inventory stations as far as commercial breaks are concerned. We'll come back. Kyle's going to get you up to date on what's happening on the scoreboard. We'll go through all the stats of this one, have player of the game, plays of the game as well, as the Tar Heels easily cruise past Wofford today, 34-14 the final from Learfield.
This is Jones Angel. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccines, and November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith Drugs of Forest City.
For some score updates, Florida State and Boston College just starting the fourth quarter. BC with a touchdown finds themselves down by 10, 26-16. Wake Forest, it looked like, was trying to mount a comeback at halftime and just after against Clemson, but a couple of turnovers from the Demon Deacons have proven to be costly. 38-13 lead for Clemson as they are going to make some things really intriguing next week. Wake Forest will need a win on the road at BC to win the Atlantic. If they lose, it leaves the door open for Clemson as well as NC State. The Tigers out of conference against South Carolina next week, and obviously NC State will be taking on our Tar Heels. Other games that are underway or about to get underway in the ACC, Georgia Tech on the road at Notre Dame. The Irish with an early 10-0 lead in the first quarter. In about half hour, you'll have Virginia at Pitt. If Pitt wins, they will win the Coastal Division. If Virginia wins, we'll have some more intrigue on the Coastal side as well next week. And then rounding some things off, Syracuse will take on State at 4. Virginia Tech tonight at Miami, 7:30. As far as the top 25 goes, there was one big-time matchup. Top 10 teams, Michigan State and Ohio State, both 9-1 on the season. They're in the fourth quarter, and Michigan State just scored their first touchdown of the game. Ohio State has run away with this one, 49-7 in the Horseshoe. And one other note, Iowa, number 17 in the country, getting ready to start the second quarter, currently trailing Illinois 10-7. That's the update on the scores. We'll step aside, come back, and Jones will have some stats for you here in the postgame show from Keenan Memorial.
Crown Honda of South Point is proud to sponsor the UNC Tar Heels. We share a commitment to excellence and a strong desire to be the best. That's why we offer top-notch service, a huge selection, and a 110% guarantee on our already low price tags. Call, click, or come by Crown Honda of South Point, just 1 mile from the streets of South Point in Durham, or visit us online at southpointhonda.com. This is Crown Honda of South Point, wishing the Tar Heels the best season ever. We'll purchase competitive vehicle at the lower price. Only funds you 110% difference. Not valid with new rebates, interest rates, price changes, or trade-ins.
Think about the last time you moved. Remember how you said you'd never do it alone again? We know moving is tough, but at 2 Men and a Truck, we make it easy. We're the movers who care, and we'll prove it with our 96% referral rate and courteous background-checked movers. We're local and affordable. When you're ready, give us a call or find us online for a free estimate at 2menandatruck.com. For home and business moving, call the movers who care. 2 Men and a Truck. Tar Heel supporters serving the Triangle for 15 years.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Ready to get back in the game? Great news! The movement experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy can help you find relief and results and keep you off the sidelines. With over 20 convenient locations across North and South Carolina, contact Breakthrough Physical Therapy today at www.breakthrough-pt.com to see a physical therapist. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics and trusted choice for keeping Tar Heel fans in the game.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
(34-14), the final here in Kenan Stadium. Carolina no trouble with Wofford today to improve to 6-5 on the season. Wofford ends its year at 1-10 overall. We'll go through the stats of this one, take a look at play of the game, player of the game, all that still to do. We need to break 10 seconds, though, for station identification. Down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford.
Jones and Bryan here with you in Kenan Stadium. We've been joined all day by Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Jody Zeugner, our spotter and statistician, Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer, Kyle Straub, filling in for Dave Nathan today, helping us out as well. John Essick back in the studio. We will, in just a little while, we're going to send you up to Connecticut and let Dave and Eric and Adam Lucas get you ready for Carolina-Purdue basketball coming up in just a bit. Villanova and Tennessee currently playing in that same event, and we'll see if we can check in on a score on that here in just a little bit. Villanova was up big at last report. Let's take a look at the Duncan stats of this one, and in fact we do have not just a score, a final score in that Villanova game. They've won. Villanova has 71-53 over Tennessee, so Villanova will move on into the championship game of the Hall of Fame Tip-Off Classic, and Tennessee will await the loser of the Carolina-Purdue game in the consolation game coming up tomorrow. Couple of reminders. Again, on that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, it reads final score of 34-14. Carolina with the win. That's brought to you by the North Carolina Farm Bureau. Helping you is what they do best. And this is the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar postgame report, brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. A reminder, we will not have our normal wrap-up show at Top of the Hill after this one, so no Top of the Hill wrap-up show today. We'll be going for basketball. But for 25 years, Top of the Hill Restaurant and Brewery has been a pre- and post-game tradition. Handcrafted beer, great food, and atmosphere. It is where Tar Heel fans come to celebrate. Okay, let's take a look at the stats of this one. They're brought to you by Duncan. Football runs on Duncan. America runs on Duncan. The Tar Heels run on Duncan. Tar Heels finished with 519 yards of offense on 67 plays, 305 on the ground today for Carolina, 305 yards rushing on 39 carries, 214 yards passing. Heels held the ball for 28 minutes and 42 seconds. Were 4 of 9 on third down, 2 of 3 on fourth down, 5 of 6 in the red zone. Carolina, as far as penalties today, 3 of them for 28 yards. Wofford ended up with 302 yards, a good chunk of that coming on the final drive. They ended up with about 70 yards of offense on that final drive. So 302 in total, 209 yards rushing, 93 yards passing for the Terriers. They held the ball for 31 minutes and 18 seconds, were 5 of 12 on third down, 2 of 2 on fourth down, 2 of 2 in the red zone. British Brooks, leading rusher today for Carolina. The senior got 7 carries, 89 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Ty Chandler got the ball a bunch early and then didn't play after the first quarter. He did go over 1,000 yards for the season. He needed 74 today to do that. He finished with 78. He becomes the 20th different Tar Heel and the 31st time in Carolina history that a running back has gone for 1,000 yards or more in a season. 66 yards for Jacoby Criswell, who started at quarterback and played the first half. He also rushed for a touchdown. Drake May had 38 yards rushing in the ball game. Those two QBs, as far as passing, Criswell 11 of 19, 125 yards. May was 7 of 9 for 89 yards and a score. And we are going to now head back into the Keenan Football Center because Mac Brown is joining us inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. We'll finish going through those stats in just a second, but let's chat with Coach Brown. Coach, first of all, congratulations on the win. Tar Heels win this one comfortably 34-14 over Wofford. You become bowl eligible, Coach. You send the seniors out on a winning note. It seems like mission accomplished today for your team.
Very much so. And I'm excited for the seniors. They played well. They played hard. I'm excited for all the fans that came. Thought they were a real tribute to the guys. And fun to see our offense with the young quarterbacks for the future. I mean, I thought they both stood up and did a really good job. And we played a whole lot of young guys. And they got a lot of experience today that should help us move forward.
Coach, I was going to ask you about those two quarterbacks. What did you see from Jacoby in the first half and then Drake in the second half that you liked and really the first extensive action for both of those young players?
I thought both did a really good job. Jacoby was out there first, and we just decided that I was trying to make a decision during the game how I would play them, and felt like that after the first quarter he was in pretty good rhythm, so we just let him have the first half and let Drake have the second half. Both of them played well, and it's kind of a picture of our future. And if those guys don't play again before the opening game of next year, then this is their experience, because we've been in so many tight games. It's unusual, Jones, this year that you've got some outliers where a couple are at the top and a couple are at the bottom. Everybody else is in the middle. And you've got to play really, really hard each week to win. So we haven't had an opportunity to play many guys, and today was that day where we could play a lot of people.
Coach, always great to send the seniors out on the right way, and even better when some of those guys can really come in and help you win the ball game. And British Brooks, who's been such a big part of your team on the special team side of things for so many years, comes in and just has a terrific day carrying the football 7 times, 89 yards, got in the end zone twice. What a special moment for that senior from Gastonia to be able to contribute in such a big way.
Yeah, fun for him. He's a story from start to finish. He walks on. He competes, he fights, he gets a little bit of time on special teams. Then he becomes a special teams captain. He gets a scholarship, and now he has an unbelievable senior day. Just to cap off a great career in Keenan for him. And he's a guy that's he will be very successful, Jones, regardless of what he does. He's upbeat, he's positive every day. He competes every day, and he's been a real leader on this team.
Coach, how big of a challenge was their offense? I mean, they ran the ball so consistently. And by that, I just mean they rarely passed it in this ball game with those option principles out of the shotgun. Felt like your team did a pretty good job against a unique offensive style that you were facing.
Yes, they came in to slow the clock down and try to run the ball and keep it away from our offense because they obviously couldn't stop us. And they had just enough option in there that you don't want to play an option team this time of the year because you don't work on it much year-round. And they would get 4 yards and 5 yards, and it just wears you out. I don't have enough patience for that. So they stayed on the field. They had a lot of time of possession. They kept the ball away from us, but we didn't work on it a whole lot during the week. Obviously, you've got a big game on Friday, so you don't spend a lot of time on the option this time of the year. So I thought our guys did a good job, really under tough circumstances. And Wofford's offense has been good all year. Their defense has struggled, but they scored 44 points last week, so they've been a good offense.
Coach, I was going to ask you about this upcoming week. It is a little bit of a different schedule. You guys play on Friday. There's the holiday involved this week. What unique things are you dealing with here in these next couple of days leading up to NC State? Pretty much the same that we did leading into Pittsburgh. It's a short week. Their Thanksgivings are different than other people's. They'll have to have we'll have some turkey on Thursday before our Friday game, but they'll have to have their Thanksgiving with their parents on Saturday. After the games, kind of what we did with the Texas and Texas A&M game when we were at Texas before. We always played on Thursday or Friday, and it just changes your week. So we'll go back to work tomorrow. We'll finish this one. We'll have our victory meal. We'll talk about this game. We'll correct the things we need to get, and then we'll basically have a Tuesday practice on Monday. And you just don't have a week off or day off till Saturday. So we'll just go back to work immediately and have a real good challenge with an outstanding state team. Coach, last thing before we let you go, this is win number 6 on the season. Tar Heels become bowl eligible with this victory. How impactful is that for your team, your program, to do that for now the 3rd consecutive year? It's really impactful because the seniors didn't get to go the 2 years before we got here. And that's you want to go to a bowl every year. You want to be in a bowl every year. That's important. But also you get extra practice, and it's a pride thing. Your program needs to have a winning season every year and go to a bowl. So the fact that these seniors went from not having a bowl bid for 2 years to leading us to 3 straight bowls is really special for them, and I'm proud of them, and it's something they'll remember for the rest of their lives. I'm not sure because I haven't checked it with Jeremy, so I shouldn't say it, but somebody told me walking off the field that this is the first time since 2016 we've had 3 bowls in a row. Yeah. And I'm not sure if that's true or not, but either way, it's an accomplishment for these guys. And helps us in recruiting and helps us moving forward. Yep, that is accurate, Coach, on that stat, and certainly exciting for Carolina to be heading to the postseason for the 3rd consecutive year, but a lot of work still to do before then with the big game coming up on Friday. Coach, congratulations on this win today, and we look forward to talking with you this upcoming week. Thanks, Jones, and thank you to you fans that came today. It was cold. It was Wofford, who wasn't a very good team. We knew Sam probably wasn't going to play. And you guys came, you were loud, you stayed, you supported the young guys, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you very much. And, Coach, actually, before we let you go, could I ask you about Sam? So I believe you said with Lee going into the halftime that you did just find out this morning that was going to be the case with Sam, and so you guys were ready to adjust once you heard that information. Yeah, see, we weren't planning on playing him unless we were – working all week, Jones, on do I put him in one play and let him come out? Do I put him in a series and let him come out? Just so people could say thank you. But I said it would be doctors, and Sam would make the decision. And this morning about 9 o'clock, they said, you know what, Coach, let's just hold him out. And that I was good with that. I thought you put him out there for a play and somebody blitzes and he hands it off and they hit him in the shoulder. It's stupid on our part when he's got another week to get well. Sure. Coach, thank you. He's planning on being 100% for NC State. He could have done some stuff today, but I think he and the doctors just felt like it was best to save the day, let the 2 young ones play because we needed them to play anyway, and look forward to Friday. Tar Heels win it 34-14. Coach, again, thank you for your time, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Jones. That's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner after the Tar Heels cruise by Wofford today 34-14. Tell you what, we'll take a timeout, come back, we'll finish going through these stats. We still have a lot to do, though. Play the game, player of the game, get Brian's thoughts on things as well. We'll keep you up to date on some scores, a lot of games. This one ending early, so some other games are starting to go final. We'll get you up to date on all of that and more. Tar Heels get their 6th win of the year, beat Wofford today 34-14. Stay put, a lot to do on the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
And now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. This is the Coca-Cola Postgame Show.
As has become tradition over the last couple of years, in the final home game, they open up the field to Tar Heel fans who stick around after the game and allow them to come down onto the field and maybe throw a football or hang out, take some pictures. And just taking a look, one participant in that hanging out on the field that is really good to see is Jeremiah Gimmel. Remember, Gimmel was shaken up early in the second half when Carolina actually had an interception. Kyler McMichael picked off a tip pass. Gimmel was hurt on the play and was really just frustrated. You could tell that he was in pain at the time. But he is down on the field, is walking around, appears to be okay. Now, of course, that is in no way an official diagnosis outside of we've got the binoculars on him, and he's walking around talking to folks and posing for some pictures and looks to be okay.
But you did go to med school, though, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm accredited in many ways. So that's but that is good to see. So obviously we'll wait and see. That was the one thing about today was that injury on the very first play. Aquarius Conley got hurt on the opening kickoff. Certainly we do not know anything, but it did not look good. And he, after just a brief stay in the medical tent, was taken back into the locker room and did not return. So some bad news on what otherwise was a pretty successful day for Carolina with the easy victory. Even though it's, the margin was 20 points, but this game was relatively comfortable the entire time for the Tar Heels and got done what they wanted to get done. A, win the game. B, look at some young players, particularly those two young quarterbacks, which we'll talk to Brian about here in just a second. But let me finish going through those Duncan stats. We had started going through those when Coach Brown joined us inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. We had gone through team stats. Carolina's leading rusher, British Brooks, the two quarterbacks. Criswell was 11 of 19, 125 yards. May, 7 of 9, 89 yards and a touchdown. Each QB played one half. Criswell the first half, May the second. Receiving-wise, Downs catches 8 for the 10th time in 11 games with 8 or more catches for him. Finished with 89 yards. J.J. Jones looked good. 3 catches, 61 yards. Remember, he had 2 third-down catches. Both of them were impressive, and then caught the long pass down the sideline as well.
And then forced the pass interference in the end zone.
Yeah, that's right. Got a pass interference in the end zone as well, so some good play from that young receiver. We had started to see J.J. Jones. He had been in the last couple of games for a handful of plays, so he got back in the mix. Garrett Walston, 2 catches on senior day for him, 32 yards. Justin Olson had a catch as well for 11. Leading tackler today, he's at the top at seemingly every week. Cedric Gray finishes with 8 tackles, Biggers 6, 5 for Cameron Kelly and Jeremiah Gimmel. Individual numbers for the visitors today. Peyton Derrick, the quarterback for Wofford, was their leading rusher. 8 carries, 69 yards, had a couple of long runs on some scrambles, including a 28-yarder in the first half that eventually set up a touchdown for the Terriers. Ryan Ingram had 50 yards and a touchdown. Nathan Walker, 40 yards. Jamari Broussard, 27 on the ground. Derrick was the only man to throw a pass for Wofford. He was 8 of 10, 93 yards and an interception. A lot of those yards, honestly, came on the final possession when Wofford, with just 90 seconds or so left in the game, was throwing it more often. Carolina was deep into its reserves defensively, and the Terriers were able to get a couple yards through the air on that final possession. Jim Welch, the leading receiver, 3 catches, 42 yards. Alec Holt had 2 for 31. R.J. Ko, a catch for 11. Nathan Walker, a catch for 8. Leading tackler, a lot of guys on the Terriers finished with 8, including Joe Beckett, John Beckley, John Michael DiRoberto, and also the safety, Okachi Imen-Worry. All those players finished with 8 tackles for Wofford. So those are your stats presented by Duncan. Football runs on Duncan, America runs on Duncan, and the Tar Heels run on Duncan as well. Reminder that after Tar Heel victories, you can help us choose the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. You can do that by heading to Twitter. It's right there on my feed. You can help us vote. As your 3 choices today, and we're not going to give it away just yet. We want you to vote. British Brooks, 7 carries, 89 yards, 2 touchdowns. Josh Downs, 8 catches, 89 yards. Jacoby Criswell with 191 total yards from his action in the first half and a touchdown as well. So help us choose our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. Head to Twitter right now. Again, my feed, at Jones Angel. Angel has 2 L's at the end. Brian, want to get some thoughts from you in total in a second, but let's start with those 2 quarterbacks. What'd you see from Criswell? What'd you see from May? Both those guys able to go out there and direct the offense for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, Criswell obviously started the football game, and I thought from the beginning he showed command of the offense. I thought he played with confidence. I thought he, we both talked about how he delivers the football and it jumps out of his hand. And then I think moving forward, we saw how productive Sam was with his legs, but Criswell's a more natural, gifted runner than Sam is. So I think he will be able to run the football really well in this offense. And then May threw the football pretty well, and I was surprised by how athletic he was when he tucked the football. So, I think all in all, it was a good day for those young guys who haven't really played a lot of football, and in May's case, haven't really played any.
Yeah, this is just the 3rd appearance for Drake May. First time that he's thrown a pass
Yep.
in a ball game. For Criswell, is his 10th appearance in total and 4th time this year. So they just hadn't played a bunch. Criswell, of course, is in his 2nd year in the program. It's still the end of Drake May's 1st year, and so he has been around things a little bit more, which was part of the reason why he ended up being the starter today in this one, where both guys wanted to get extended time. And again, both were successful. Criswell, 11 of 19, 125 yards, ran for 66 yards and a touchdown. Drake May, 7 of 9, 89 yards and a touchdown, and he ran the ball well. As Brian alluded to, he finished with 38 yards rushing. And quite honestly, they just didn't get Carolina just didn't get the ball very much. You heard Mac Brown talk about it. That really was the story of this game, was Wofford just burning the clock in the way that it played offense with some, even on drives where it only would go 4 or 5 plays, it still was able to churn some clock because of the style of play that they were implementing. Carolina only had 8 total possessions in this game and scored on 6 of them, and was half a yard away from scoring on the last one, and then kind of turned off the creativity button and just tried to punch the football in there and couldn't quite do it and ended up turning it over on down. So didn't matter in the result of the game, 34-14 the final score. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We need our play of the game, player of the game, more from Brian as well. And here in a couple minutes, we're also going to get Kyle to get us up to date on what's going on the scoreboard as well. We'll hang out with you here for another maybe 15, 20 minutes here in Keenan, and then we're going to send you up to Connecticut, let Dave and Eric and Adam get you ready for Carolina and Purdue basketball coming up shortly as well. Success on the football side of things, though. 34-14 the final score from Learfield.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Dunkin' is here with your holiday helpers. Take on the season with a holiday classic like a peppermint mocha signature latte or a rich and creamy toasted white chocolate signature latte. Bold, smooth Dunkin' espresso and holiday flavors come together. Classic notes of mocha balanced with cooling peppermint or flavors of white chocolate topped with caramel and cinnamon sugar for a touch of holiday magic that will help you seize the season. Sip through the holidays with signature lattes from Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
WCAB.
Back here in Kenan Stadium, Carolina gets the 34-14 win over Wofford. Tar Heels now 6-5. They've closed out the home season here in Chapel Hill. Another successful year at home. Tar Heels finished 6-1 here in Kenan Stadium. Just the blemish against Florida State, the only negative in that docket. Carolina has struggled on the road, though. Hadn't won on the road yet this season. They'll try to do that next week as they close things out in the regular season over in Raleigh against NC State. The Wolfpack plays tonight, this afternoon. They get kicked off here in about 35 minutes or so against Syracuse. The one game of interest, actually two games of interest going on. Let me check in. Let me bring in Kyle Straub here. Kyle's been filling in for Dave Nathan today, been manning the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Kyle, I want to do a full segment in a second, but what's going on in those two ACC games? You had Florida State, BC, and then, of course, Clemson and Wake Forest as well.
Yeah, our game went so fast that they kicked at the same time, but there's still about 5 minutes left in those two. Clemson's been in control the entire time against Wake Forest. Right now, 41-19 in favor of the Tigers, and they got 7 minutes to go. Wake Forest with the ball driving. The really interesting one, though, is that Florida State-Boston College game. Florida State had a 19-3 lead at the half, scored a touchdown coming out of halftime, but it's been all BC here late third quarter and into the fourth. They're currently in Florida State territory, down by just 3, 26-23.
Yeah, Jurkovic's a good quarterback, and him coming back has really given Boston College a boost here at the end of the season. So just a reminder on how the two divisions can shake out. Assuming Clemson holds on to that win, which it sounds like they're going to, that really keeps things interesting in the Atlantic Division. Wake Forest still is in the driver's seat. Wake can go to the ACC championship game representing that half of the league even with the loss today, if Wake wins next week against Boston College, Wake moves on. But assuming that the Deacs do lose today, that keeps the door open for both Clemson and NC State. State would need both Wake Forest to lose next week and to win today against Syracuse and next week against Carolina. If Wake loses next week and State loses one of those games, then Clemson can go. So it's still Wake, Clemson, or NC State on that half. Not as complicated in the Coastal. Pitt and Virginia play each other later today. That is about to kick off. May have just kicked off. It's a 3:30 game. If Pitt wins, they're going to go representing the Coastal Division. If Virginia wins, then the Cavaliers can go with a win against Virginia Tech or another loss by Pitt. Either one of those two things could happen. So Virginia could take control if it wins today. Pitt could advance to the championship game if it wins today. So still coming down right to the wire here to figure out who's going to play. But you know what, Brian? That's kind of how this season's been, right?
Yeah.
It's just been a whole bunch of teams kind of right there in the middle. You know, Wake's had a good season, Pitt's had a good year, but not dominant teams in any way.
And the surprise is really in the Atlantic, right? Because in the Coastal every year, it's just throw it up anyway. But I know, I'm an ACC guy. I love the ACC. But I'm so excited for a Pitt versus Wake Forest ACC championship football game.
It has been that kind of year, right? I mean, it has just been a different season for the ACC. Don't really have a dominant team in the league. I guess Wake's the closest one, but they're on the wrong side of a lopsided score right now on the road against Clemson. So we'll see how it all plays out here over the next few weeks. Reminder before we get to our play of the game, reminder that if you've had any alcohol as part of your game day activities today, no need to drive home. Don't drink and drive. There are so many ways to get home safely. You can call a friend, get a cab. You can use one of multiple apps that can help you get a ride home safely. Just don't do it. No need to drink and drive. That's brought to you from the Governor's Highway Safety Patrol and also all of us here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. All right, let's get to our play of the game. It's brought to you by Coca-Cola and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. And with Zero Sugar, is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coca-Cola ever? Is it the most delicious Coca-Cola ever? You have to try some to find out for yourself. And they bring us our play of the game. What a fun day for British Brooks, and he's going to be the play of the game. Carolina was up 10-7 at this point, still early in the game. We later found out that DJ Jones had suffered an injury to his lower body, so the young running back had gone out of the game. Carolina had already taken Ty Chandler out after a big first quarter, didn't want to play Ty a bunch today, so that allowed British Brooks the opportunity to get in the game, and he made the most of it. Handoff coming to the near side. This is British Brooks who's loose. Brooks, 10-5 touchdown. The senior comes in on senior day, and his first touch results in a touchdown. That's our Coca-Cola Zero Sugar play of the game. And, Brian, we talked about this a little bit in pregame. What a great moment for British Brooks and seniors. The pregame discussion was about, hey, this really is something that the guys take seriously. You want to send them out with a win.
Absolutely.
The coaching staff takes it seriously. And to do that and have a guy like British Brooks, just as one of many seniors who contributed today, but to have him have a moment like that, and he scored another touchdown later on the day, what a cool day for him.
It is, and you know what? I'm glad to see, and it usually works out this way. The guys who put in the work and are consistent through their career, it usually works out for him some way, and today it was for British Brooks. He had an opportunity to carry the football, and he made the best of it.
Yeah, did a nice job. Was Carolina's leading rusher with 89 yards and 7 carries, had 2 touchdowns as well.
And let me say this. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but he'll remember this game for the rest of his life.
Of course
Whether he plays another snap of football or not, he'll be able to look back on this game on senior day and remember the 2 touchdowns and the yardage that he made and just the fun. Anytime you get to play and carry the football like that, it's fun for you.
Yeah, so for British Brooks, it was a career high both in yards and in touchdowns. He had 1 touchdown previously in his career in 2019. His previous career high rushing yards-wise was 57, and he was up at 89 today. So a career high for him in both of those categories on senior day. We're going to take a timeout, come back. We're going to get you one more full check of the scoreboard. Kyle Straub will give you that. Plus, we need still to pick our player of the game. We'll get some thoughts from Brian on Carolina moving forward against NC NC State next week. And soon, in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to pass you off to Uncasville, Connecticut, and let Dave and Eric and Adam Lucas get you ready for Carolina and Purdue basketball. That game's set to tip at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to take a break, though, here. Carolina wins it, moves to 6-5 on the year, gains bowl eligibility for the third consecutive year. Heels do it by beating Wofford this afternoon, 34-14 from Learfield.
Hey Carolina fans, this is Kelsey Gomes, Director of Sports Nutrition for the Tar Heels. Did you know North Carolina egg farmers produce over 4 billion eggs each year? Eggs are a part of a healthy lifestyle that keeps you fueled all day long. And eggs are a part of our Tar Heel athletes' diets too. The high-quality protein and essential nutrients in eggs help athletes maintain healthy muscles and strong bones. Visit ncegg.org to learn more about egg nutrition, egg farmers, and to find egg-citing recipes for the holidays.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. And Smith Drugs has the Moderna and Pfizer initial shots and the boosters. They also have the flu vaccine. And November is Diabetes Month. Get 10% off diabetic socks for the month of November at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
Center more on car insurance. This is the Coca-Cola postgame show.
Rolling on here in Kenan Stadium as Carolina defeats Wofford 34-14. Heels now 6-5 on the season. Still 3-4 in conference play, of course. Wofford's season ends 1-10, 0-8 in Southern Conference play. Tough season for the Terriers, but showed some fight certainly in this game. Had that defensive stop near the end that they were excited about, understandably. And we'll see if Josh Conklin, former Pittsburgh defensive coordinator, can get Wofford back to its winning ways moving forward. Just a few minutes, we're going to send you up to Connecticut. Dave, Eric, and Adam will get you ready for Carolina, Purdue. We need to finish up a couple things, though, here in Kenan. Want to start that with Kyle Straub giving us a check of the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We've been following those ACC games, some top 25 games as well, and those 3:30 games kicking off, too. Kyle, what's going on out there?
Start Thursday night. It was the first ACC game. Louisville and Duke over in Durham. 40-point win for the Cardinals, 62-22. They finished 4-4 in conference play. Duke at 0-8, winless for the second straight season for them. Some finals starting to roll in as teams are catching up. Boston College gave it a good try, but just got themselves into too big of a hole early. Got all the way down to the Florida State 36, but this drive stalls. They turn it over on downs, and Florida State able to run the clock out. 26-23 winners for the Seminoles over Boston College. That Clemson game all but done. Clemson about to punch it in again. They're up 41-27 right now with about 4 minutes left in that game. All Notre Dame in the Notre Dame-Georgia Tech game. At the end of one, 24-0 Irish, as the Yellow Jackets just seem to be on the bus still, and the Irish trying to get that resume for the postseason as done as they can. Kicking off just now, Pitt and Virginia. That is in Pittsburgh. Some implications, as you had said, for the Coastal Division. If Pitt wins, they are the winners. If not, it is going to be up to next weekend to see how things kind of hash out with both them and Virginia. 2 more games to come in the ACC. At 4 o'clock, it'll be NC State and Syracuse over in Raleigh kicking off. And then game one of the J.C. Price era for Virginia Tech as they make a head coaching change. They are in Miami. Kick on the network at 7:30 for that one. The one top 10 game that we had, a complete blowout as Ohio State runs away from Michigan State, and they 49-7 was the last score that I had seen, and just kind of stopped paying attention to it at that one. But Oklahoma right now, who is sitting at 9-1, as well as those two teams, in a tight one with Iowa State, and it is just now going final. They'll win by a touchdown, 28-21 over the Cyclones.
I think that final score in the Ohio State game got to 56-7. That was that's a shocking final there with two good teams, but Ohio State getting the big win over Michigan State. All right, we need to do our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. The LS difference is about redefining what comes standard. LS Tractor gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, more satisfaction, all of that more for less money. Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less by visiting lstractorusa.com, and you can find a dealer near you. As I mentioned earlier, after Carolina wins, you, of course, help us choose this LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. 3 choices today. British Brooks, 7 carries, 89 yards, 2 touchdowns. Josh Downs, 8 catches, 89 yards. And Jacoby Criswell, 191 total yards in the first half, and a score for him as well. But only fitting that on senior day, it is the senior British Brooks who takes home the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. So Tar Heels win it by the final score of 34-14. Brian, now Carolina closes the regular season with the rivalry matchup with NC State. State still, as Kyle just told you, action today against Syracuse. The Atlantic Division of the ACC could potentially still be on the table depending on how things shake out. And, first of all, an emotional game. That is a true bad blood type of rivalry game between those two. And 2 things about State this year. 1, very good defense, and Devin Leary's really taken a step forward and helped them at that quarterback position. So it's going to be a challenge. State's had a very good year, and Carolina's won that game convincingly the last 2 seasons, and I'm sure State is aware of that as well. So big challenge coming up next week.
Absolutely. Like you said, State's still alive for the Atlantic, and then Carolina – Mac's going to talk about the state championship, and he does that regardless of what the record is on either side. And that's important to him. It's not just lip service. He really believes in that, winning the state and beating every team that you play within the state. So, anytime you play NC State, if you're North Carolina, it's going to be a physical football game. They don't like you very much, and we don't like them very much when it comes to football. So it'll be an interesting game because State is a good football team. We hopefully will be healed up a little more next week, and but it should make for a good game the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that is worth keeping an eye on this week. Of course, Sam Howell, number 1, and if Sam is ready to go, you heard Coach Brown say in our Continental Tire Coach's Corner that the expectation was that Sam would be available next week. That was not a definitive word, but that was the expectation at this point. And then the 2 injuries that Carolina suffered today, both on the defensive side. Jeremiah Gimmel, as we referenced, did come back out and was talking with some family members and some fans out on the field after the game. And Jaquarius Conley, who got hurt on the opening kick of the game, we'll have to wait and see what the diagnosis is on 2 defensive starters there for Carolina, in addition, of course, to Howell, your quarterback. So some big injury news that Carolina will have to figure out as they move through this week. A reminder, that is a Friday game. So that is Friday at 7 o'clock. That game time has been announced. We'll be on the air at 6 p.m. for that one. We do have some work to do, though, on the air before that game. Of course, we've got basketball coming up in just a second, and Dave and Eric and Adam are going to take the broadcast here in just a minute and take you the rest of the day with Carolina and Purdue. There will be a game tomorrow basketball-wise. Dave and Eric and Adam will have coverage of that as well. I'll be with them just via the studio, but they will take you through the play-by-play. The time of that game depends on the result today. If the Tar Heels win that game, they play the earlier game against Villanova at 1 o'clock. If the Heels lose today, they'll be in the consolation matchup with Tennessee. I believe that is scheduled for 3:30 tomorrow if they're in the consolation matchup. after today's action. Then we have our final Mac Brown radio show of the season. That comes up on Monday at 7 o'clock. There is basketball next week on Tuesday. The Tar Heels are at home against UNC Asheville on Tuesday evening. And then NC State on Friday night at 7 o'clock, the day after Thanksgiving. So still a lot to do before that state game, but a lot of work for Carolina, both on the football and basketball side, to come here over the next several days. All right, going to take a break, come back. When we return, we'll wrap this up, hand off to Dave and Eric, let them get you ready for Carolina and Purdue basketball. Heels win this one 34-14 over Wofford from Learfield.
Every day, this is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Carolina football from Learfield.
Like a last-second touchdown to beat your rival, or the play that you can remember like it was yesterday. Penn Station East Coast Subs fuels your passion for greatness with a menu featuring an array of mouth-watering grilled submarine sandwiches, fresh-cut fries, and hand-squeezed lemonade. Let Penn Station Subs make every day feel like game day. Penn Station East Coast Subs is happy to serve you with 6 locations right here in the Triangle. Come see us in store or order online. Penn Station East Coast Subs. It's all about good taste.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Long day of Carolina athletics started with Carolina football getting the win over Wofford 34-14 here in Kenan Stadium. Jones Angel, joined by Brian Simmons. Here in Kenan today, we've had a lot of our Tar Heel Sports Network team. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Jody Zeugner, our statistician and spotter. John Essick back in our Tar Heel Sports Network studio. Kyle Straub's been helping us today with scoreboard, pregame, halftime work as well. And we're just about to send you to the rest of our team. How cool, like we're all on headset right now. How cool is that? Eric and Brian, they could talk to each other right now if they wanted to. But Brian, let's wrap things up here before we send it up to Connecticut. Quality win. I mean, let's be honest. This was pretty workmanlike performance from Carolina. There wasn't much drama today. Nope. Tar Heels just kind of took care of the business that they needed to take care of. Got to bowl eligibility. Got the win for the seniors. And now you've got a big game coming up on Friday that everyone's attention will be on.
Yeah, and other than the injuries today, which we don't really know the extent of, that was the only negative out of the day. You got a chance to look at 2 young quarterbacks. One of them, or maybe both of them, depending on how it goes, will lead your team into the future. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, both of them are good enough that, you know, they may have to decide, hey, we're going to have to play both of those guys. And we've heard Mac talk about so much how, especially with the quarterbacks, if you don't play them, you're probably going to lose them, right? Mm-hmm. And it's never too early to start thinking about that. So, but it was good to see a lot of young guys and to see some of the seniors
be WCAB mark
today.
34-14 the final, so Carolina goes to 6-5, bowl eligible with still 1 game remaining. That will be against NC State on this upcoming Friday. But now let's send you up to Uncasville, Connecticut. This is a Final Four caliber preseason event that Carolina is competing in along with Purdue, Villanova, and Tennessee. 4 top 20 teams. Carolina will play 2 games this weekend, one coming up in a moment against Purdue, and then tomorrow against either the Wildcats or the Volunteers. To take you through all of that action, we send you to the rest of our Tar Heel Sports Network team. Dave Nathan, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas are in Connecticut. Dave, Carolina gets the win here in Kenan Stadium, 34-14 over Wofford. And now it's time to